Oh, yeah, yeah, it's fine. But if I move, would people hear?
No, that's okay.
Okay, I have to stand
Because
here.
they are recording it and then otherwise.
I see, I see. I couldn't move too much. A little bit, a little bit. It's hard. I move a lot.
Oh, that's worse.
Well, I'm not sure, I'm not familiar with that. They're sharing, they're controlling it in London. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, I can control it. I think. Yes.
Cool.
I think so. I have to stand here.
Welcome back. Now that Joe's not here, we're totally enforced the no question first 10 minutes rule. So.
Perfect. Thank you so much. First of all, thank you organizers for putting our paper here. And thank you everyone who made it so early in the morning after the dinner yesterday. So the work I'm presenting today is Persistence of Inequality After Apartheid, assessing the role of geography and skills. And this is joint work with Marti, who is here and going to address all the hard questions, and Joanna. And Marti at the Chicago Fed, so the regular disclaimer applies. So where the motivation for this project came from. So if we think about South Africa, what the first comes into mind is this huge period of enormous discrimination against non-white population by minority white during the period from 1950 to 1994. And here is a picture that illustrates this discrimination probably in the best way. So here you can see the train station in South Africa, where white and non-white people were not even allowed to enter in the same way. So when we think about what's going on in South Africa today, what we observe is that in 1994, the first democratic election took place and the huge friction in the economy was removed. So at least in theory, non-white population got back its free access to education, health system, various jobs, finances. But what we do not see there is that things are improving. So if we look at the trajectory of inequality, both in terms of wealth and income, it's actually increasing substantially over this period of time. And this is particularly true for the Black part of the population. What is interesting and striking, and what motivated this project, if we decompose this inequality into two groups, if we look at the inequality between Black and white, then we'll see that actually situation is improving. So when we look at the income gap, wealth gap, education gap between Black and white population, over those last 30 years, it's actually shrinking. What drives this increase in inequality is inequality within Black group. So where we see the divergence, again, in terms of income, in terms of wealth, in terms of education, is inequality within Black group. So what we do in this project, or what question we tackle, is what drives this inequality increase within this Black population group, or what drives this inequality persistence. And what we argue here is that the special role in this inequality persistence is played by township. Townships, and I will talk more about them, it's a core spatial concept of apartheid within cities. Okay, so we're going to talk about metropolitan areas. I'm not going to look too much into rural versus urban, so we're talking about urban areas. And we think that these townships, or like segregated parts of the city where non-white population was forced to live, playing even a huge role even today. And this is a picture that probably will illustrate this the best. So here are two maps. The first one, both of them maps of Cape Town. The first one is a map that was done during the apartheid. So this is apartheid period map. This map is derived from census in 2011. And so this shows racial composition of various parts of Cape Town area. So if we look during the apartheid, you can see that those different colors reflecting different racial groups that were forced to live in those areas. So white population, minority white, decided that they don't want to reside next to non-white population. And they decided that okay, here's designated area where particular group will live. And you can see that colored, black, and Indian were not allowed to live next to each other. So Kailicha would be black township, here would be small colored township. Even more striking, if we look within black group, Black Xhosa people would not be allowed to live with Black Zulu people. So South Africa is very diverse in terms of ethno-linguistic groups, so it's more than 10 of them. So not only white population decided that Black, colored, and Indian not going to live together, but even within Black group, Zulu and Xhosa people would not be allowed to live together. And then if we look at the 2011, so this is derived from the census, so we can clearly see that the map almost remains the same in terms of racial distribution. So you can see here, the blue one is Black population, the purple one is white, the orange one are colored, and the green one are Indians. So you can see that a little bit of a mixing happening in previously white areas. However, the previously townships or the non-white areas, they remain strikingly homogeneous in terms of racial composition. And the territory or the location remains the same. So you can see here's Kailicha, the blue one, it's over here, but even the tiny township like here, this colored one, still remain in place. And this is just one more picture to give you an idea where those townships were located. And here's again, current picture of the Cape Town area. Here is a township on the left, the formerly white area on the right. And what you can see, besides the fact that this is very densely populated, that there is some natural buffer. So this is what's going to play a role in our further empirical analysis, that not only white people decided where non-white people going to live based on their ethno-linguistic group, but also the location of those townships was determined by presence of some natural buffer. And in this case, it's bushes, but it would be road, maybe bridge or the river. Okay, so do we think South Africa is unique? Of course, it's unique in the harshness of this discrimination episode. However, the features that we observe there today are common in both advanced and developing world. So if we think about cities in the US, segregation in cities like Chicago, St. Louis, Detroit is extremely pronounced even today. And what observed in the US as well is that inequality is increasing. But again, this inequality is primarily driven by increasing inequality within non-white population. Then if we think about developing countries, then also we observe some countries like Brazil, favelas, colonial heritage, then growing urbanization and development of slums. So we think that what we observe in South Africa can be applicable or relevant for many countries in the world, both in advanced and developing. So specifically what we do in this paper, we use this episode of apartheid, of very harsh discrimination, in order to study what is the role of segregation. And here, when I'm talking about segregation, I'm not only thinking about segregation in spatial sense. So I'm not only talking about residential segregation, we're thinking about segregation, residential segregation that ultimately leads to segregation in various other markets, in education market, in labor market. So how this segregation determines this persistence in inequality over time or increase in inequality. And how we're gonna do this, we're gonna use both data and the model in order to answer this question. On the data side, we're gonna compare township with possibly exogenous location of those townships and assignment of people to those townships in order to study the role of various parameters in terms of the spatial segregation. And then we're gonna also use this data to calibrate our macro model. On the model side, it's going to be heterogeneous macro model, general equilibrium. And we're gonna put there various channels that we think are important for persistence of inequality, or the channels that actually lead to very slow transition, namely education, where you need generation to overcome certain patterns, assets accumulation, and entrepreneurship, which also very slow process, especially when your initial conditions are very low. And so we'll combine all these economic forces to study whether we can explain and what factors can explain this transition. Importantly, and I will mention this a little bit later, once we move from apartheid period, where clearly racial discrimination took place, to the current period of time to study this transition, we will abstract from discrimination or homophily. Okay? So we're not claiming that there is no discrimination, but we will study this question as if the policies that took place in 1994 indeed present today, and we're talking only about economic factors. Can those economic factors and what economic factors can explain this persistence of inequality, or what we observe today would not be explained with forces that slow in transition and not related to discrimination. So the plan for today, I'm going to start with the data, and I'm going to show you just a couple of stylized facts that would lead me to the model framework. So I'm going to show you a couple of facts that hopefully will convince that the model settings that we're using in this paper make sense and actually relevant for the data. Then I'm going to talk about the model framework. And as I already mentioned, the model is quite complex. So I'll spend some time to talk about the model mechanism, but I'm going to relate this model mechanism to actually what we observe in the data. And finally, if I have time, I'm going to talk about the model estimation and empirical exercise that we do in order to validate the model. So let's start with the data. Of course, I'm not going to talk about all data sources that we're using. I'm just going to mention a couple of challenges that we're facing and the way we address it. So the first thing is geolocation of township. So if you go to any statistics right now, you wouldn't observe dummy variable, whether the person lives in a township or not. So what we've done, we geolocated all the townships. We're a little bit working on some historical collection, but overall we have a sample of all townships in South Africa. Importantly, as I mentioned before, we focus only on metropolitan area. So we abstract from any movement from rural to urban areas or from the so-called Bantustan that were created during this period of time. So we focus on 8 largest cities and all the townships and suburbs that surround those cities. Then the second challenge is, of course, apartheid is historical episode. So we need to collect a lot of data that was during the period prior 1990. And of course, when the institution cites that there's huge discrimination, the data collection sometimes becomes problematic. So we use a bunch of censuses. Not every census is very comprehensive. However, we're able to get some data starting from the beginning of 20th century. And importantly, for some of those censuses, we're able to link some characteristics or some statistics to the township or geolocation township area. However, this is not possible everywhere. So our analysis will be split into 2 parts. Certain things we're able to do based on white, non-white people or based on the race. Another analysis, more aggregated, will be able to do township, non-township, or township and city center. In terms of the very detailed information, where people live, where people study, where people work, we have access to commuting survey data, which is amazing because you have location where people currently, so this entire Cape Town area representative survey, where people live, where people work, what do they do for work, what's their income, and a bunch of other demographic characteristics, and where they go to school. Right? So those are various data sets, and now I'm going to show you some stylized facts that lead to the model or the features that we will incorporate in our model. So the first thing is just to show you how harsh in terms of the income outcomes was the episode of apartheid and whether there is some heterogeneity in terms of how well people do during this period of time. So the very first part, it's 1991, year 1991. So the period when apartheid was almost over. So this was the peak of this harsh discrimination episode. So if we condition on people being employed and look at the difference in income between Black and white group, we'll observe that the difference is enormous. So it was 6-some difference in terms of the income conditional on being employed by the end of apartheid between the 2 groups. Then we split our sample into 2 big groups. They're not random, of course, they're related to the model features that we'll have. And the first one is there is any role for education or how big this role. So the second 2 parts of this graph, they're not only showing you the difference between Black and white, but also you can see that the size of the bubbles, or there is some information in the size of the bubbles, which reflect the share of a given group within the given race. So you can see if we look at the people with higher education, the size of the bubble for the Black population is close to 0 because there were almost no one who had higher education during apartheid for Black because they were simply not allowed to go to school. But you can see what you can derive from this graph at first, there is huge return to education in South Africa. So the income of the, when we focus on the white group, where the people actually went to college during this period of time, there is almost twice difference if you go to college versus if you only finish secondary education. So the first thing, education will play a very big role, not only during apartheid, not only for white group, but I'll also show you that post-apartheid and for all racial groups. The second big difference where people will observe the difference in income or what affects, it's whether you're working for the wage job or you are self-employed or you're an entrepreneur. So this will be the second feature that will give us some slow transition in the model, but also we observe in the data that indeed those who are self-employed or entrepreneurs, the income is somewhat higher. So now getting back a little bit to this increase in inequality and what features or what potentially contributes to this increase in inequality. So when we compare 1981 and 2011, and we simply split people into two racial groups, white and black, what we observe that increase in inequality is not driven by the income of those or divergence of income. If anything, the income between two groups actually converging. Yes. This conditional employment, but unconditional, it's the same graph. So you can see that, of course, the gap is not zero, but it's shrinking. Okay, so the income of two groups actually or converging to each other. If you look at other characteristics, for example, if you look at the share of people who got higher education, also and compare black and white group, you also would observe that the gap in terms of people with college degree is shrinking between the two groups. So what we observe in the data, yes, inequality is increasing in South Africa, but it's clearly not driven by the increase in the income difference, wealth difference, or education difference across two groups. However, if we zoom in into various characteristics that different groups have, we find certain features that actually leading or suggesting that they might be important for increase in overall inequality. So this sample no longer splits people into black and white, it splits into people into where they're located in terms of their residence. So here we'll look at people who reside in townships and people who live in the city. So when we think about 1996, it's important that everyone who lives in the city is white group, everyone who lives in township is black. Once we move to 2011, this group becomes a little bit more mixed. So some black people moving out of township to the city. However, if we look at the statistics for the township, it's 99.9% still black. So what we can see here that the income of those who living in the city and those who living in a township is diverging tremendously. And so those are nominal terms. So if you put the real terms, the income of those who lives in the city is actually increasing over this period of time, but income who stays in the township actually declines in the real term. So this graph at least suggests that the income inequality could not be driven solely by discrimination, because here we see the shrinkage of the gap, but it seems that the way people reside plays some role or correlates with the fact that the income is diverging. Yes.
I'd be curious to see the same graph with the standard errors on the first one. So just to see if actually that's a true difference or if they overlap.
You mean here in the first one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's still 4 times difference. Like so I can be like almost confident that they do not yet overlap.
Oh, no, but the
What?
5.7 versus the 4.2.
Here?
The difference, so if you go back, so there's a 5.7 versus a 4.2 fold.
Oh, you mean here? Is it like actually? Yeah, it's a good point. So let me show, yes.
I was just wondering, you can push this off if you want, but how much of this do you want us to think of as like the place versus the sorting of the people?
Here, I want you to think that this is clearly sorting. So people, those black people who doing well in their life, the only claims that they no longer stay in township. Okay? There is, I'm not saying that there is any correlation, but here, and this is like what the model is for, is to determine what factors allow people to sort. And I'm going to show you one more last slide, the kind of stylized fact or motivating fact, by showing what characteristics, I mean, clearly where you reside plays a role in terms of your outcome or correlates with your outcome. So there will be some sorting and it will play a role. However, there are other features. If we look at the same graphs that I showed at the very beginning, but now we'll look in 2011 census or post-apartheid, we again see, the bubbles reflect the size. We again see that the higher education would be one of the biggest factors. It's like if you go to college or not, so the return to education in South Africa is extremely high for both groups, but if anything, it's even higher for the Black part of the population. And you can see that now the size of the bubble is bigger. And so the convergence in the income is primarily driven by those people who obtained higher education. So this will be another feature of the model, and we think a very important role that is played for this income convergence across two groups. Second, again, as I looked before, entrepreneurship will also play a role. And again, we see that the income difference for entrepreneurs and those who work for wage is quite substantial. But importantly, it's quite substantial for the white group of population, but not so much for Black. And why I want to emphasize this, because again, first, during the apartheid period, Black part of the population were not allowed to become entrepreneurs. So now we see that there is a part of the population increasing in terms of how many of them decide to start their own business. But there is some difference between the business that is being run by Black part of the population versus white part of the population. There's going to be another feature of our model. There are different types of entrepreneurships that arise in different parts of the cities and different parts of the population. Okay. So now let me talk about the model. So yes.
So what's the cost of education?
School is generally free, and you will see in the model post-apartheid, people generally can choose which school to go, and even people who live in township, they're allowed to go to city school. Of course, the biggest cost that would be there is the transportation cost, because township, and something that I forgot to mention, the biggest difference between township in South Africa versus slums in developing world, the township are way further away. So the average distance from township to the city center would be around 30 kilometers. And infrastructure is not great. So some parents send their kids to city schools, those who live in township, but it's very big selection. Okay. So the model features many things. And so I'll try to give you kind of a big picture, what's going on there and what are the main features. So it's a heterogeneous agent macro model with incomplete markets. And the state variables or the features that each household will have would be the following. The first one is race, but here I want to emphasize that race, as I already mentioned before, will play a role only during apartheid. Of course, during apartheid, there was a clear separation and choices were determined by mostly white part of the population. So race would play a role, but only for the apartheid period. For the post-apartheid, what we're going to start is so-called race-blind equilibrium. So we'll abstract from race and we'll study the transition based on economic forces. Then there is a human capital aspect, which I already showed you is very important in the case of South Africa. And household can choose where their kids go. First, whether they obtain college education or not. And in terms of school, whether they send their kids to school in township or they send their kids to school in the city center. Then, of course, there is spatial aspect, as township would think playing a big role in terms of segmentation of various markets. So in terms of the spatial segregation or spatial aspect, households will be able to choose where to live. Then they will be able to choose where they want to work. And finally, they will be able to choose where they want to send their kids to school. And all those choices don't need to be the same. So you could live in one place, but work in another place. You could live in one place and send your kid in another place in school. And I will show you some statistics that this is indeed the case, especially for township. And finally, there will be occupational choice. Yes.
The education choice. So are there like zoning laws that if you live in an area, if you want to go to public school, you have to send the kids within the area?
Not always, not always. So you can technically, you could apply to any school. There's spots for those who are not living in the area, more limited, but in theory, you could apply. It's probably gonna cost you more, of course, both in terms of you need to go through the process of application, you need to be among the best who is chosen for those limited amount of spots. But based on our conversation, people do these things, so you can apply to school, but if you live somewhere, then it's guaranteed. If you don't live there, it's not guaranteed.
And is that based on like a lottery or is it?
It's really a lottery. It's mostly you do application, they look at your credentials, the best one they chosen.
Did they open some schools in townships, or did they do some investments, or because I mean it seems like a crucial aspect of.
Absolutely. So they do even more. And in fact, if you look at South Africa today, it's a country with the largest redistribution system. So like the difference between pre-tax and post-tax income is the biggest among all the countries. So it seems the government really tries hard. And in terms of schooling, they have this system that they split everyone based on household survey in terms of their asset quantiles. And the areas where people, the poor, they receive the most funding. So if anything, they're really trying hard. However, if we look at the outcomes, so this was supposed to be in theory, right? However, if we look at the outcomes in terms of like student-teacher ratio, outcomes in terms of the exams, townships are way worse. And it's hard to say why this is the case. I mean, one reason might be that getting more teachers and good teachers in township is harder because most teachers are still like those who study getting master's degree, like among white population, maybe they're not all of them want to commute to township, or commute is very hard. I mean, there could be various reasons. So in theory, we should see convergence. In practice, we still see big difference schools in township and in cities.
In some sense, it calls for like a peer effects model, or like
Peer effect,
a
yeah.
neighborhood type model.
For sure. So, and in the model will have some peer effect. In reduced form, but we'll capture.
My understanding is that perhaps schools are free, but college is expensive, and that there are colleges that are in Afrikaans and some that are in English, but a lot of the people who are in township may go in school in other languages and actually don't have colleges that are in their languages. So I guess the cost is not only monetary, which is actually quite high monetarily, but like also in terms of languages, which are.
Yeah, so we don't have language here, but I think like a little bit of a proxy. So college, you will see in the next slide, is not going to be free. School is free, college is not free. You have to pay costs. But on top of this, the college return to college will depend on which school you went. So this is like a little bit of a proxy that if you went to like school in township, which is worse than school in the city, then return to your college will be lower. And therefore, there's less incentive to go to college. So the model will capture this in a little bit reduced form, of course, not as precise as like, oh, I can't go to college at all. But for people who went to worse schools, their return to college would be lower. Okay, and as I started, there are 4 occupational choices. There would be high and low, so there would be wage workers, low skilled and high skilled. And you can get one or another job based on your level of education. And finally, households also, or they can become entrepreneurs, and there will be 2 types of entrepreneurship, exactly to capture this notion that we observe this high return for entrepreneurship, but only for white part of population. So the model will feature kind of traditional entrepreneurs, which you can think about entrepreneurs more prevalent in developing countries, so self-employment with sometimes no employees, whatever, and modern entrepreneurship would be classic firms that you observe in advanced economies. And it's overlapping generation with dynasties and it's general equilibrium. And the modeling strategies that we're going to employ in this paper, we're going to calibrate the model to apartheid period, which is where the choices, many choices that are listed here, were determined by white group of population, and then we'll transition to race-blind equilibrium. So post-apartheid, we will assume that there is indeed no longer any discrimination going on. So here I already mentioned those parts in terms of being more precise in terms of state variables, race, black and white, important only for the apartheid. Then each parent, so within one family, there would be a parent and a kid, and they will have some innate talent or ability, and there will be some correlation between parent and the child. And then there were some education level of parent, it could be school or college, and also it could be 2 types of schools, either in township or in the city. And finally, the model will feature endogenous assets accumulation and incomplete financial market. And this is the only slide with equations, which kind of shows you the difference between various choices that households face. And here we have standard household utility of consumption of given parent, which aggregates nicely at the household level, but most importantly, what's going on the budget constraint. So household consume final good, there are going to be no trade friction, so they're going to be only one final good production, both in townships and in cities. Then each household has to consume 1 unit, so very kind of restricted in terms of how much housing has to be consumed. Each household has to consume 1 unit of housing, either in township or in the city. Now we're making very simplified decision and normalize the price of housing in township to be equal to 0. So anyone could go in there, so you have a perfect elasticity. However, the price in the city will be determined in equilibrium and will be endogenous. So there will be, for now, we're assuming fixed supply of housing in the city. We're probably going to have to relax this assumption in the future, but the price in the city will be endogenous and will play a role into the spillover of education. But this I will get back in a second. Then households have some expenses on education. As I already mentioned, schools are free, irrespectively where you go into school. However, if you want to send your kid to college, you have to pay the price of the college. And then, of course, as a accumulation. In terms of the income, you have some income from the assets that you have, but importantly, you have income from the parent occupation, and there will be 4 occupations where you get this income. Then we also have extra opportunity cost of the child to go to college. So think if you decide that your kid is not going to college and just study in school, then for the last 5 years of the college years, the kid joins labor market and work as a low-skilled worker. So not only sending your child to college will be expensive in terms of the price, but also there will be some opportunity cost in terms of the income at work. And finally, as I mentioned, there are like 3 choices in terms of location: where you live, where you work, and where you study, or where you send your kid to school. And if these choices are not the same, therefore households have to pay transportation costs. So if you live in township but work in the city, you pay transportation costs. If you live in township but send your kid to school in the city, you have to pay transportation costs. And importantly, in the model, we assume, and this mostly what we're observing data, college would be located only in the city. There would be no colleges in township. If you live in township and send your kid to college, you have to pay transportation. In terms of market incompleteness, there will be collateral constraints. So financial markets are imperfect. You can borrow, but up to the limit. And there are 2 incentives for borrowing. One, to finance your capital in case you become an entrepreneur. And the second one is to finance your child college. And the collateral constraint, very traditional or very standard, is going to be some fraction of your assets. And what is interesting, this gives us another channel or this trade-off between physical and human capital accumulation for households that are relatively poor. Finally, in terms of the human capital accumulation. So we'll assume that you can send that the return to school would be different in the city and in township. So irrespectively which school you send your child will gain some minimum level of human capital. However, if you decide to send your kid to school in the city, you'll get additional return, which will depend on the price of the housing in the city. So we're doing this spillover effect in very reduced form. Ideally, of course, you would want to have something that it depends on the average income or average wealth. However, the model is already big, so computationally, this allows us to get those spillovers, but get them in more reduced forms and simplify it with our solution. This is the price of housing in the city.
Spillover then will depend on normalization.
And what, sorry?
The spillover will depend on the normalization. Change the normalization, bigger spillover.
Yes, for sure. I mean, I think like
then the equilibrium changes the normalization. If you change the normalization, then it will be bigger. Except normalization, not
no, I mean, I agree here, but I think the idea is that when we're going to do equilibrium, we're going to use different pairs of townships and cities. So we have only 2 locations, but it's not map to the entire South Africa. So this, I think, like is something that I didn't, or I wasn't explicit enough. So in the model, there are only 2 locations. We're never gonna do the entire map of South Africa and model all the townships and the cities. And if I have time, and you will see that our estimation strategy exactly to use statistics on various pairs of townships and the cities. And so I think there's gonna be less problematic because it's not like you're normalizing one particular city or one particular township. So it's always township equal to 0. And then there's going to be a variation depending how far away township located from the city in terms of this price difference. So given this estimation strategy, I think it's going to be less problematic. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to know, so the only inefficiency or friction I see here is lambda k. If I set lambda k to infinity, does this model jump straight to perfect integration? Or are there other forces I'm missing?
So you will still have education part that will be important. So if your education is very, very low and if the price of
Usually in these models, if you let lambda k be infinity, I just borrow against my dynasty's future wealth. I send my kids to the efficient level of schooling and everything you need to be just. You might have something like PhD or something else I don't see. That's what I want.
No. I mean, I need to think a little bit more whether this is going to be the case, but I still think given that you will have segmented markets and difference in prices and limited supply of housing in the city, I don't think like everyone, I mean, you'll have perfect sorting based on race, yes, but you still will have sorting based on the asset accumulation and education level. Even if everyone goes to college for certain occupation, the level of human capital will depend. So you'll have abilities. Yeah. There was one more question.
But even I have a completely basic question. You mentioned that people consume 1 unit of housing. But then what is CH there in the budget constraint? I thought that what would enter the. Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Yes.
Right now. So how do you think about the cost of transportation? Because my understanding is that in South Africa, violence is super high and that actually people are very worried about kids traveling from townships to cities because of, possibilities of getting into terror.
Yeah, so then there is no like violent security consideration in the model for sure. In terms of transportation costs, we're gonna calibrate them directly from the data. So we observe where people live and where people work and how much they spend on transportation, and we know their wages. So we're gonna model it in terms of their wages.
I guess you can think of violence as also a cost and it could be monetized, and you can
Yes.
think of it as like a censored model. Like you wouldn't see the transportation cost for most people who think it's too high.
Yeah. So yeah, here I think like there's certain things were abstract, especially when we calibrate. We're not only abstract from the potential violence and then this is part of your cost, but we're also abstract from time cost. So for now, what we observe in the data, I mean, we observe both, but like we'll take stance on the monetary cost, and this is how we model it. Okay, so in terms of the labor markets, I already mentioned, just like we'll tell you the kind of mentioned the biggest difference between modern and traditional entrepreneurs. So the first thing, that traditional entrepreneurs only will hire low-skilled workers, while modern ones are going to combine both low and high-skilled workers. And the second biggest difference is that the capital intensity for the modern entrepreneurship will be higher. Therefore, collateral constraint will be more important. And finally, for modern entrepreneurs, the level of human capital will play a role. While for self-employed, if you can think about someone who is just cooking something at home and selling on the street, the level of human capital will not play any role. And markets will be segmented for township and the city. So there will be 4 equilibrium wages, 5 minutes. And actually in the final equilibrium, you will see that not everywhere all the jobs available, depending how far away city is from the township. And let me spend my 5 last minutes in order to dig a little bit into, again, there's like a lot of things going on in this model. So let me link a little bit what we observe, like some kind of comparative studies, and to link it what we observe in the data. So what is written in the text is what the model predicts, what is shown in the table or in the numbers, it's something that we observed in the data. So whenever we look at the decision of households in terms of their location, where to live, where to work, where to go to school, of course, most people, they make the decision where to reside based first whether they can afford this or not, and second, whether they want to send their kids to college or not. So those families who are willing to send their kids to college, they're more likely to reside in the city because it gives them higher human capital by sending kids to the school in the city, and also then they can avoid their transportation cost. The second one would relate where you want to work. And of course, this will be determined in equilibrium. First, what types of jobs available in each location. So it's not necessarily that there will be demand for high-skilled jobs in every township. And therefore, if you're high-skilled, you might want to live in the city. Or if you want to become modern entrepreneur, you also might want to more likely to live in the city because this will give you access to the high-skilled labor. And if we look at the data, this is indeed what we observe. So in the survey for 2013, we observed where people live, work, and where they study. And then we can separate people who live in the city and those who live in township and where they actually, whether they commute or not. So indeed, when we look at people who live in the city and look where they work and where they study, we observe that pretty much all of them work and study in the city as well. However, when we look at the township people, we observe a completely different story. So 70% or more than 70% of people who live in township, they actually commute to work and they work in the city. Slightly different picture for education is only 26%. And if you split this even further, I'm not going to click this button to school versus college, those 26% are driven primarily by those who go to college. Very tiny part of the population, they're actually sending their kids to school, not in township, but rather in the city. And all of those are driven by the college one. So what we observe in the data and what the model predicts is very consistent. The second,
what picture of the model gives you this into the data? Because I thought you have the same computing costs for work and for school. No, you have the same tau.
yes, but the returns would be different, right?
So you load it all on the returns.
Returns, and plus you care about your kids, but with some discount factor as well.
I see. Because you could think that, I have a student who has estimated these costs using commuting data and he gets that commuting with the kids is like, 3 times more expensive than commuting for work. He estimates it's using the flows.
Yeah.
So I think this can go a long way explaining this asymmetry.
So if we
And the zoning laws.
Transportation costs, the effect will be even more striking, but we're getting this in the model even without.
No, I'm just saying because the returns to education could be very high. Okay.
Yeah, I have 1 minute. So the second kind of thing we do, we'll look at whether of course, this tau or loading this tau will play a big role. And so here again, this is correlation. So we have the distance between where you live and the city center. And what we observe, there is huge heterogeneity in terms of how far away you from the city center and the level of education. So basically this table and what the model predicts, the further away you live from the city center or from the access to college and good schools, the less likely you will have higher education or your level of human capital will be higher. And so this is just kind of a summary of household choices. And in terms of occupation, of course, a lot of things and I think like this is my kind of last comment. And occupational choice would be determined by, of course, your financial wealth, whether your human capital, but also it will be determined by the general equilibrium outcome, what kind of jobs available in each location. Okay, and I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Does it work like that?
Good. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot to the organizers for inviting me and to the authors for this great work. So, yeah, so let me start with my comments. Some of them have already been raised. The big question would be, like, what's the role of spatial segregation into this persistence of inequality? There are other recent papers that deal with that, Monti Naranjo for the case, and co-author for the case of Brazil, and then Ecker and Feinberg, or Colli and Guerrieri for the case of the US. So it's kind of a recent topic. As Christine explained, in the case of South Africa, it's a bit more, it's harsher, so it's probably, the effects are even stronger, but it's the case in many countries. And the big question of the paper was, why is inequality still so high, right? Even if the apartheid was somewhat removed in 1990. I'll show a couple of plots to kind of emphasize. They do a very good job in documenting this huge segregation during that period. And then they kind of claim that there is not a big convergence. Christina went a bit more into the details today. But if you look at only cities versus townships, it looks like convergence was negative, so that they even diverged, right? So there was no convergence at all. And then the big question of the paper is it due to economic forces, or you need other ingredients like discrimination or some other type of thing? That's always the question. There will be two big contributions. One will be to document the spatial segregation and this gap between blacks and whites or cities and townships. And then a more quantitative section that is still in progress to use the model to disentangle these two effects, like economic forces that make inequality persist versus other type of forces like discrimination, which is still work in progress. I think it's a very interesting question, and I think it has a great potential. To my understanding, the episode has not been very studied in the literature, so I think that's a big plus. The approach, if kind of makes sense, would be I calibrate the model to the apartheid steady state. I remove the friction for the apartheid steady state, and then let's see what happens. Do I need other forces, or is that going to be enough to generate all this persistent inequality? The big question then for me would be, you can always think of other ingredients that generate persistence in the model, right? One could think about this intergenerational transmission of human capital, right? Not only talent, but even human capital, I guess, could be transmitted from parents to kids. There could be issues like frictions in the housing market. It may not be so easy to relocate your residents. Paul was mentioning differences in commuting costs, right? If it's higher for education. Well, so there could be other forces that one could think of that would increase the persistence of inequality in the model, even without adding other forces. So I guess that could be always an issue when you go to that. As I was saying before, I think the empirical motivation is great. I don't know if you showed this plot I thought it was great. So these are economic areas, like this very small county or something. They basically show that it's either everyone is white or everyone is black, right? So there is very little economic areas to the mix. So I guess it doesn't, right? Spatial segregation doesn't get higher than that, stronger than that. And then if you compare cities to townships, I think Christina mentioned that townships are basically black people. 99.8 or 10.7 of the inhabitants are black people. In 96 and still in 2011. Right? So it's huge spatial segregation. And then also this big gap between townships and cities. The first plot is about school, right? You see that higher education or tertiary education is much more prevalent in cities than in townships. It changed a bit in 2011, but still not good. When you look at income, as Christina showed, right, one would claim that it is divergent. Right? So the income gap between cities and townships is higher in 2011 than in 1996. I mean, one of the big things, I guess, it's because of the data, but 2011 might be too early, right? It would be nice to show more recent data, because if the apartheid finishes 1994, it's only like 7 years after the end. I guess it would be really nice if we could have more recent data. I don't know if it's going to be possible. Then there is an issue, you mentioned it a bit more in the slides, right? What happens with with sorting, right? One thing is this gap between cities and townships. The other one will be the gap between black and white. I think in the slides we did a better job, a really good job in showing that the black-white gap is getting smaller, right? It's the right overall inequality is increasing because of the increase in inequality within the black group, right? So this kind of informative. It was not in the draft itself. And then I guess you also mentioned that, but the fact that townships seem to be lagging behind could be related to this issue that some black people manage to go to city, right? And probably these were the good ones or the more talented one. Actually, this could be related to this lack of convergence that we're seeing here. Right? It could be because the best black people left the township and went to the city. So the model is very rich in some dimension, right? We have heterogeneous agents in talent. There is wealth accumulation, borrowing constraints. These are probably important ingredients to generate this persistence in inequality. But then it's really simplified in others, right? As some people mentioned. One of the questions for me was, do we really need these two technologies, modern versus traditional? I don't know. And even entrepreneurship. I mean, I understand that entrepreneurs may have higher income, but it doesn't look like it's so much higher. Do we really need this possibility of becoming an entrepreneur and these two type of technologies? For future work, I guess one could also think about adding sector. Maybe that's not the key for now. It really looks like part of this segregation was to make people stay in rural areas. No? This is not about townships, but these other homelands, I think you call them. So they're probably, maybe keeping the agricultural sector too high, right? Artificially high, I don't know. And then it looks like from the discussion in the paper that the difference between manufacturing and services could really also be affected by apartheid. Right? It really looks like the way they plan this is to allow black workers to go to factories, but maybe they had a much harder time going to the center of the city and work in services. I don't know. So I thought that maybe the sectoral allocation could be distorted also with the apartheid. But then there is a big simplification that someone mentioning about the housing market, right? So the way they model it now is everyone has to consume 1 unit of housing. So there is no choice about the housing services. And then there is this strong simplification that housing supply is zero in the township, in the center of the city. So fixed supply in the center. And then the electricity is infinite in the township. So the price is zero in the township. So there is a strong simplification. Maybe it doesn't matter so much for the apartheid equilibrium. I wonder in the non-apartheid equilibrium, right? Because to me, it's not so obvious what will be you talk about the efficient urbanization of the city. It's not so obvious what would happen if you remove the apartheid restriction, right? You could have rich people going to the suburbs, as we've seen. I mean, it's going to depend on the parameter values and so on. But if you restrict the choice of housing services, maybe you're preventing this channel from taking. I don't know. Commuting costs are kind of also simple. They have an additive form. If I understand correctly, they don't depend on your own wage, right? Meaning that if you are a high wage worker and you go to the township, you don't spend your time, right? So your time is not costly, so to speak. I mean, this is also thinking about how would be urbanization without the apartheid policies. This seems to, I don't know, this simplification could really make rich people be interested in going to the suburbs. It seems to me, right? Because they don't waste their own time. They only pay in terms of the low skill wage, if I'm correct. Then there was another big simplification that we also discussed. The way to capture this spillover effect or this peer effect is to have that human capital accumulation depends on the local price of housing, right? Instead of making it depend on the average income. To me, again, this may not matter for the apartheid equilibrium, but if we think about the non-apartheid equilibrium, depending on how urbanization takes place, if you have like poor people living in the city center, we would have the price falling. I don't know, would this imply a fall in human capital? I don't know. Then people, you see what I mean? You could have, depending on how this sorting takes place, once you remove the apartheid restrictions, I don't know if this assumption, this simplification could become a problem. Because then it really it seems to me that depending on who lives in the city center, who lives in the township, would really matter for this human capital accumulation, right? To the extent that it affects the local price of housing. so as Christina explained, right? So the way that they think about it is the apartheid equilibrium would be an equilibrium where whites live and study in the cities and blacks live and study in townships. And blacks can only work as low-skilled workers excluded from, and they are excluded from financial markets. So they're still not there, but I think it's kind of really interesting to think what will be the effect of removing those huge restrictions. Right? These are big restrictions. In particular, one of them I think would be this sectoral relocation that is still not there because we only have one sector. But then a big rise in urbanization probably. Right? We have many people. It seems to me that right, there will be more people working in the urban sector, and you would have more people there. There will be a clear rise in aggregate efficiency, right? So there could be potentially benefits for everyone. I don't know. There could be a better carbon allocation, right? Because now your choices are distorted, occupational choices and education choices. Then you talk in the paper about more efficient urbanization, which is to me is like a big question. What would be the efficient way to urbanize? I don't know. I think it really depends on the parameterization of this commuting cost and college and so on. Well, this is what I was saying before. Sorting, what will happen if the fact that commuting cost does not require your own time in the current version of the model, I think it could affect, right, the way sorting takes place in the once you remove the apartheid policies. Yeah, I'm finishing. And then I think what could be really, I mean, what's going to be really interesting once you do finish the exercise is who really benefits from this, right? Because I guess we all have in mind the idea that Black people are the ones who are going to be benefiting from that. But it's probably not everyone, or at least the ones that, no, or the plot you showed at the beginning, maybe the ones that are really benefiting are the talented Black people that are able to really, you know, go to cities and enjoy the opportunities there. And maybe there will be some losers. I don't know, some white people could lose because they were getting a better deal than they could do next week. So thanks a lot. That's all I had to say.
Okay.
No, so I mean, I guess I'm gonna rephrase my question. I mean, my impression is that you know, educational attainment was not that constrained in the model. So the model was somehow loading on returns to education. But the facts you showed at the beginning suggest that there's very large returns to education for Black people, and that very few of them can go to college. So if I had to emphasize something in the model, would be exactly the opposite. So which are the constraints for taking advantage of these large returns that you show? So I would emphasize two things. One is that you can estimate commuting costs with children to work separately because you observe those in the data. So I would estimate, you know, using gravity equations, those costs. And I'm sure you're going to find very large costs for commuting with kids. And second, I would like go into the institutional detail on how is the school access policies, because I don't think like for a 6-year-old, probably, you know, you have a priority to send it close to your neighborhood, but I'm sure it's not that they're going to evaluate how smart he is to go to downtown. Maybe they do a lottery. I don't know exactly how it works, but maybe that is posing large constraints. And then this has large policy implications. Now you could think of busing policies or changing the zoning laws. So I would put the emphasis on that, you know, that's
I was quite curious to see how you think about the composition of the urban areas to begin with. Like, you know, so one of the things with apartheid, from my understanding, is that people in rural areas couldn't move to cities either. And so here you're looking at cities versus townships, but not really looking at the composition of townships. So it could be that, you know, you have just the same trend for cities and townships, but actually if you were to look at the same people, but if you were to change it and have more people from rural areas, you could have this divergence that you see that is not actually coming from changes in opportunities or education, all these things that you have in your model, but actually just that they're a different stock of people.
Yeah, so if I understand correctly, apart from the initial conditions, because of apartheid, Black people being in townships and so on, your model is otherwise racially blind. There's no other form of discrimination. And I was wondering, this is obviously a complex issue, but if you have other forms of discrimination, say gatekeeping on the labor market, it's very hard to break into certain professions and so on. Do you think of that as orthogonal? Is that sort of not really important in this context here, or how do you think that in a wider context?
Okay, shall I try to answer in the like 2 minutes? So point well taken about education. I think there's like can be done way more in terms of how complex education part in the model. However, it's a trade-off, right? The model already like huge. So either we're like go even deeper in education and remove completely entrepreneurship from the scene here, or we keep those two channels. I think for now we like chose the latter one simply because it's like both of those channels. So we know education is very persistent, right? It takes a long time, but so that entrepreneurship. So we kind of combine what people find in the literature and in previous models that gives you various persistence for various outcomes. And I guess if we move only to education, then making the claims that's like, oh, can we explain things with more or less economic forces, or it has to be some sort of discrimination would be a little bit harder to tackle. Then we'll need to reverse a little bit the question. It's like, it would be more like the paper about education rather than whether we're talking about persistence driven by economic forces versus a combination of discrimination and economic forces. And this a little bit to answer your question is, how do we think? Do we claim that there is no discrimination? Absolutely no. And it's like, it would be naive from us to think so, but the project is exactly discrimination is something we could not measure. Discrimination, we're like, it's hard to kind of put the numbers on this. However, on education, on entrepreneurship, on various economic forces, this is actually what we can observe in the data. This is where we see heterogeneity. And therefore, we're taking the stance that how much of discrimination there's going on, we will explain by being able to explain everything else. So, but I agree there is probably some sort of discrimination, which we on purpose not putting neither in the model nor study post-apartheid. And finally, regarding the rural urban areas, so I didn't talk about this, but there was like two policies of terms of spatial discrimination. So one was that all the non-white or like all Black people were moved to so-called homelands or Bantustans, which are rural areas. And then there were like a privileged one who were allowed to stay in the cities and they were forced to move in townships. The privilege was coming in somewhat random. So the rule was that like you had to be born there and live for 10 years. So it's not like based on some sort of selection. Kind of, it's like you were lucky to be allowed to live in the city or not. And given the huge difference in these rural and urban policies, we decided we're going to abstract from rural one and just focus on the urban one. So this was the choice. Yes, I think I am out of time completely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, or out loud, I mean, it's okay. Yeah, sorry, I thought it was, I think it was erased. All right, so you could enjoy this 5-minute break due to technical reasons. So thank you very much for putting this paper into the program. So that's joint work with Clement Imbert, with Marlon Seror and Janos Zilberberg. And I should say that the views expressed here are those of the authors and not of the Fed or the Fed in San Francisco. So let me jump right into the paper. So the motivation for this paper is the observation that many economists seem to agree that rural-urban migration is good for at least two reasons. One, it improves migrants' welfare, and we have good evidence for that. And also, because it contributes to economic development, to the extent at least that cities are more productive than the countryside, and they benefit from agglomeration externalities with good evidence provided by people here in the room. Yet if we look at what many governments in developing countries are doing or saying, it seems that they're somehow concerned about what is sometimes labeled as the emergence of megacities and the many negative consequences associated to these megacities, including, for example, the proliferation of slums, traffic congestion, crime, pollution, just to mention a few of the examples that have been put forth. At the same time, what we observe is that very often these governments seem to be putting restrictions to rural migrants' access to public goods and other amenities in urban areas. Very often, perhaps on the hope that these limits to these rural migrants are gonna slow down rapid processes of urbanization. Okay, so what do we do in this paper? What's the main idea that hopefully you're gonna take home after the presentation is that perhaps paradoxically at first, what we claim is that the frictions that are put via these migration policies may be behind the emergence of megacities. Why do we think that that's the case? Is because many of these policies actually put special costs in migrating with the entire family, with family dependence. And what that happens, then migrants have incentives to leave the family dependents behind, to remit a substantial fraction of their income back to these family members left behind. And when that happens, they have incentive to chase the high nominal wage cities and live in those cities in poor housing market conditions. So we think that this is a general idea. A particular interesting case is perhaps China at the beginning of the 21st century, right? In that first 5 years, for instance, there were as much as 30 million rural migrants with booming cities, especially concentrated among cities that were initially high cost of living cities, high wage type cities. So big heterogeneity in this sense. At the same time, we see that this rural migration took place within the hukou system, which allows rural migrants to move freely within China, but attaches the access to public services such as education or healthcare to their hukou of origin, right? So a setting very much resembling to what I was describing. And perhaps as a consequence of that, what we observe also in the data is that 15 million migrants decided to leave the kids behind and move just the parents to these big cities and remit a substantial fraction of their income. Now, to study these questions, it may be challenging. It may be challenging for at least two reasons. The first one is that migration policies are endogenous to the outcomes that we may want to study, right? And so running simple diff-in-diff regressions may actually not be informative about the role of migration policies on the spatial allocation of people. And second, there are general equilibrium forces to the extent that these volumes of migration are affecting what happens in the cities as well. Okay, so what do we do to overcome these challenges? We kind of like take the longer route by doing 4 steps. The first one is to document a bunch of new empirical facts, or mostly new, not all of them are new, which we can summarize in the following sense. First, we're gonna document that rural migrants concentrate in expensive cities. Second, in those cities, they live without their family dependents and in precarious housing conditions. And they consume at origin in the sense of they send remittances, again, especially when they do not live with their family and when they live in expensive locations. These empirical facts and others that I'm gonna sort of relate to motivate us to develop a model of location choice, a quantitative model of location choice, where crucially migrants decide whether to migrate, so whether to stay in the place of origin or try their chances in an urban setting. Second, how to migrate, and here's whether to bring the family dependents or not. And third, what particular destination to choose, whether it's the big, high-paying, high-wage, high cost of living city or a medium-sized city. With this, we estimate the model using plausibly exogenous variation on prices, wages, and the relative migration costs. I'll go to some detail on how we do this. And we recover from that. So we need to estimate all the elasticities in the model. And once we've done this exercise, we can recover what we argue is more implied, but more sensitive than in prior literature, bilateral migration costs by migration type. By this, I mean family versus non-family migrants. And then the fourth step, once we have all this machinery, is to evaluate migration policy using the model, right? And in particular, we're gonna first relate the model implied migration costs to migration policy, and then we're gonna show the key role of different determinants of non-family migration in shaping the distribution of economic activity. Okay, so that's the plan for what I'm gonna talk about. So the contribution of this paper is so we relate to at least 3 strands in the literature. The first one is structural models of location choice. So there's people in the room who have worked on this. Our main point here is that taking into account seriously the family dimensions is crucial for how we estimate these migration costs. And I'll also mention this in some more detail later. Second, we relate to the research that claims that one crucial aspect of migration is the ties that migrants keep with their origins, right? And how this is shaped by this decision on whether to bring the family dependents or not. And the third broad literature that we relate to is the literature investigating how agglomeration and dispersion forces shape city size in developing countries. Here, the main point we make is that thanks to remittances, and that's a point that has been made also in some related current work, that rural migrants can reap the gains from agglomeration and escape the migration costs, right? By breaking this link between where they get their wage and how they consume. All right, so for the rest of the talk, I'm gonna first show the stylized facts that I was mentioning. Then I'm gonna present the model, then how we estimate so I'm not gonna have enough time to fully explain all the details, but like the estimation part is an important part in terms of like how we do things differently than prior literature. And then I'm gonna present some counterfactuals.
Focus system, would it be similar to other developing countries, or it's only because it seems to me it's only in China, right?
So I'm sure people in the room know better the institutional details in other developing countries. So I think, and there's like a UN report showing the costs that are imposed on rural migrants towards cities in across, I think it's like 140 different developing countries. So it is something very prevalent. What I don't know by on top of my head is like particular examples of what different governments do. Let me also say that I think that this framework is useful for thinking about these issues in developing countries, but it's also useful to think about policies governing international migration flows, right? Very many things sort of resonate very strongly. Yeah.
Related to that, I guess, if I understand correctly, part of the HUCO system is about not allowing, like, these costs, some of them take the form of migrants not being allowed to access certain public services in the city, which can, I guess, then affect prices of these services. And so are you going to think about those parts of the policy, or are you going to just model them in a more stylized way as a cost of moving from A to B, as this literature typically does?
Yeah, no. So it's going to be a central part of what we do, right? So we're going to have the standard migration costs and complementarity between amenities that migrants enjoy at destination and how much they consume at destination, right? And those complementarities are going to capture aspects of the migration policy that are not captured in other work, right? And so we're going to be able to very specifically talk about these questions. Yeah. All right, so let me jump to the stylized facts. First, just a little bit of context. So we think that China is a particular interesting context because of the big boom in migration that started or that accelerated at the beginning of the 2000s. And so basically that's where we're gonna estimate our model. In some sense, you're gonna think of like a before and after type of estimation, in the sense that like once in 2000 internal migration is liberalized, then we can compare outcomes across different destinations during that time period. And just to be clear, rural migrants are going to be people aged 15 to 64. And what we know is their HUCO of residence and their prefecture of the prefecture of the HUCO. And we know whether the HUCO is of rural or urban type. And so that's going to allow us to compute migrant flows across prefectures and say whether these flows are urban or rural to urban or urban to urban. Okay. And the second important thing is that migrants with family are, migrants with family are migrants that are moving either with their kids or with their parents. Okay, and so that's going to define family migrants in this context. In the paper, we play with this definition quite a lot by concentrating, for example, in mothers for which we know they have a kid and that they've moved from a rural setting to an urban setting. Okay, and none of the results are affected by these definitions. All right, so the first stylized fact that we document is that rural migrants disproportionately sort or concentrate in expensive cities with high returns to labor. The way we do this is by computing what we can label as the migrant concentration, which is the amount of migrants in location C relative to all migrants. All these relative to the urban residents in that location relative to all urban residents, right? And so a high number there means that disproportional fraction of migrants are located in that city as opposed to urban residents. And what we see in the data is a very strong gradient between this rural migrant concentration and nominal wages, and especially rents across different across different cities in China. The second stylized fact that we document is that rural migrants consume differently than residents at destination. There's several ways in which we can do this, and we do much more in the paper. Let me just show two examples here. The first one is that rural migrants seem to be living without their family, especially in high-rent locations, right? There's a steep gradient in this leaving the family behind and how expensive the final destination is. Another sort of look at this, at how these migrants can afford moving into these highly expensive cities is by the types of housing that they choose to live in these destinations. Yeah.
What they
Yeah, so it's mostly the mini census of 2005 combined with, so we use several censuses, but like mostly censuses, when I talk about remittances, it's gonna be CMDS. We've done also exercises with CHIPS. So yeah. All right, so what is the second? Yeah.
Is this conditional on distance? Like how far away they are?
No, but we have done some exercises on distance. On distance, what it's in the appendix of the paper. Something that's quite interesting with distance, which is that the migrants that decide to leave the family behind sort of travel shorter distances, right? That's going to reflect also in the implied migration cost that I'm going to show later. But I mean, I'm happy to talk more about it. The second fact is that they seem to be living in poor housing conditions, right? They do so in cheaper locations, but especially so in more expensive ones. And the final stylized fact, and let me emphasize here that it's not so obvious to have remittance data in the international context, and we have that here, is that migrants seem to remit much more when they decide to leave the family members behind. And there's a positive gradient with how expensive the location is, suggesting that there's perhaps some degree of substitutability between remitting and living in that destination. In the sense that the more expensive living in a particular rural area is, the higher the incentives to consume less, to be in lower housing conditions, and to remit a higher fraction of the income generated in this particular destination. Yeah.
Look at the time variations about the remittance and share.
So we are a little bit limited in this because there's, so this is data for 2011, that's CMDS data. And there's like a few years around that, but we don't have good data prior to 2000, which is what we would like to have to look at the difference.
So the most recent is 2011.
Yeah.
And my sense is that this tends to decline over time. That's my sense.
Maybe, yeah. So what we have done and we have in the appendix is quite a lot of evidence investigating on the potential role of dynamics, or sort of like, we see quite a lot of persistence in the choices of how migrants locate, right? And so that's why we are going to go for a static model. But all right, so those are the stylized facts. And that motivates us thinking about migration in the context of China in the following sense. So we think that migrants transfer part of their consumption back into their origins. That's the remittances that are sent in order to consume and support the family members left behind, especially so when living in expensive location. That motivates us to think about some degree of substitutability between consuming in one place versus another. And third, whether they migrate with or without the family, right? And so that's going to be a crucial distinction, and that's going to translate into this choice of migrating with and without the family and the substitutability. So let me jump straight into the model. So the model is going to be kind of standard in terms of like a spatial equilibrium model with the additional feature of having the family choice. So it's going to have rural and urban locations denoted by R and U, living in different places. So the indirect utility is going to determined by wages, amenities, and the price of non-tradables. Think of housing. And we're going to think an initial distribution of people across rural and urban locations denoted by N. And the model is going to be about, given this initial distribution, where do people decide to move to, whether they decide to stay where they are or whether they decide to look for different places. We're going to have two novel features. The first one is a nested migration choice with these three nests, right? So the standard migration models like Jadon Zhu's work or Melanie Morton's or some of the work that I've done as well has just one nest. Here we're going to have the nest of whether moving away from the origin or not, whether to bring the family or not, and then what final destination, which has been the concentration of prior work. And that affects how we recover the migration costs, as I will emphasize. And then the second difference is these consumption bundles, right? So migrants that leave family members behind are gonna also consume at origin. And in the presentation, I'm gonna assume homogeneous labor. In the paper, in one of the appendices in the paper, we have two skill types. And urban residents are immobile. Also in one of the appendices in the paper, we relax this assumption and they're not substantial. All right, so how do we think about preferences in this context? So we're gonna assume a utility function that combines two types of goods. The first one is the tradable bundle of goods, which we're gonna assume is freely traded. And then a bundle of non-tradable goods, which for urban residents or for rural residents that stay in the rural setting is gonna only be housing, or the non-tradable good that it's consumed where people live. For migrants, it's gonna consist of two different types of goods. One is gonna be the housing that needs to be consumed at destination. The housing services need to be consumed at destination. And second, the goods that can be consumed with the remittances, or the goods that can be consumed at origin. We're gonna assume that there's different weights of these different goods depending on whether you bring the family or not, right? And in particular, you can think of alpha JD being smaller if you decide not to bring the family. On top of that, there's gonna be what can then be related to migration policy, which has two different elements. The first one is the migration costs. So there's gonna be a bilateral migration cost, potentially depending on whether you bring the family or not. And that's what prior literature has also studied or estimated and emphasized. And there's gonna be something else, which is the amenities that migrants consume at destination, which are gonna complement the consumption at destination, right? And so if you spend a higher fraction of your income at destination, then you're gonna enjoy the amenities at destination much more, right? And that captures this complementarity between the access to public goods and services at destination and the type of life that you decide to bring or to have. Once we have this direct utility function, we can compute the indirect utility function, and that's going to give us an indirect utility function that has the migration costs, that has the price index that depends on how you're consuming. So it's going to be specific on the type of migration that you decide to leave and the prices at origin and destination, plus an idiosyncratic error term that's going to allow us to translate this indirect utility into a closed form solution for different shares of migrants across different types and modes of migration. One way to think about this model is with this graph, which shows that we can represent under suitable assumptions for epsilon, we can think of migrants deciding whether to stay or move somewhere. If they stay, they get the indirect utility of stayers. If they move somewhere else, they decide whether to bring the family or not. Crucially here, there's going to be an elasticity of substitution governing these choices, which is going to determine whether changes to how nice you are to family migration versus not, whether there's going to be a strong substitutability in that margin or not. And so that's going to be one crucial thing to estimate. And finally, depending on whether you bring the family dependents or not, what final destination you choose, either Shanghai, Shenzhen, or whatever. Yeah.
So one question is, one
reason why you may not make bring your families, because migration has a return that is kind of uncertain to you, right? And you never, right now here you see a wage, that's where you're gonna go. In a way, there is part of the reason, this is like an experimentation process, there is a bit of a learning process in there. The other thing, so first of all, I wanted to hear your thoughts of why you guys abstract from that uncertainty in your potential returns when you move. That's gonna definitely matter for whether you bring your family or not. The second one is these guys might be liquidated, they might be constrained in terms of the assets. So it's not that they don't bring their family because they don't want to, it's just they're leaving behind an asset. Even forget about the ecosystem in China. If you should think about rural migration, you're leaving behind your farm. You don't want to get rid of that. And also migration is costly. So where is that in the model? That I kind of
so everything, given how we estimate the model, both things, which I think are interesting and relevant, they're both gonna go into the TAUs. Okay, now I think you may say, well, but like this uncertainty may also interact with the AU, so with like how you enjoy consumption at destination. That's something we have not introduced. We could, but short answer is everything is gonna go into the TAUs. All right, so this is the structure of the model. When epsilon is drawn from a nested logit error term, we're gonna have that the flows of migrants from any origin to any destination by type of migration, meaning family versus non-family, can be decomposed in this simple functional form. There's gonna be a finalness, which is conditional on migrating either with or without the family. What is the value that you get from each potential destination relative to all other potential destinations, right? Now, one step up is, given these values of migrating either with or without family, you're going to compare what is more valuable to either bring the family or not. And then a step up from that is whether it's worth leaving the origin in the first place or not. We're going to emphasize that all these steps are important because we're interested in sort of two things. One is the spatial distribution of people across locations, but also the overall level of migration, right? Something that if we didn't have the full structure, we wouldn't be able to fully study. So the name of the game for the rest of the talk, so I don't know how am I doing in terms of time. Okay, good. Is going to be first to estimate these elasticities, these migration elasticities. That's going to give us a much more flexible migration model than prior literature, but that's going to add some complications in get estimates for these TAUs, right? And so we're going to have to deal with this. On top of this, there's the underlying the model, there's the local labor market and local housing markets, which are fairly standard. So I'm in the interest of time, I'm going to skip the equations there. So what are the predictions of the model? First, migrants sort into expensive destinations, especially when migrating without family. Migrants remit a higher share of their income in more expensive locations, again, especially those without family. And restrictions to migration with a family are going to increase the share of income remitted and magnify the sorting into expensive locations, especially the ones that interfere with how migrants value amenities at destination. Okay. All right, so let me jump into the estimation. So I was mentioning part of the contribution of this paper is how we bring this model to the data using exogenous variation from essentially prices and migration costs across different locations. And we do this strategy because we think migration policy is endogenous, right? And so we do this sort of hard work of estimating the model and then understand migration policy through the lenses of the model. So the estimation of the model can be separated into three different parts. And I'm going to only show results for the second one. The first one is, well, we want to know what is the substitutability between consuming at destination and at origin. And for that, we relate remittance shares with housing prices. I'm going to actually show this regression. And that's going to allow us to recover this raw parameter, which is this elasticity of substitution. Once we have these estimates, we can construct price indices that are relevant for different types of migrants, right? And that's going to allow us to compute real wages for different types of migrants. And that's going to allow us to estimate this lambda parameter, which is the substitutability across different potential destinations. Once we have this, we can estimate the taus, but up to one omitted category, right? We're going to recover those. That's going to allow us to estimate the V's, so the indirect utilities of the upper nests of what I was showing. That's going to be only an approximation, but with instruments, we're going to be able to then estimate the substitutability between bringing the family or not, first. And then second, with other instruments, we're going to be able to estimate the elasticity of substitution between staying and moving somewhere else. Once we have all these elasticities, we're going to finally be able to recover the 1 tau that was the omitted category and have the full model, right? And so we're going to have a full model with all the elasticities that matches exactly the data and where we can read migration policy through the lenses of the model. The third step, to know what happens, and that's the general equilibrium aspect to it as well, to know what happens when more or fewer migrants move to particular destinations, we need to know how housing and labor markets work at destination. And for that, we need to estimate the shape of the labor demand elasticity and also the housing supply elasticity. All right, again, I'm not going to be able to show everything, but hopefully that gives a grasp of where we're going. Yeah.
Sorry, this is like the last slide with the predictions you showed. Are there areas of the parameter space where this isn't true, or is it just as long as mu is positive, so the right?
So that's in general true. I mean, there's going to be some stuff, some quantitative predictions that are going to depend on the parameters. And in particular, something that it's not always obvious is what is the effect on overall migration, right? And I'll point to that later. All right, so let me show again some of these estimates. The first one is we can estimate the parameter raw by relating remittance shares across locations that migrants send back to their origins on housing prices at across different destinations. For that, we need an instrument for housing prices. And here we're gonna essentially borrow on Harari and Albert Seif's work. And we're gonna look at around the 2000s, the geography around the different urban destinations and how easy it was to build around those cities based on the terrain in these buffers of around 20 kilometers. That's going to give us an instrument for housing prices, which we can then use to run this regression and recover the parameter raw that governs the substitutability between origins and destinations. Once we have these, we can recover the average expenditure shares by family type. Yeah.
Housing instrument. So how good it is, because in many cities, it's not just geography, it's the government restriction on land supply that seems to matters for the housing price.
So is the question about the Fs? I mean, so it's relevant.
What's the F statistics?
It's the F statistics is around 9.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're better. So there's more details here. So so there are different possibilities we have for this, and the results are not sensitive to that. So one is to use just that geographic constraints, and the other, which is the preferred, and which this is what is shown here, is to use this and to use an interaction between housing constraints to development and productivity shocks, right? And that captures the fact that there may be two cities experiencing the same increase in the demand for labor, but one is constrained and the other is not. And so that I think it's a better instrument. Right, so once we have this, we can compute the price index, and that means we can compute the relevant real wages for different types of migrants. And then we can compute the migration rate for family and non-family migrants. So the migration mode is here. J1 means no family, J2 means family migrants. And we can relate this to changes in the value of real wages at destination, which we instrument using the productivity computed by the firm level and aggregated at the destination level from firm level data, or both at the same time, the trade-induced labor, a shift in the demand for labor. Using either one or the other delivers similar results. In this table, we use both instruments at the same time. One thing to note is that this elasticity of substitution seems to be higher for single migrants, not single migrants, for migrants that don't bring the family than migrants who bring the family, suggesting a higher substitutability across potential destinations for that. So more sensitivity to economic conditions, which we think makes a lot of sense. Once we have this, as I was mentioning, we can use these estimates to build a first estimates of the TAUs, which are up to an omitted category, right? And that allows us, Yeah, the price index, so it's going to be a CS aggregate between the price index at origin and at destination.
Oh, this is like the local price.
The local price indices, where the elasticity of substitution comes from the raw that we estimated, right? There's also the weights alphas, which I sort of skipped, but like that's all we need to compute these price indices. So we instrument over the overall real wage, right? So we have because we use the geographic constraints here for the PU directly, and then we bring these into the real wages, and we estimate the real wages overall by either firm level productivity computed prior to 2000, or the trade-induced labor shift in the demand for labor. So once we have this, we can recover the TAUs up to an omitted category. And that allows us to reconstruct the V's. And then with the V's, we can estimate the mu's and the gammas, and then recompute the correct TAUs. So let me, I'm running a little bit out of time here, but when we do this exercise, we can instrument the value of migrating with or without the family based on how close, so that is a regression at the origin level. So some origins are going to be close to destinations that are more suitable for family migration versus non-family migration. So that's the variation we use using two different instruments. One is exogenous components of wages and rents, and the other is grain reserves, which we claim is a good predictor of how stringent hookah restrictions are across different destinations. Once we have these, we can then move on to the following nest. So whether to migrate or not, and here the instrument that we use is based on the local agricultural output, the composition of agricultural output across different origins. And so once we have this, we have the full migration model estimated. Okay, I'm again running a little bit out of time, but we can then relate this to migration policy and do some counterfactuals. And I'll finish with this slide so we can we do the following counterfactuals. First, what happens to the model if we ban remittances? That speaks to some prior literature and helps us grasp the forces behind the model. Most interesting, we can do two different counterfactuals that relate to migration frictions. One is we can play around with the AUs or we can play around with the TAUs, right? And we show counterfactuals that lead to the same overall amount of migrants, but very differential sorting patterns across destinations, right? And so that's really the emphasis in the paper. I'm not gonna, it's a long paper, so I'm not gonna have time to go through all the details, but hopefully you got the main idea.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me to discuss this paper. It's super interesting. It's also 100 pages long, like looks like a job market paper. So, so first of all, it's like, I mean, it's an impressive amount of work. It's stunning. But just to kind of summarize a view of my view of the paper. I think you can read it under several views, but effectively what I see is that the authors are trying to answer a fundamental question, which is basically like, why do we see, trying to contribute to the literature, or why do we see this concentration in these mega cities? And they propose this, they do this proposing this new channel, right? It's like it's family versus solo migration. And of course, they exploit this nice, especially equilibrium paper models that kind of provide the nice structure to look at this aggregate implication. They lack, however, this margin, and that's what they kind of like embed. So in terms of, like they're doing a lot because they're combining empirical evidence, especially equilibrium model, nice census data, identification strategy, aggregate welfare. It's a lot. So if I have to have a list, kind of a long list of newness, right? It's kind of hard to say this is the new thing, a new channel. But what's really interesting is like is a new interaction between the migration policy and the channel itself, right? Kind of this idea that John already mentioned earlier, that how restrictive migration policy can interact with this family versus solo migration, and then can bring this new, it's almost counterintuitive insights, right? You restrict migration, and then eventually what happens, you actually get even more of that exactly where you didn't want. And so I think this is kind of the part that I found very exciting. And I would say that most of my comments are actually going to try to, my idea is to kind of make that part even more sparking overall into the paper. That's my direction for today. But in general, again, I have a great example of combination of all these elements to address a very important question. Kind of, again, as the key result is kind of really this ecosystem increased this congestion in these large cities. The first paper this is putting forward this hypothesis. And again, it's not an easy job, right? They really had to go through a lot of steps to be able to achieve this. But again, like as I was mentioning before, like some comments were already made in the audience, but in general, I was thinking, about first of all, like, can the empirics tell us a little bit more and try to connect a little bit more with the mechanism in and by itself, like how can we connect a little bit more with the ecosystem and so on and so forth. And then, of course, I'm thinking, if we really want to make this point, then we're also going to think about what are the potential alternative mechanisms that, could take some of this role as well. Thinking about like social networks, economic activities. Again, I guess here most of it goes in the Tao, but some of it would be nice to have some discussion about. And then I think Julieta reminds me to like thinking about dynamics. This is from my mindset, but it might be important. And the other thing is like, can we even like, because this is a new mechanism, I think it would be interesting to kind of see it explore the kind of, not in GE, but really in partial equilibrium, really neatly further. And finally, just kind of assessing this kind of impact. Okay, so just to summarize the empirical part, very, very clear, like, made it super clear. And in the paper, even more starkly because they have, I think, 30 pages of appendix. Okay, so migrants and large share of their income home from large cities, larger share of their income home from large cities. They leave part of their family at origin, and then they consume low housing value destination, especially for large cities. So again, the facts are very clear, but then immediately made me think, okay, some of these are in the they're discussing in the robustness, but effectively, like, just thinking, larger income, larger cities have do by themselves give larger income, right? So that's that could be something that would be worth exploring. Also, like fact 3 is like you can think that like perhaps when you go to these large cities, you might also have already some network that makes you potentially, like save on the housing. Probably some people are sharing. I don't know. When I moved to Milan, I knew also people that when I was 18 that I could share the apartment with them, would cost me less because it was a larger place. I think that could make me think also of other channels. And again, like, and the other thing is like other besides the funding factors, like, to really make this point about how these local policies connect them better with the empirical part, is like, can we really think, can we use at least for some type of identification more into going into the neural identification, or how can we use the data, to talk about this potential other channel? I know that you don't have, specifically with this data set, you don't have much of the time dimension of the data, perhaps, but with less individual level data, maybe you can give us some little bit more time span, and for us to understand a little bit more the dynamics, how they are related to the policy themselves. I don't know what happened here. Okay. So I think the title is how important dynamics are in the English. But so I watch the video. I don't do anything. Okay, so again, so I was thinking about dynamics a little bit like the similar idea that Juliet had, no? It's like, if you think that like, even if from a dynamic point of view, it might still make sense if you are above the constraint to move to the good city, to the mega cities, just because it's an investment opportunity for you. Right? It's like, and then eventually you don't take the family, it's costly, there is a physical cost, monetary cost on top of the utility cost, you're willing to forgo them. And then eventually, once you've invested enough in this asset, maybe you can bring them over. So I know that in the empirical section, you kind of say that the dynamics kind of seem, because of the persistence of the migration. But I thought that this channel would go on top of this, so it would be interesting to understand how that could play a role. And then this alternative view means, I'm thinking again, like this discussion about moving because of your network. You want to move to larger places, probably will provide you a larger network of people you might know potentially. And that's how you end up going to these cities. And then because of this, you also pay cheaper rent, and this also gives you higher paying jobs, right? Because it's easier for you to find good jobs there through the network and through their lives. I mean, it's always hard to. This is a very cheap comment because it's very hard to identify this in the model, everything that is network related, right? But at least, is there any moment we could use to give us a sense of how the two can be connected? And the other thing I was thinking is that, so here, when it comes to the model and the counterfactual and then also the story itself, local policy is the premises, right? But then local policies could be a response to the economic activity shifting over time, right? Economic activities have been shifting to the cities overall, and then the government responds with a restrictive policy because it sees too much, yes, economic activities are good, but too much congestion is bad. And so the policy is a response. So effectively, I mean, it could be that, for something, like understanding, which one is the premises, on how much, for the two are accompanying factor. And then when it comes to policy, understanding which one is the premises of the other, my mother. And it will be interesting to understand a little bit the interaction between the two. Okay. So push the three dots. Okay, thank you. And then it says type code. Thank you. Okay, then the other thing I was thinking is that because I think that the channel and this hypothesis is novel and is super interesting. It's like I was reading things for the paper, and often in special equilibrium models we don't really do much of mechanism of decomposition or likely, but really thinking about the individual responses to this. Really thinking about why do we see that why are people from these large cities giving back more than people in these migrants in large cities are giving back more than migrants that are not in this large city? Understand it's, of course, the income is larger, but why they're proportionally giving more? So I think that was, I guess it really depends on some type of non-linearity, and I think understanding, decomposing that from also to be able to dig into the mechanism further. I think still would be nice. So because of the novelty of everything, it's like, I think on top of before going to the GE, which you guys are doing a lot of work, but even in parcel I would like to see more. Okay. I'm really okay. So just something. So I think John didn't have much time to go through the counterfactuals, but he showed them briefly. I think this counterfactual I would like to see is something that is somewhere. I also talked with John. It's already come out there. But what effectively we would like to see as a nice counterfactual, which again is still in line of understanding how the FOCO policies affects the creation of megacities through these channels, is really, a counterfactual with this triple interaction to some extent, really like setting down the FOCO policies, and then with and without the family migration channel, and see how how much that impact these megacities. I think, in line of the motivation you guys are having for this specific paper, I think that would be the counterfactual I would like to see at the end of the day. But overall, I think it's a fantastic paper. Like, I encourage you to read, perhaps not 100 pages, but it combines a lot of elements that it's kind of like, oh, why didn't I think about it before? So I think that's a good sign. I think there are still like a lot of, there are many potential directions and lots of sub-channels that are interesting to explore. So good luck with the Thank you very much.
I was wondering whether there were any costs associated to sending remittances and whether they changed over the sample period. Because if so, this could give you kind of interesting predictions on how these changes in cost affect migration choices and how it's like.
So this mechanism explains why low-skilled migrants move to the city, but at the same time, we have seen the share of high-skilled has increased in larger cities. So how does the model speak to that fact?
So super nice paper, John. Just one thing, I goes beyond what you did, but once you start thinking about family migrating with kids or without, in the dynamic problem, one thing you could have is intergenerational returns of migration, and the choice of bringing the kids or not might be given by whether education options in destination are better in one place than another. So in a sense, it's try to think whether this migration with family or not might be identified also through education options are better in some locations than others.
Thanks. I guess when you started, my intuition was that the utility was sort of not so much a CES over urban and rural, but something more like some non-homotheticity or some subsistence requirement for the urban migrants. And I was just curious, I could sort of imagine them having similar patterns when you go through the estimation, but I was just curious if you had thought about that or whether that intuition was
right. Yeah. Any other questions? All right. I mean, several different points. I'm gonna try and touch on some of those. So thank you. I don't know where Elisa is. Here. Sorry, I forgot my glasses. So thank you for the discussion. So let me comment on some of the things you touched on. So networks is something we've actually thought, but we didn't put in the appendix, surprisingly so. The reason for that is that we estimate them all, I think, crucially at the beginning of the 2000s, and we take the pre-2000s as a low migration or no migration episode, right? And so that's kind of like helps us make the case that that's a good time period to estimate them all. Having said that, we have put a networks control, and it changes a little bit some of the point estimates, but nothing substantial. With the networks, I always have the sort of like the reverse question, right? Like how much of the network formation is driven by the mechanisms I'm pushing versus the others, right? And I'm totally biased in that, but I'm coming to the conclusion that the early formation of networks are probably due to the mechanisms that we put forth and not some magical aspects, right? And so, I mean, to the extent that that's true, so it points in favor of what we're saying. The partial equilibrium question, so we have that in the appendix, but it's very comprehensible that you didn't see it. The savings, so it's embedded in, I mean, we think about savings in sort of like a reduced form kind of way, and that touches on the dynamic aspects. It's something that I've been willing to work on since sort of my prior work on this topic, because it's more difficult. I've always started with simple and then hoping that I'll go complicated in the future. I promise I will at some point. But in this context, it didn't seem first order relative to the things that we touch on, right? And so that explains our choice here. Let me emphasize one thing about the HUCO policy, and which I think is crucial, right? Which is the endogeneity that it generates in the presence of this mechanism. If you look at the stringency of HUCO policies, there's a positive correlation between more stringent policy and the amount of migrants, right? And that's precisely why we need the full exercise that we do, right? There's no potential good instrument, or we couldn't come across one that really can capture this variation. All we do with like exogenous variation from the policy is like exposure to policy, which we think is much more exogenous. So you mentioned also the link back to thinking about megacities. So that's perhaps not super explicit in the paper. But one thing that I would like to emphasize is that like you can put in place policies through migration costs or policies through the amenities that migrants enjoy at destination that lead to the same rise in, say, overall migration, but very different patterns, right? And so to the extent that we can show this quantitatively, that speaks directly to the emergence of megacities and how the lack of access of migrants to public goods at destination is likely a key channel driving the emergence of these megacities. There was some comment about costs associated to remittances. We haven't thought about this. High versus low skill migration. We think that our mechanism applies to everyone, everywhere. But in terms of like, we do a little bit of this in the appendix. So you should think our mechanism within skill type, right? And so we don't go beyond that. And then finally, the point on non-homotheticity. So you would expect non-homotheticity to play a little bit in the reverse way in the following sense, right? To the extent that migrants are poorer and that housing is a necessity, so you would expect people spending lower fractions of their income on housing being the richer guys, right? And so you would expect high income people, not the migrants, living in big cities. And that's the reverse of what you see, right? And so I think that so we could include the non-homotheticity, but I think really like our force is the one that explains the data that's salient, and those would be my thoughts about it. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, we will. Short questions.
You need to share on the, yeah.
Go to Zoom.
Signing.
No.
Somebody did something wrong.
Oh. Okay.
I want to see you do it. No, because I don't know what shift is in Spanish.
Okay.
And then click back on the screen. Now you're.
Okay.
I realized that half of people are right. It's not very nice. It's good to have a zero with this.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thanks to the organizers for having our paper on the program. So this paper has a lot in common with the previous paper. So it's about migration in China, but it's focusing more on the agricultural productivity gap. So I guess for this audience, I don't need this slide. So I'm just moving to the next one. There's a debate, a recent debate about what account for the observed APG, right? So one strand of literature say that maybe there's no barriers, maybe it's all due to selection. And so the composition difference across sectors due to the sorting of individuals with heterogeneous, unobservable abilities. So there has been some recent empirical work on that, suggesting that might be the case. And of course, there's also a view about these gaps really reflecting the migration barriers combined with underlying productivity difference across sectors. And of course, in reality, probably both are there. So the question of this paper is how to empirically separate those two sources and quantify those two sources. Okay. And also, once we do that, then we want to think about any policies that can help to reduce the APG and increase, and more importantly, APG is kind of a symptom of the distortion. So we want to know what are the policies can reduce distortion, increase agri-productivity and welfare. Right. So that's what this paper wants to do. So what we do, the first thing is we take the selection seriously. Okay, so we're going to do some reduced form estimation of labor productivity gains from rural to urban migration in China that carefully control for selection. How do we do that? Well, we have panel data, long panel data in China. And we also have a kind of semi-natural experiment. There's a policy. There's a rural pension policy that's implemented between 2009 and 2012. So we use that as policy treatment as an instrument. And so, of course, for me, I mean, this is the first paper I have running regressions. So whenever I run regression, I need to kind of have a model behind. So we're going to write down a simple raw model that help us to kind of help me at least, and hopefully you as well, to understand what the regression means. But more importantly, that simple model will help us illustrate the channels through which that policy instrument affect migration. And the side effect of that is that by thinking about that, actually open up some new interesting possibilities and policy experiments that we're going to do. I'm going to show you. For example, we can evaluate the pension policy and the aggregate effects of the pension policy, not just the insulin effects on migration, but on aggregate welfare. And also we can think about scaling up the pension policy, what will happen to the aggregate welfare and productivity and GDP and so on. So that's the advantage of thinking about this policy very seriously and empirically and thinking about the channels. And then we're going to embed that into a structural general equilibrium model. And so that we can do the counterfactual dimension about the policy analysis. Okay. So that's what is what we do. So I think the contribution of this paper is that we kind of really use detailed micro data and using the applied labor literature's econometrics methods to really taking on to the selection issue seriously. But at the same time, we're going to write down a general equilibrium model that's fully consistent with the reduced form results. And then we can do counterfactual analysis. Right? But in doing that, to try to understand the policy effects, the instrument we have, we also realize that we discovered something new. In other words, the evidence suggests there's within household misallocation of labor between old and young workers within a family. And therefore, the pension policy will help to reduce that misallocation within household. So the general equilibrium model will talk about both the within household misallocation and the between sector misallocation and the interaction of the two. So the data we use is the National Fixed Point Survey. I think Diego has a couple of papers using the same data. So this is the data started actually at household base in 1986. So data we use are 11 years from 2003 to 2013, because since we want to talk about migration, as John's talked about, many of the migration are not whole family migrations. So it's our individual migrations. So we need individual-based data, and this survey only started asking individual questions, individual variables starting from 2003. Okay, so we have the data, and because of pandemic, we don't have the more recent data readily available. So our analysis between 2003 and 2013, but it covered the period of the policy change that we mentioned. I mentioned earlier. Okay, and it's a long panel, and so here in the data, you can see 55% of the population of the individual can be traced at least 3 years. So that we can take advantage of the panel structure. And we're going to restrict our sample to adult workers who are between 20 and 54 years old. The reason we cut off at 20 rather than all the working age is because we don't want to deal with endogeneity of human capital investment decisions. So we're looking at the people whose human capital has already been decided. The schooling choice has already been decided. And then 54, because the pension benefits start in 1960. I mean, when they are 60 years old. So therefore, we don't want to have this kind of anticipation of pension affect the migration choices. So that's why we choose in the empirical analysis, in the reducible analysis, we restrict the sample to those people with those age. And then the migration, the definition is the survey asks them, did you go out of town to work? And if they answer yes, that's a migrant. But it also restricts some of them. They go back. They may just go out of work for a few days. So we use the definition that's also the National Bureau of Statistics of China's definition is that they work at least 180 days. Then we define that as a migrant. Okay. So the policy is so the China's pension system traditionally is that urban has a pension and like a standard social insurance system, and the rural, the social security is the land. Every household is given a piece of land. But then with all this rural urban migration, and the migrants kind of in the limbo, there's in between. And they don't have any coverage. They don't get access without hukou, access to pension services in the city, but they're away from the land. Right? So that's when they started to introduce this rural pension scheme. So the rural pension scheme is also a social insurance system, but the thing we explore is that when they implement it for the people who are 60 or older, so they haven't had a chance to accumulate any of the contributions, but they automatically get a lump sum transfer. So the lump sum is about 660 renminbi. And so it's about 108 USD per year. You may think about that's a trivial number, but it's actually non-trivial. Actually, we show that as a share, on average, the share of elderly, so these people age groups income, it's about 66%. So it's quite substantial. And for many of these older people, actually, it's more than 100%. Because in other words, there are many poor old people in rural China. So these transfers have significant income effects. And how is it going to affect migration? We think about it really through, as I mentioned, reducing the misallocation of labor. So the elderly has a comparative advantage in home production, either taking care of themselves, taking care of the spouse, or taking care of the grandchildren. But yet, without this pension, they were doing subsistence farming. So when they have this income, then they can reduce the labor supply in farming and spend more time in home production. That will allow the adult children to spend more time in production. And so the labor supply will increase. When they increase the labor supply, then the return to migration will be higher. Because your return to migration is the wage per day times the number of days you can work. So it's through these endogenous labor supply channels that this pension policy actually affect migration. Okay, so that's kind of and in addition, we think it's plausible to think about these transfers have no direct effects on the daily wage of the adult children. So it will satisfy the exclusion restrictions, and it's for the daily wage. So we exploit that policy shock and use a triple difference estimation strategy to estimate the return to migration. Okay, so let me make sense of the regression. So let me write down a simple model. So there's a linear production technology in both sectors, agriculture and non-agriculture, with H as the effective units of labor in the two sectors. And then the wage will be just the price times the agricultural, the sectoral productivity. Now here, the price is the real price. In other words, we carefully control for cost of living difference between urban and rural. Okay, so because that's important when I think about APGs. Right, so all the price we're talking about is controlled for CPI and location specific CPI. Yeah.
A question is, so you want to estimate the returns to migration? That would be the difference between WNA and WA. Is that?
I'll go into detail about what we estimate and what it represents in corresponding to the model.
Okay, because I guess one concern about the instrument is that that is going to affect the income at origin also, not only the cost of migrating because the elderly is going to do childcare, but it's going to increase household income. So in that sense, it's going to affect the returns to migration by increasing the income at origin.
Right, but not income, but not
at destination.
Not increase the earnings. So we're looking at the earnings gap. So the earnings, this.
But you can think that earnings,
will not be
if what matters is household earnings at origin, household earnings at origin are going to be affected by the pension.
Yeah, so important thing here, in a simple model here, it doesn't because of the linearity assumption. So therefore the productivity will not be affected by the income. But in the general equilibrium model, we deal with that by allowing for in the agriculture joint household production. Then there will be diminishing returns, and then the labor supply choices will lead to So we take care of that using the model in the GE model, but not in the reduced form here.
But it is a within household effect. It's not. I wouldn't call this general equilibrium. It's just the within household effect.
can I defer this question? Once I come back to that, I'll talk, we can come back to this, if I answer your question. So, so that's the wage gap. So when we think about the agricultural productivity gap, that's what we want to understand, the ratio between WNA and WA. And so that's the kind of the object of interest. And we want to think about the empirical estimates, how is it related to that? And what are the selection biases? Okay. And so the individuals have the effective units of labor depend on the individual observable characteristics, like gender, age, and education level. And so the difference from the existing literature on the APG is that we have exogenous labor supply, because that's an important channel through which the policy affect migration. So the earnings will be equal to the daily wage and then times the labor days in the two sectors. And there's a cost of working in the non-agricultural sector by migration. So here we model the interaction between the pension to the old and the migration of the young by thinking about that they share the home production output. Okay, think about it, either child, they both care about the grandchildren, they both care about the well-being of the elderly. Okay, so that's so here's just simply the time that the two type of household members providing home production. So that's is a very simple home production function. And so what we're going to do here is we're going to assume these two members are going to play a non-cooperative Nash game. Okay, now why we do that, let me first show you the result. So basically, each individual will take the other household members' labor supply as given. Then they will decide on how much time they will spend home production, how much they will spend on outside work or farm work. And so the simple optimization problem will give you these results about old and young members' labor allocation. So what you can see here, migration costs clearly affects the labor supply. Okay, so what this suggests that when we think about APG, we have to look at the daily earnings, not look at the annual earnings, because it could be random shock to migration costs, has nothing to do with the productivity in the two sectors, but that will still generate a systematic difference in annual APG gap just through the labor supply effect, right? So that's why we want to focus on the daily earnings. And the second thing is that we see the transfer. No, there's no, the side that should be one, that's the parameter should not be there. So the transfer have opposite effects on the labor supply of young and old. So the transfer through income effects will reduce the labor supply of the old, because that's where they got the income. And then in turn, because the time the extra time they have on home production, and because they share the home production, the young can reduce the labor supply and reduce the home production time and supply more in the market work. Now, this would not be the case if the two family members play a collective tool, make a unitary decisions. If you have a collective decision models, then the both labor supply will go down. So the reason we have this the young increases is because of this non-cooperative feature, the allocation of labor was inefficient. So the old spend too much time in production, and young spend too much time in home production. And so the transfer helped to reduce that within family misallocation of labor. Now, so that's kind of the mechanism. And then you write down this model something to utility function, look at migration decisions. So this is the underlying APG that we're interested in. And this is the migration cost that we can see is a function of the transfer. So here you can see specifically how transfer affects the effect of migration cost in the decision. Sorry. And the V is the comparative advantage. That's heterogeneous across household. That's the term that's subject to selection bias.
So it was kind of exactly the point. No? You were referring to the unitary family model where they do joint welfare maximization. In that case, this transfer would appear in the return also.
Yes, so.
So, I mean, it's an empirical question, no, but you can use it as an instrument to the extent that you are sure that the model is non-cooperative.
Right, so what we want to say, we will only argue that this is the better model than the collective choice model, because in the data will show that the labor supply of the old and the young go in the opposite direction. That's why. Right, so this is what I show. So suppose, think about the example, they will all have competitive advantage in home production. Right, so then in that case, the optimal choice will be spend all the time in home production and the young specialize in market work. Right, so then in that case, this transfer will reduce young labor supply rather than increase labor supply, which is always in the data. Okay, so that's the kind of because they are already optimized, there's no misallocation, right? Optimal level of labor supply. So when income comes, the income effect will reduce the labor supply. Okay, but that's not what we see in the data. So the empirical evidence suggests there's misallocation, because of lack of specialization within the family. And in fact, we can show that there's an optimal transfer that can restore the non-cooperative decisions into the social optimal in this moment. So you can see that the transfer does have a welfare improving effect. It can actually improve the welfare for both young and old by reducing misallocation. Okay, so that's kind of the really the channels that the new channels that we discover once we think about this pension policy seriously. So then, given this model, this simple model, then the observed return, so it's the OS regression, and will be equal to underlying and then subject to this selection bias. So to deal with that, so what we do is that so some of the people in the literature say let's control it using a fixed effect, individual fixed effect regression. So in other words, effectively using switchers. That would be okay if the switchers are exogenous due to some exogenous shock, independent of the wages, right? So, but on the other hand, if the switch is correlated with the sectoral returns, then that doesn't control the selection. Right? So what we want to do is, so first we do individual fixed effects regression here. So the ORS is 0.3. And so in the literature, when they look at other countries, once they control for individual fixed effects, it goes down significantly. In the case of China, it did not go down, actually becomes higher. Yeah.
Just a question, because I think I didn't understand what you meant. You said if the switchers are correlated with sectorial productivity gaps, all right, this doesn't work. But I thought the switchers by construction are always correlated with the sectorial gap.
Not necessarily.
So what did you mean?
So for example, that there was a female worker that worked in the city, and then she got married, and then she went back to rural. So that's kind of a switch, right? So any shock in migration cost that's independent of the sectoral returns on the cost side, that could lead to the switch without affecting the return gap. Right. So the result here we find is that the individual fixed effects does not reduce the gap. Okay. So this is kind of in contrast to the existing literature, which show the opposite. Right. So when you control the individual fixed effect, it came down significantly. But I think it makes perfect sense because China is unique. Maybe Vietnam is the only other country that have this explicit restrictions on the migration through the hukou system. Right? So you would think that, so if we think about those individual fixed effects regression, suppose the switches are exogenous. This estimates, as Todd has mentioned in a discussion of Lagakos and Overall's paper, then this estimate is really an estimate of the migration costs faced by these switchers, the average migration cost of switchers. So you would think the migration costs would be higher in China than other places. So therefore, if we think of individual fixed effect is a measure of migration cost, then this seems makes perfect sense. China has explicit policy on restriction of migration, and therefore the estimate is higher on the individual fixed effect. But of course, we don't know if it's exogenous. We don't know if this switches satisfy the exclusion restriction, so we need to deal with that before we go further. So, right, so we just showed that if we have an exogenous shock to the migration, like the transfer that we're thinking about, and then the late estimates will be the weighted average of the migration cost of the phase, the effective migration of the phase, before the policy shock occurs. So, and then we also using the labor literature, the method that originally suggested by Carr, we can actually estimate the average treatment effect using the instrument. And so basically the Heckman's control for selection effect. But the Carr can generalize the methods to allow for less functional form assumption about distribution. Okay, so we use that method as well to estimate the ATE. So here's the result using the instruments. So first of all, this is the first stage regression. You can see the significant effect, the transfers does have significant effects on migration for the family with elderly, because only the non-qualified for the transfer. And then if you look at the IB estimates, it's actually even higher than the fixed effect estimates. It's actually 88 log point differences. The return is 88 log point differences. Yes.
You observe the individual wages at origin and at destination for the same, and then if these people, when they are at origin, they are wage earners. Don't they work in farms where they have some joint?
They're all joint household, and so we have to impute the wage at origin. So basically, we calculate the family value added in agriculture, then apportion it based on the labor supply. That's how we do it. But we also do alternative by apportion based on human capital. The results are the same. So that's how we do it. Yeah.
So could it be that the reason why you get very large migration returns here is because you are getting this transfer from the government that is reducing, the labor supply of the family, and then at origin they are getting lower returns. So if you have, suppose you give like 50% of the returns to this, and then because of this income effect, you will necessarily find large migration returns.
So that we deal with that in the GE model. So in the reduced form here, so in other words, our assumption of the exclusion restriction will not hold when you have diminishing returns in family production and agriculture. So that exclusion restriction assumption will be violated. Right. So we address that issue in the structural model.
But even if you have constant returns, I mean, the issue is that the positive income effect, if it reduces, you're saying that it's going to reduce the labor supply of the household, so it's going to reduce the output of the household at origin.
Right, but we calculate the daily load. So we look at the value added divided by the number of labor days.
Okay,
Yeah,
I see. I see. Okay, I see. So you are it's per hour work. That's what you're doing. So in a sense, if there are constant returns, this is not a problem.
No problem.
I
But
see.
with diminishing return, that's a problem.
Okay.
And then we do deal with that in structural model.
And then a second question is, kind of to, not have to worry about this issue of dividing. Do you have any sample where there are wage earners in agriculture where you got?
Very few. Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly are family. Yeah.
Because also the weights could change because of this experiment. I don't know if you're keeping constant weights of how they share the surplus.
The surplus, we divided it based on the number of days they provided in the fund.
Okay.
But we did alternative by change the weight based on impute the human capital effective units of labor divided, the result on the price. All right, so now remember this is 0.88 is the capital M, the effective migration cost. So if you translate it into the little m, the migration cost is roughly about 70% of non-agricultural earnings. Just to, so that as a benchmark, so we can compare the structural estimates later. Okay. So what we find here then is that one, there's a direct averaging, there's a large migration cost, at least for the treated individuals. And so the migration cost on average is about 70% of non-agricultural earnings. And second, the OLS and the average treatment effects are almost the same. In other words, in this context, in this sample period, selection played a very little role. If anything, there's a negative selection. So the OLS actually underestimated underlying wage gap. Because the selection is negative. Okay. So I'll come back to why there's a negative selection and later in the structural model. Okay. So that's kind of the main result for reduced form. So now let's think about the mechanism as I mentioned. I already illustrated in the model is through the endogenous labor supply. So I'm going to show you the evidence for that. Right? So these are the working days of elderly and youth. So you can see they have opposite effects, the transfer. Okay. And we provide more additional evidences. For example, arguing that the credit constraint is not the reason. And so we think this is the most important channel rather than maybe saving or credit constraint channels. Okay. How much time I have? Okay, thank you. So I probably have to go through the model quite quickly. So basically, we're going to write down a general criminal household model with migration. So the non-corporate, again, we're going to have two groups of family members, the old and the young. Because in the data, the complication is not just two members. The multiple young and multiple old, right? So we treat them into two groups. So the older generation, they collectively make decisions. Young generation, they collectively make decisions. So husband and wife doing collective decisions. But the husband, wife, and the grandparents are playing the latch. So that's the model we have. And we now dealing with that potential endogeneity issue with a lot of dimensional term in the joint production agriculture. And so that we can control for that effect. Right, so yeah, so I already mentioned that. So here we allow for more general utility function so that and especially for the public good part of the home production, we're writing a full way so that we can link to the macro labor literature about the free elasticity of labor supply. Because that's an important channel, I think we need to discipline that from the literature. And another important thing about misallocation is CSI that will determine the strength of competitive advantage. So the larger the CSI is, the stronger competitive advantage for the elderly in home production. Okay, so we're going to estimate that. And then we're going to in order to kind of match better the data, a lot of detailed data, we introduce also IID fertility shocks for sector-specific shocks, in addition to the unobservable fixed effects of heterogeneous abilities. And a lot of dimension returns. So let me just let me just given the time constraint, let me skip that. So now here in the model, because now we don't have to directly divide the income. So the reason we didn't use the human capital as effective units of labor is because we didn't have a structural estimate of human capital. We have ad hoc impute the human capital in a reduced form. So now we can do it structurally. We estimate the human capital return function using the data structurally. So now we're going to divide it by efficiency units of labor in the structural model. When we divide the earnings between the old and young. Okay. And then for the non-agricultural sector, so it's a representative household because all the focus is about rural-urban migration. Okay. So the urban residents, they just have exogenous human capital. One thing I want to mention is that while we look at this micro data, we discover that the calibrated HNA is significantly higher than the average human capital of the migrants, which make me realize that all the migration paper I wrote before probably overestimate the gains from migration, because we assume when the migrant went to the city, they have the same productivity as the urban resident. But that's not the case. And we show in the data that migrants tend to go to low skill manufacturing services. So in other words, there's another APG. There's other productivity gap. It's between the migrant and urban residents. I think that will be left for future research. So we take that as example and focusing on the gap between the agricultural worker and the rural urban migrants. Okay, so that's why the gain from migration will be smaller than the existing literature. Okay. So here's the key to migration decisions for the young. So here the migration cost. So it's related to what John talked about earlier. So how many of the young workers going out to migrate may affect the migration cost. So this is kind of related to the Hukou feature that the whole family goes is much more costly. Okay, so we allow the M1 to be positive. Okay. And first of all, we allow M1 to be a function of individual characteristics. If you're more educated, that's not the issue. And also depend on Hukou policy. If the Hukou is more stringent, then this cost will be higher. Okay, so we kind of build into that impact of Hukou policy on family migration into here. Okay. And then this just the households the optimization. Let me just stick to that. And so then that's the decision. In addition, just to better match the data, will allow for some idiosyncratic costs of migration. Yeah. So this cost would be like, let's say, someone got married and decided to go back to family to home back home and support. She has the children. She has a new birth baby, so went back and so on. So we'll allow for that. And the way we estimate is using indirect method inference. Most importantly, we're going to use a reduced form estimate of the effects of NRPS on migration to discipline our model. Because that's a key channel that we're talking about, the identification that we have. So we're going to match. So not only the unconditional moments, but the conditional moments in the data as well. So this is a big table. So one thing I think worth mentioning is that one is that you can see the TAP differences between ag and non-ag. I mean, they cannot directly compare because one dimension return, one constant return. But the degree of the dimension return is pretty small. So I think alpha is 0.9. Right? So TAP level, roughly you can think about TAP level difference. So TAP level is higher in non-agriculture than agriculture. And more importantly, the TAP growth rate is higher in non-agriculture than agriculture. And so that's what I explained. You'll see what the data migration is increasing, but the observed APG is widening. That's because the underlying productivity is widening. So the migration is not fast enough to close the gap. Okay. The other important thing I want to mention is that both the shock to productivity and innate abilities is that the non-agriculture has smaller variance than agriculture sector. And as a result, the selection tends to have negative selection. It's because of different imbalances that leads to the negative selection. And so after this estimation, we calculated using the sample period overall average migration cost. Just by coincidence, it's very close to the late estimate, 70% of non-ag income. And migration cost has been declining because the Hukou policy has been relaxed over time. There has been relaxation of Hukou. So most of this is due to the policy changes. That so we can see the Hukou policy has a significant impact on migration. So the Hukou index is a liberalization index, have a significant negative effect on migration cost. So more liberalized Hukou policy, lower migration cost. And this is the model fit. So I don't have time, so I just say I think we did a pretty good job in fitting both in terms of matched and unmatched moments. So I probably ran out of time. Let me just show you the counterfactual. So the first is on NRPS. So this is the baseline in 2013. So baseline is 2013 in China. Okay, in 2013 in China, with NRPS has completely implemented. So we do a counterfactual, so if we get rid of the NRPS, what will happen? Now, actually, the effects on aggregate productivity is tiny, and the effects on migration is also small. But the effects on effective labor supply and the GDP are significant, about 1%. So this is a channel talk about reduction of misallocation within family, this effective increase in labor supply. As a result, this will increase in GDP. Now, and also increase the welfares. So compared to the welfare, so both old and young, the welfare increases. Now here, of course, we in the baseline, the pension is financed by the urban household. So the urban household lose. So without pension, they'll be better. So we also, what we did another experiment is, let's say we scale up the policy 5 times the transfer amount of the existing policy, but financed by the rural young. So we're not taxing the urban household. Even taxing the rural young to finance it, we still get big welfare increases for both because of the reduction within household misallocation and a huge increase in GDP and the labor supply. So this policy actually quite significant. One minute, okay. So that's one thing. And second thing is want to show the effect of these transfers on APG tends to be very minor. So it's more reducing the within family misallocation rather than between second misallocation. However, the hukou policy has a significant effects on migration and on aggregate productivity. And so one thing we did is that suppose there's no NRPS and there's no hukou policy reform. So all the policies were in 2003. And we calculate what happened in 2013. Your hukou policy hasn't changed over the 10 years. Then you can see the GDP, there will be a 4.6% reduction in GDP. So that's the gain from hukou policy reform. Okay, smaller than my previous paper. That's because we didn't have the urban migrant gap. And here, so we're taking that into account, and that was the case, but it's smaller, but still quite significant. Okay. Now, one last thing I want to show, and maybe 0 time now, is the impact of migration costs on selection. So when the migration cost is really high in 2003, selection pay doesn't play a role. And on the other hand, if you do a hukou reform, liberalize hukou everywhere to become the most liberal city in China, so every city has the same liberalization, then the selection accounts for almost more than 50% of the observed gap. So in other words, how important selection is depends on migration costs. So this may reconcile our result for China and the results that people have in other countries. I think that's it. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so thanks a lot for the organizers to invite me to the conference to this lovely city. That's a very nice paper. I got the same slide that Sharon had about agricultural productive gap. That's not very much needed in this room. Notion is large APG makes you think that relocation from rural to urban is a good idea, but that depends on whether you think this is originated by selection or by frictions. Okay, and very hard to disentangle one from the other. Okay, so Sharon's paper in one slide. So it has actually 2 connected parts. One is the try to measure the 2 returns from switching from agriculture to non-agriculture. Okay, so in a sense, to disentangle selection from frictions and therefore recover why it makes sense to promote movement of people from agriculture to non-agriculture. And here the contribution is the use of a non-obvious IB. And I like this idea that when you try to think about policy experiments or IBs for like mobility, typically people think about policies related to migration. This policy is totally unrelated to migration as such, but thinking about it, it makes a lot of sense as an IB for migration cost. Okay, so that's super nice. Then second part is a quantitative model. It does two things, depending on the counterfactuals done. One is to think about these age-specific transfers that are the pension reform, how they affect migration, okay? And this contribution here is to provide a novel mechanism, okay? So there's this home production link between older and younger workers. That means that giving age-specific transfer, in particular, giving money to older workers, then through this joint home production, you can have reactions on the young workers. And the second part of quantification, instead of looking at the transfer, just basically go to see what is the role of like migration frictions in the economy. Okay, on that, there are other papers. Shidong himself has papers on the Chinese case. I have this paper on Spain with the same idea. Here, the contribution is that all these previous papers, they don't think about selection. Okay, everybody's the same, and migration costs, just people move. Whereas here is this effort on disentangling selection from frictions in that. Okay, so summary of the paper, it's a very nice paper. I think it deals with a very important question. It does a very good applied work to try to measure the returns of switching from agriculture to non-agriculture. And what I like, given my background, is it goes much beyond that and tries to perform counterfactuals. With what we learn about these returns, try to see how the economy is going to react to different policies. That goes with a novel mechanism, with a very well calibrated model that can account for many facts in the data, microfacts, and many of them panel data facts, and allows him to disentangle selection from migration cost. Okay, so very good work. I like it a lot. So let me organize the discussion in three things. One is the applied work, another one about the misallocation sectoral versus spatial, another one about the quantitative exercise. So the empirical exercise, so there's a sequence of results. I don't know it was for Shidong's regression paper. It was very well explained through one after the other. So first you have the OLS that tells you that compare the earnings of rural workers versus urban workers controlling for observables. And that, of course, can be biased by selection on unobservables. And then it goes with the fixed effect regression. Now, the fixed effect regression gives you higher returns to working in urban than rural. And it's not much, it's not a big difference. Shidong's reading of this, I don't want to give make a big deal of this, but there's nothing wrong about negative selection. So actually in the model, there's negative selection because the comparative advantage and absolute advantage are not well aligned, right? So that can happen. So I think it could be kind of emphasized on that part. Another way of thinking about this fixed effect is that the panel length is variable. Some observations are very long, but many of them, like 1/3 of observations, have a T that is equal to 4 or less. So when panels are short, the fixed effect is not clear what it's capturing. It might be capturing that migration might be, some migrants might move because negative shocks at origin, and then they decide to move, and then this will be captured by the fixed effect. So one way to kind of be, I don't think there's a lack of data here. So one way to make sure this fixed effect regression is consistent, is not capturing these like things, is to do a regression on a subset of households with longer panel to make sure that this kind of short panel problem is not affecting anything. Not sure if it does, but something there. And then it comes the IB with policy reform. It gives a very large APG. And here the interpretation of this is that it just measures because it moves people in the margin, that shows just the moving cost of the marginal workers and gives a very large migration cost. And finally, to kind of get to the true APG of the average worker, control for selection with a Hengman correction style, and where the exclusion restriction is this IB variable. So it's super clean way of thinking, okay? And this gives the average returns of moving from A to NA, which is not too different from the OLS, as Shidong has emphasized. So a couple of things on the IB. First one is that, think about the pension reform is just thought of it as a transfer from to households with workers that are 60 years old or more. So how does it work? If you give money to the old workers for an income effect, they work less. If then they work less, they have more time to do the home production, which they value, do more home production. Then the young workers, they see more home production being produced. Then they want to work more. And then if they work more, the returns of moving to urban are higher. Okay, that's the thing. So here, 3 comments. One is that the labor supply movements that the pension generates for the young and the work can be tested, and that's what actually they show, and it shows it works very well. The migration choice as a reaction to the policy can also be tested. Is the relevance of the IB, and it works very well. I think the exclusion restriction makes a lot of sense. My concern here is about the idea of the IB, and that connects a little bit with a paper by Joan. So my first take of this is it's essential for the mechanism to work that the young workers do home production when they move. Then if they do home production when they move, it's very hard to think of this as long distance migration. It's more like near migration or seasonal migration, in which workers are still linked to their origin and can provide home production at home as well. I guess another interpretation of this is the one of it is a corner solution, and that just is taking care of children or taking care of the elderly, and then the young workers, when they leave, they don't do more home production. It's all done as like a 0-1 choice by the old. But then if that's a thing, it has to do with childcare. Perhaps there's an extra layer to look at, not only like older workers versus having a household with older workers or not, but also whether there are children at home or not. So I mean, to me, the first reading of this, it was hard to interpret this IB as to proxy for long run distance from rural to big cities in the southeast. But I guess you can still do through this childcare if you think about carefully about that. The next comment here is about this triple difference. It's very nice. So this variation on the pension rollout across villages, and one could just use this double difference with over time with villages affected or not, because the pension affects especially families where have workers 60 years older or more. It can be done with a triple difference, and that's nice because it avoids an issue about the nationality of the rollout. Now, let me say here, I was a bit confused on that because I don't know the details of the reform, but through the reading of the paper, there's the effect on of the 60-year-old workers. They get this transfer and they have an income effect that reduces their labor supply. But then workers age 45, 60, they're also treated. So the pension also affects them in 2 ways, I would say. One is that workers that are very close to 60, they anticipate that in the next periods, they're going to get a transfer. So there is an income effect for them too, which is discounted and therefore less strong. And it could be an opposite effect, which is that my understanding is this policy, there's a contribution part, so that workers, rural workers that contribute, that work and contribute to the fund are going to get higher pension in the future. So that could give these guys an extra incentive to work more, not less, which would be the direction on the other side. So what I'm trying to say here is that the control group is also treated differently. And then this triple difference is not super clean. But through that, these notions of the pension reform, if they put in the model, they can be interpreted. So you can have here a reduced form estimate that is not super clean because the control group is also treated differently. But if in your model, you have the control and the treatment groups treated different also, you can interpret the reduced form structurally in a way. Okay, but I'm not so sure about this thing. Sheldon can elaborate on this. So then something about spatial and sectoral relocation. So we all know that development goes through structural change in sectoral terms and in spatial terms. And these things have always been thought as 2 sides of the same coin. Now, that's not true always and everywhere. So there's this paper by Thomas Woody, who's the market this year, with a long panel data of Indonesia, and we show super nice 2 facts. One is that many workers that move away from agriculture, they do it within location. And in particular, most workers that move from agriculture to non-agriculture, they do it within rural areas. And second, migrants, people that move from countryside, from rural to urban, they don't switch sector. Typically, people that move from rural to urban in Indonesia are people that are already in the non-agriculture sector in the rural area. Okay, so this you can think of this as a 4-way matrix in which people are defined by their sector and location, and there are 4-to-4 movements, and that there's a lot of action in all dimensions, but this the one we tend to emphasize from rural agriculture to urban agriculture is small, and that kind of follows a bit with the paper on core effects that Rossi and Porzio have shown. So the next thing of this is that then you can think of frictions, special frictions being different from sector relocation frictions. And actually this paper, Thomas shows that the frictions to relocate across sector tend to be much higher, much more important for macro outcomes than frictions to move across location. So the question here is in China, to which extent migration is a necessary and sufficient condition for agriculture to non-agriculture, for sectoral reallocation. Okay, and I guess that for this long distance migration, that moving from rural areas to the big cities in the southeast, that's it. So it just people move really from agriculture to non-agriculture in this long distance migration. The question here, going back to my point before, is whether the model and the EV focus exactly on this type of migration, super long distance, right? So the notion that migrants contribute to home production at origin might make think that the migration is more like short distance or seasonal. This is key for the pension policy SIB, and it's also key in the model counterfactuals. Also existing in the model, I'm not sure how important it is, that migrants can also work in the original location. Okay, so again, suggests that they are not too far. I'm not sure how important this is for the counterfactuals, but it's also there, which again is not the clear case of moving like to the side of a country, to a big city, and being a bit isolated from the original. Okay, so if so, then if this is the type of migration that the instrument is giving us information about is not like this long distance, question is whether this migration is a necessary condition for sector relocation. Okay, and the question then is whether the APG that is measured is really the one of rural versus urban, like big picture macro one, or is something more about rural workers moving around, not too far, and what are the returns of that? That would be the last thing. And the last thing about the quantitative exercise, I don't have much to say. It's a very beautiful exercise. So I was thinking about through how it works. The need to make the IB work uncovers one mechanism, which is this market failure of the non-cooperative arrangements at the household. Okay, and that adds something more than just the migration, right? That means that the age-dependent transfers to the old are going to improve GDP by relocating market work from old to young. The young are more effective in the labor market than the old. So even there was no migration paper here, just this idea that you give money to the old ones, to the home production, you have this reallocation of labor within the household, and that generates big potential gains. Okay, so that's kind of, I think it arrived there as a way to make the IB work, but it becomes centerpiece, and it's a very nice mechanism. It's part of the originality of the work. And there are these two channels, right? So you give money to the old, there's this relocation of work, even without migration, and that's good. And there's migration, and that's also good. Okay, so both of them are interesting, both of them are important. I think it would be nice to emphasize both of them at equal grounds. There is some parts of the results that speak to one or the other. I think it would be nicer to clarify better the relative importance of each, because those are part of these transfers, and that speaks for the first set of counterfactuals. And I leave it here. So it was very good, very nice paper. So thanks a lot.
Okay, so thanks, Joseph, for the excellent discussion. And so let me try to answer the question you have one by one. So regarding the negative selection, yeah, I think, so I guess it depends on the covariance metrics. So, so there's no guarantee that the comparative advantage and the absolute advantage will have to be positively correlated. That's true. So in a way, the negative selection, positive selection is not necessarily the rule. But I want to emphasize here is the low dispersion of earnings for migrants, because they are restricted to these factory production lines and these low skill services, where the role for human capital is quite low. Right? So that's confirmed by our estimation of return to schooling is quite low. It's like a 3% or something, much lower than what we're using for 10%. So I think that's a particular feature of the in the Chinese case, that the low dispersion of returns for migrants, because I think there's this really speaks to another barrier. They're not able to get into good occupations. Right? So that will be point to a new line of research. Long panel, yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. We should try it and see. We in the model, we try to disentangle it because the data set is really large. So we try to estimate the impact of the temporary shocks versus the permanent effects. but we could do the robustness by looking at the long panels as well. Now, in terms of the several questions related to the young workers going long-distance migration, which is what we define because they have to be out of town to be defined as migration. Part of the reason is the necessity of the data, because in the data, if they say, then if they answer no to whether you go out of town, then they don't ask them about the earnings. So we don't have data about the local long ag, and therefore we cannot speak to it. So in the model, we assume that there's no barrier within the sector in the local. Now, how do we think about long distance at the same time doing home production? So in the stylized model, that clearly, if you only have one young members, that doesn't make sense. But in the structural models, so in general, on average, there are 3 young children. And so we're thinking about this really like the division, right? So the husband go out to work and the wife stay at home. And there could be also corners and all 3 of them go out to work. And then so our migration cost actually varies with that. So we deal with that. So we allow for all kinds of possibility in the structural model. Yeah. So now in terms of the exclusion restrictions about, so I guess exactly because we worry about the expectation effect, that's why we cut the data to 45 to 54. So that they are still, this is an unanticipated shock. And we're focusing on that 3 years. They roll out very quickly. So if we think if we cut off at 54, there will be less concern about the expectation. And the counterfactuals, right? So turns out that the interactions between migration and the NRPS policy, transfer policy. So in general, the transfer policy has very modest effects on migration. So most of the gains from that from this transfer policy is through the within family channel. Yeah. On the other hand, the migration cost reduction help both. The gains is half and half. Half of it is due to the increasing aggregate labor supply due to reduction in misallocation because higher returns in market work. And at the same time, there's more migration, so there's a higher, more efficient sectorial allocation. But and there's some other suggestion you have I'll get your slides and thanks for the suggestion. Okay, thanks.
Sure, it is. I go down. We go to the Wyoming lab. The first time they were it was brutal. I got it this morning. You see it. That's great. That was super helpful. I'm still always in completion. It's like many different things. But very much sense the experience of mind.
Doesn't help, it's too far.
Okay. Okay, so you, 40 minutes. So the floor is all yours.
All right. Well, thanks so much for the opportunity to present this paper. This is a joint work with Stephen Ayers at the IMF and my colleague at Toronto, Lauren Brand. So let me start with kind of the broad picture motivation of where this paper is trying to fit in, and then of course it's going to get more narrow in terms of what we actually do in the paper. But so the idea is that this reallocation process that occurs across businesses that is well known to have an important effect on productivity growth. So successful businesses enter and expand, unsuccessful businesses contract, and all this process of relocation contributes to a more efficient allocation of resources and to aggregate productivity. For agriculture, which is going to be the focus of this paper, that relocation process is also very important. The particularities are a little bit different. You have a lot more farm exit and land consolidation as an important factor. But the salience of the relocation process, and it's important for growth, is also there. And so the broad question we typically ask in this kind of settings is what happens to aggregate productivity and growth where in less developed countries when this process is hindered by distortions, okay? And of course, then in terms of, this is the broad aspect, and then a lot of the times what we're trying to study this in specific contexts where we can say what are the factors that are hindering this reallocation process. So today we're going to focus on Vietnam. It's going to be Vietnam agriculture, and I'll be explicit for why this will be relevant. But so one aspect is we have detailed data on farm level data that we're going to be able to use for this study. And then Vietnam is interesting because it's a country that has undergone enormous reforms and a process of growth and structural transformation that we want to kind of try to understand, or at least pieces of it. But one thing that is often less known about the reform process in Vietnam are these important regional differences in institutions and outcomes between the North and the South. Okay, and this difference or these differential institutions come from kind of the different histories of these regions. Okay, and I will be more explicit about how these histories affected the institutional setting, in particular for agricultural land and the distribution of land. But in terms of outcomes, what we see is that the North is more distorted than the South. So I'm going to show you this by showing you how allocations, land allocations in particular, how that relates to farm TFP. And then at the aggregate level, this reflects in agriculture being as productive in the North than in the South. And then you also see these differences in terms of farm growth. The growth of farm TFP is more than twice as high in the South than in the North. So what do we do? So we're going to do several things. Broadly speaking, we want to understand to what extent these institutional differences between which we're going to measure in the data, these measure distortions between North and South, whether it accounts for differences in the productivity and the farm dynamics. Sort of those measures that I told you before between the North and the South. So really, we're trying to exploit these these differences in the institutional context between North and South. So this paper is going to be more about the differences in misallocation rather than the level of misallocation in either the North or the South. And we want to think in this context precisely, given these facts on farm dynamics, we want to really think about a broader notion of misallocation, not just how land relates to DFP, but also how that affects the productivity distribution, or how farms organize their activities and how that affects growth. So we really want to think about not just static misallocation, but also these dynamic effects. So to answer this question, we're going to build a model that has at the core this process of resource allocation, but it's also going to have a component of farm dynamics. And we're going to calibrate a distorted benchmark economy to the panel data we have for the South, and we're going to measure the distortions in the North. And then we're going to use this framework to kind of understand the North and South differences, or kind of the extent to which their differences is related to this process of these institutional differences and how that affects resource allocation and growth. And so the main experiment is going to be that we're going to take this benchmark economy that is calibrated to the South, and then we're going to impose the institutional setting of the North, and then we're going to see how that counterfactual economy starts looking like the North or not. And then we can do, in the model, we can do more counterfactuals to really decompose the channels and tell you what properties of the institutional differences are relevant for those aggregate outcomes. So here's what we find. I may not go through in detail through all the results. So this is sort of what's on the paper, and then I'll try to go as far as I can. We find that these higher measured distortions in the North, they're going to lead to a drop in agricultural productivity of about 47%. And this is about 2/3 of the gap between the North and the South. It's going to lead to a drop in farm growth of about 2 percentage points, and this is about half the gap that we observe between the North and the South. This lower growth is going to lead to a more compressed productivity, farm productivity distribution in the North in about 9 percentage points. And this is about a bit more than half of the actual observed difference between the North and the South. And then it's also going to lead to an important reallocation of farming activity across crops. So I'll mention that. There's a component there that is also due to other policies, other institutional differences that are very specific to Vietnam that had to do with land use policies. From these results, the key institutional feature that I'm going to emphasize, and I have emphasized in some of my other work as well, is the fact that there is a higher productivity elasticity of distortions. And what this means is that is the fact that productive farms are not operating a large enough share of land in these economies. Land use restrictions are important, but they turn out to play a smaller role. Okay, and then in terms of the results if you just focus on kind of the reallocation gains that will be attributed to just focusing on a fixed set of farms, versus the productivity effects that come from the change in the productivity distribution and the change in cropping choices. We think of those more of a kind of the broader aspect of the misallocation. It turns out that factor misallocation is about 1/3 of the productivity loss, and these other factors are about 2/3. So this broader notion of misallocation really quantitatively plays a big role in generating these productivity losses from misallocation. Okay. So let me give you a little bit of the institutional context that is relevant for understanding why we focus on North and South. Of course, alternatively, we could say what we've done is if you care about the level of misallocation, you could just do a counterfactual and say, well, what would happen if resources were efficiently allocated? And we can think about that exercise. Alternatively, you would observe a reform where these institutions change, and then you could kind of track down the changes of that. Unfortunately, for land markets, these reforms are either not that prevalent or they're very slow moving, right? And so the attempt here is to look at these two regions as a way to kind of still get something that looks like an institutional difference on the ground that we can use to kind of attribute the changes that we see to the differences in institutions. And so these differences basically relate to the fact that in the North, the North was collectivized in the 50s, very much like in China when this process of collectivization, and then when that regime changed to the household responsibility system that we have now, it was the collective that was in charge of kind of distributing the use rights of the land for the farmers. And so that's why you see in places like China, and it's the case in the North, is that these user rights were allocated by these collectives in a fairly egalitarian manner within that region, within those, even within villages. And so that's how the land allocation comes to be in the North. The South was never successfully collectivized after reunification in the 75. And so farming was carried out more at the household level, and property rights were de facto private, although of course, the ownership of the land is still with the collective, but there was a lot more reallocation of land in the South than you could see in the North. And then we have evidence of these regional differences that appear in other forms. For example, there have been reforms in providing land use certificates to these farmers. And when you look at the implementation of that, it has been done much more intensively in the South than in the North. You also see it in terms of the land use policies, where they are way more restrictive in terms of forcing farmers to produce rice in the North than in the South. Okay, so that's the differences. So that's how we're going to rationalize. In the end, we're going to measure the part of the institutions we're going to measure is going to be about how allocations are related to productivity. But the interpretation is that this comes from these legacies of a situation where user rights were given to farmers in an egalitarian manner, very closely in the North and less so in the South. Yeah.
So basically, it's like a trade-off between efficiency and equality. I mean, I'm thinking that it's good.
That it's good, like a more egalitarian distribution of economic resources than not, right? There's this trade-off, and
I don't
know which one you would
that's
choose.
true. So these institutions are put in place for a reason, and one of them may be a distributional concerns, there may be other concerns. So I don't want to get too much on this. We don't want to take a stamp, but you could say, well, one way would be to look at the cost of these policies, and then you have to weigh it with the benefits. But the reality is that, and I think this is important in this context, is that when you give, so if you give you an asset that you can go to a bank and get a return and everybody gets the same, this will be a very effective way of equalizing incomes. Giving land to people is not the same, because the return to the land is very different across the farmers. And so it turns out that then in this context, there are two things. But first, redistributing the asset is not necessarily so effective in terms of equalizing outcomes. But if you were to start from there, actually a reform that maybe decentralizes the operational scales of farms through rental markets, for example, may actually provide some equalization of income and higher efficiency. So, all right. But yeah, that's obviously these institutions are there for a reason, and the question is, could we have other instruments to achieve those other objectives? Okay. So the data that we use is it's called the Vietnam Access to Resources Household Survey. and basically has households from 12 provinces in North and South Vietnam. And then these surveys were done every 2 years between 2006 and 2016, or at least what we have access to is until 2016. And so we're going to focus on a sample that has 2,000 households that are included in all these surveys. Okay, so it's going to be a balanced panel. And the important thing of this data is that it has detailed information on the outputs and inputs that go into agricultural production. So this is very important for this, for these surveys of productivity. But the reason, even if you care about consumption inequality or income inequality, most of these households don't actually buy or sell anything, and so it's very important to really account for what they produce in agriculture and what inputs they use for that. And so it's very detailed in that regard. And yeah.
Sorry. I guess you can push this off if you want, but one of the things I would think about in terms of like productivity growth would be entry and exit. And it seems like the sample restrictions here are going to stop you from saying anything about that. Is that fair? Do you have anything to say?
Yeah, right. So we're not going to really look at that, and you'll see the model is going to abstract that component. I think part of it is that we have now done, there's lots of studies that look at the channel from, if there's something that impacts agricultural productivity, that's going to affect structural transformation. And so we know the direction of that. And so we're not focusing on that channel in this paper to really focus on these other aspects, this broader notion, the growth, and but we know the direction. So the same factor that will lead that will lead to productivity in agriculture in the north to be low. Then if you put this structural transformation layer, that's going to mean more farmers in agriculture, farm size is going to be smaller, and then this is going to feed back to probably even lower productivity growth there. Okay. The other reason is that when you to abstract from this is that these are institutions where mobility, part of the reason, the fact that people are not owners of the land, that also deters mobility out of agriculture.
I sort of thought that was the answer. It's just like nobody moves, so
no, exactly. Yeah, okay. That's the other reason. Yeah. But it's interesting to think about that counterfactual, right? That this is obviously a channel that we want to have in mind, is that why farm sizes are so small. Why is it that the people are so engaged in agriculture, and it's exactly this reason, but we're not modeling that. Okay. We're going to divide because land use restrictions is an important thing in Vietnam, and of course it's just food security concerns, and so we wanted to think about this in the context of allowing crop types, allowing different crops, choices of crops. So we're going to consider three types of crops: rice, perennials, and other crops, and we classify them based on where the farms get the majority of their value. And so it's true that most farms produce rice, but there is, there's a fair share of farms that do other crops, and it varies by region. So I'll show you that later. So the first thing that we're going to do, and I want to do this in 2 steps. I'm going to construct some measures. These measures are going to be guided by the model that we write down. So I haven't presented the model yet, but they're going to be useful for the model we have. And I will give you some facts from these measures that motivate some of the features that we're going to put in the model. Okay. So the main measures that I want to construct now are a measure of productivity at the farm level. So this is the kind of the productivity of the farm. Now, a farmer may produce different crops, but this is kind of aggregated at the farm level by using common prices across farmers. And so think about this as if you have a notion of a production function that has the productivity of the farm operation, land and labor as the key inputs, then you can back out this productivity as a residual from that production function. Okay, so that's the first step. And then the second measure is what we call a wedge. Xie and Clino call this TFPR, but I want to emphasize this notion of wedge, just because in the context of the model that I'm going to tell you, this metric is going to be equalized across farmers if resources are allocated efficiently across these farms. Okay, so it's a model-based measure of how distorted these input markets are. And so I'm going to show you then some facts that motivate several things that we do with the model, and that I alluded already. So one of them, I said, the North looks more distorted than the South. And one way to look at that is that you look at the elasticity in which the inputs of these farms, how they relate to their TFP, okay? And so in the South, both the elasticity of land and labor is higher, or these inputs are more correlated to their productivity in the South and in the North, okay? So if I were to show you, and maybe you have seen some of these pictures that I've documented for many other places, is that, you know, in the North, basically, you have log TFP and you look at the land input, this looks very flat. And in the South, it's less flat. So allocations are a little bit more aligned to productivity. Yeah.
Question about the measurement. Sorry, I'm going to make you go back one more.
Yeah.
So differences in capital intensity are going to show up as more dispersion in wedges relative to dispersion in TFP, just because gamma is between 0 and 1. Is that?
Say it again.
So if you have, so this measurement abstract from capital intensity,
yeah.
Right? If the way the measure of the wedge and the TFP are constructed, it seems to me that if there are systematic differences in capital intensity,
Yeah.
you're going to generate more disparities in wedges than in TFP as an artifact of.
Yeah, that's true. But you don't see that in the data. So we've done, we have a companion paper to this, more descriptive, where we actually did everything. So here we're going to, Y is going to be measured as value added. And then we're abstracted from capital, but we had done analysis where you have gross output, and then you look at intermediate inputs, capital, land, labor, and these patterns will be similar. That's why in here we're just abstracting from that. And capital intensity is very small in Vietnam. That's the other reason why to abstract from it. So it wouldn't change these patterns at all. That's one of the striking things about. And you will see I'm going to this wedge is really an output wedge. So you could also say maybe it matters whether the wedge is on land or on labor. And my narrative is about the land markets being affected. But when you look at the data, what you see is that the input ratios are fairly constant across the farmers. And so it does look like this institutional setting just affects the scale of the farm, everything, how much labor you put, how much, and the same happens when you look at measures of capital. Yeah.
So I remember people will look at when the reform started, the growth of TFP in agriculture in Vietnam, that the fertilizer use seems to be quite important. Maybe Lauren had done work on that. So why didn't you?
Yeah, we abstracted from it. Yeah, we abstracted from it. Yeah, maybe unlike capital, intermediate inputs are more important. That's true, but yeah, just for tractability. But again, the same property I was saying before. I mean, you could have written this as land, but because the gamma is really the decreasing returns to scale, this is like a composite input. So as long as the input ratios are constant, then this quantification will be the same. And so it's really when the wedges are not correlated among the different inputs where you then will get a different quantitative answer. Okay, think about it as, whatever is affecting the scale of operation is also affecting intermediate inputs. So that's going to be proportional.
So I was thinking about maybe depend on the geography, the trade cost for importing fertilizers that may vary.
Yeah, that maybe we haven't explored that too much. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe there's some variation there that would be interesting. Okay, so the other thing we see is that there are differences in land productivity. In fact, The north looks like there's more dispersion across the different crops. But in particular, what's striking, and this is the motivation for looking at these different crops, is that you see, of course, rice is very important in both regions, but is much more in the north. And in particular, the share of perennials is very low in the north, even though from the land productivity perspective, it looks like it's the more productive crop there. And so we wanted to have this channel where both land use policies could be integrated as a possible explanation for this, as well as other distortions that may affect that. I already alluded to the farm growth. So north and south look very different in terms of farm productivity growth. And then the next fact I want to tell you is a little bit of a connection in that the farmers make some effort to improve their productivity, and this is connected in important ways to both the type of productivity they have as well as the distortions that they're facing, and that affects their growth. Okay. Now, of course, these measures are very imperfect. So ideally, you would like to have, some measure of R&D or some overall measure of investment. But for what we have in the data, we can make we can correlate investment decisions that the farmers make in terms of the quality of the land or irrigation techniques, as well as extension services like knowledge, market, knowledge of new technologies. And so what you see is that, of course, the more productive farmers invest more, are more likely to invest. And if they are more distorted, they are going to be doing less investment. And those investments are related to growth. Okay. So this is the channel in terms of broader, modeling the broader notion of misallocation. This evidence can help us motivate that channel. Okay, I'm already not doing great in time. So let me, the model is very standard, so I'm not going to give you lots of details because really it's a model of resource allocation across, farmers at differing productivity, but it's going to be this investment component. So I'm just going to tell you about that. And then we focus on a stationary equilibrium of this model that, as I said, we want to calibrate to the South economy and then impose the institutional setting in the North so that we can look at the productivity effects of that. And so the production function is consistent with what I showed you earlier, but we're going to divide this productivity term S, right? That's the productivity we measure for each TFP that we measure for each farmer as having different components. It's going to be a permanent farm component. It's a component that has to do with the crop choice. And then this ability component. And this is the component that the farmers can act upon, right? This is where the investments in this productivity would affect that A, and then it would improve the productivity of the farmer. And then there's going to be a time varying component that you'll see. I'm going to keep, I'm going to estimate that, but then I'm going to keep that constant between North and South. And that could reflect even maybe measurement error or other things. But what helps here is the fact that we're not really looking at the level of misallocation for the South Vietnam economy. We're looking at the changes in misallocation between the North and the South. And then this investment is going to be basically a process where you undertake these investments and then productivity is going to be changing in step sizes. So fairly standard. In terms of the household, everything is very standard except that we are going to put in a preference and a security preference component. And the only reason for this is that when we look at the crop choices, depending how you do it, the model will basically, without this feature, would imply a very strong sorting of who is doing which crops. Okay, and when you go to the data, you look at the TFP distributions, they are very much on top of each other. So we put another factor that allows to kind of break that selection or that sorting that would occur on productivity. And the other important component is about how we think about these distortions. And again, these are the wedges that are implicitly measured by the way these allocations look out of sorts with respect to productivity. And we're going to have these wedges. We're going to, we measure this in in the data, the measure of wedge that I told you before, and we're going to decompose and parameterize that as having different components. A component that is systematic to productivity, that's the raw, and it's going to be a very important parameter. Think about this as how flat or steep are the land allocations relative to TFP. Okay, so if it's very flat, then the raw has to be high, so that in equilibrium of this model, the farmers with very different productivity are actually operating more or less the same size farm. And then it's going to be a component that that distorts crop choices, and then there's also a random component. Okay, that's the model. I mean, just to emphasize, I guess maybe you've seen this many times, but these distortions affect, the operational scale of the farm. And so if you had no distortions, of course, everything will be dependent on TFP. Okay, so that's kind of the efficient allocation will be a very strong relationship between the operational scale of the farm and TFP. But those distortions actually affect this in different ways through those channels I talk about. But the most important one would be that if the allocations are very flat with respect to TFP, then you need that these distortions here are very correlated to the S. Okay. And then, I mean, this is not a channel that we normally emphasize, but that's about resource allocation. Now, what's the connection to growth? Think about it from this perspective that if you want to undertake efforts to improve your productivity, then this model will say that you also want to scale up. Like you exercise the returns to this investment by scaling up your operational scale and having larger profits. So in this context, when you have a flat allocation of resources, it means that the more productive farmers can operate at the right scale. So that's like a tax to growth or a tax to productivity investment. So that's the connection between the kind of resource allocation and how that affects the growth in this setting. Okay. So we're going to calibrate a distorted economy to the data for South Vietnam. And so there are many parameters that need to be set. Some we can set a priori without solving the model, and then we're going to have a reduced set of parameters where we estimate to match some moments. So let me just maybe emphasize a little bit the ones can be estimated directly. That process we assume for the distortions. We estimated by running this regression on the wedges and TFPs and the crop choices that the farmers make. So those are going to map into the raw. So raw will be directly this number here for the South. And then these parameters will map into the cropping distortions that I talked about before. So it's a simple mapping for those. And then, of course, there will be some extra dispersion that is uncorrelated that will map into overall dispersion of these wedges. Okay. And then there's another set of parameters that have to do with the parameters on the growth process, the parameters of the TFP distribute, or the kind of the fixed permanent component of farm TFP that we calibrate to some moments. So let me maybe just show you the moments, more or less the moments we target. So we want to match the average farm growth. We want to match the dispersion of TFP that we see in this economy. We want to match something about the revert, how distortions affect the growth on TFP, and how concentrated is the land among the more productive producers. So these are all informative moments for the parameters that we target. And then, of course, we want to match the crop shares and the measured TFPs across the different crops. As you can see, the model does fairly well in matching those moments. Okay. You can look at other moments that we didn't target, but I'm not going to spend much time on that. So even if we target the average farm size, but not the distribution, and the model does fairly well to that. So even though we impose strong functional forms assumptions, the model does very well in matching things we didn't directly target. One of them, for example, which I was surprised how well it did on this metric, but as a summary is that if you take, because you could do it just with the data without imposing any distributional assumptions, what happened, what's the productivity gain of reallocating resources across these farmers? And in the model, with all the functional forms assumptions we did, it would be 66%. but in the data is 62. Okay, so fairly close. Okay, so what do we do? I only have maybe 4 minutes. So that's South Vietnam. And now we're going to do the same process in estimating the distortions or the institutional setting or those the parameterized version of the institutional setting in the north. And then we want to impose those parameters into the South economy. Okay. So one thing you see right away, which you could see from my motivating slide, is that the row, how flat is the land allocations relative to TFP, is much stronger in the north. And so that's going to be an important parameter. Okay, so these are the differences that we're going to impose. So these were the parameters that we consider for the south, that we estimated for the south. And now we're going to feed in these parameters. And so I already mentioned about the rows. So it's a flatter relationship. So it's a more distorted land allocation or input allocation in the north. But it also, we directly measure these crop restrictions. So this is something we measure directly from the data. And basically, it's 43% of the plots are restricted to grow rice in the north compared to only 23% in the south. Okay, so we're going to impose that as well. Okay, here are the main results. So what you have in this table is that you have, this was the benchmark calibrated economy to the south. Now the counterfactual is that we are only changing these parameters, okay, as they are estimated for the north. And then you can look at how this counterfactual economy gets closer or not to the data of the north. Okay, so this is the north moments. So I guess the big summary number will be what happens to agriculture productivity with all these changes. And agriculture productivity falls by 47%. That's the number I gave you before. And that's about 2/3 of the way to that 0.42 that you see in the north relative to the south. There's a drop in 2 percentage points on the growth of farms. So that gets about halfway of the gap between the south and the north. I think I mentioned in the introduction as well that there's a more compressed productivity distribution. And again, there's less investment. So the productivity distribution, the stationary productivity distribution is more compressed in the north. And that gets a bit more than half the way to what we see in the north. And then you see that we also match fairly well the crop shares or the changes between the north and the south. Okay, so that's the main result. Now let me just show you, I guess, the composition. So you now can, in terms of trying to understand some of these effects, both in terms of how important is just factor misallocation versus this broader notion of misallocation that has this effect on the productivity distribution, as well as what components of these institutional differences may be driving those effects. Okay, and so the bottom line from these exercises is that we basically try to shut down each of these channels. So the fact one will be, just figuring out how the productivity in agriculture will fall if we only had factor misallocation, just the static effect, holding the distribution of productivity and crop choices constant to the benchmark economy. So that's that number, 22%. And so it's only about 1/3 of the actual total effect. And then you see that crop choice contributes, is a non-trivial number, but it's not as big as the actually shift in the productivity distribution that you see in this economy. Okay. The last one is that if then you can also do it by just look at the individual parameters that we change. So the row is about the systematic component of misallocation, this crop specific misallocation, or this land use restriction. And when you look at that decomposition, you see that the biggest component of the productivity loss really arises from the change in the row, the change in the systematic component of distortions. Okay, so that's, I think I'm out of time. We did a lot of robustness and some extensions to make the economy a little bit more realistic in terms of some of these profiles of growth for farming. But overall, the conclusions were fairly similar to what I just presented to you. Okay. Okay, stop here.
Okay, great. So thanks a lot to the organizers for having me read and discuss this paper. I think it's a very nice paper. So the research questions, at least the way I understand them, is that Diego and his co-authors are asking, so how important are institutional restrictions to crop choice and output wedges, output distortions in determining agricultural productivity and how that interacts in particular with farm investments in shaping that. And they're applying this to the context of Vietnam, which is a very interesting setting. And I think the paper is very nice because it kind of pushes, in particular, it's doing two things that I think is very nice and is not done very often in the limit education literature. One is to effectively have a benchmark of another context of another situation that we move to. So here, this is the case from moving the economy of North Vietnam to South Vietnam. So that's, not a counterfactual where we completely getting rid of all kinds of distortions. In that sense, it's maybe much more closer to what we can actually achieve. And the second thing is that we started to talk about dynamic moments. Usually in the misallocation literature, we're often talking about static moments, and Diego is moving into the direction of talking about investment, talking about changes in TFP and so on. And I think this is a very interesting and promising thing. Okay. So let me talk a little bit about the context. So Diego has already mentioned this. North and South Vietnam are very different. So the agriculture in the north was collectivized until 1988. In the south, so after the south was defeated by the north, the farmers were forced to collectivize as well. They very much resisted that. They sometimes kind of destroyed capital. They, in the end, it didn't really work very well. And at some point, kind of the authorities or the government realized, this is not something that actually, going to lead to very much. Productivity is not increasing. So then, in some ways, they kind of started liberalizing. So in 1988, there was a reform whereby temporary land grants were given to households, and very importantly, the households had full decision powers and responsibilities over input choices and over kind of when to plant and when to harvest and these kind of things. And they were also able to sell the produce that they were producing. Okay? And from 1993 onwards, land rights were traded. So here is a thought from an agricultural history paper about, this is a measure of annual per capita rice production in the north versus the south. So you can see here again, kind of the North Vietnam has lower per capita rice production than in the south. And, at least for the earlier years, there's not so much happening in productivity. And then later on, at least in the south, rice per capita production is going up. At some point, Vietnam is even start. Okay. So here's productivity growth during the 1990s and 2000s. Vietnam is the green line. So this is agricultural value added per worker. And you can see that compared to a bunch of other countries in the region, productivity growth in agriculture in Vietnam is actually fairly rapid. Okay? So it's more rapid than Cambodia, Myanmar, and Laos. It's a little bit lower than in Thailand, actually, and quite a bit lower than in China. Okay? But it seems that Vietnam, at least during that period, is doing very well. So since the 1990s, there was a series of reforms that extended the land use rights to longer periods and that facilitated the trade in these land use rights. So effectively, more and more liberalization, they were seeing these fairly rapid productivity growth. Now, of course, that is to say, it's not really still a communist state. All the land in the end is state-owned. So So what you can trade is the rights to use that land. And you're facing some limitations in the crop choice. And in fact, this is also one of these distortions that people are taking very seriously. Okay, so what is the paper doing? The paper is first presenting a bunch of empirical facts from household level data from Vietnam. It's showing first that there's low agricultural productivity in the north compared to the south. So this is very much in line with the plot from before. There's positive but low correlation between TFP and factory inputs. Positive correlation, yeah, that's what's supposed to happen when productivity is increasing factor demand, right? But the correlations are not very high, right? And in fact, the correlations are lower in the north. Okay? So again, it seems that the north is more heavily distorted. And then the paper is also showing that there are large differences across crops and regions, both in the level of TFP and in TFP crops. Okay, so again, maybe there's something to address here with models with misallocation. And then, of course, Guido and Coates are presenting a quantitative dynamic model of investment and crop choice, which they calibrate to the south. And then they're doing counterfactuals, whereby some of those frictions are being recalibrated to parameters that are coming from the north. And effectively, they're concluding that a big chunk of the productivity gap between the north and the south can actually be accounted for with these distortions. Okay? But there are two types of frictions here. One is this tax on farm revenues. We don't know exactly what it is, but it's there. Okay? And then there's another one that actually has a very clear interpretation that is restrictions on crop choice. So there's effectively a shot that says if you're unlucky and you've been hit by that shot, then you have to plant rice. Okay? And this is not so far away from the context that we're facing in this scenario. I think it's very cool that they are talking about a distortion that has a very, very clear mapping to reality, and we can talk about whether that's helping to increase productivity. Okay? All right. So fundamentally, the approach of this paper is that distortions or wedges can be measured at the level of the individual farm. Okay? So the heavy lifting here is being done by the production function. So the production function is seems to be crop Douglas, and the wedge is a tax on gravity. That's tau, and that structure and the fact that you know the gamma implies that you can effectively measure this wedge here if you have data on outputs and on factor inputs. Okay? And this is really an assumption that is at the very, very heart of this approach. Okay? Now then they're parameterizing this distortion to assume, and they're assuming that it's partly something that is fixed. Okay? It's partly something that depends on the crop I. And here, by assumption, it depends to some extent. It's increasing in TFP, okay, of the farm. Okay? And I mean, why not? Right? So the parameter rho is effectively how strong it relates to productivity. Okay? And the approach is to estimate these parameters by effectively running a regression. So the crop Douglas and the measurement allows you to measure the S. Okay? And this relationship allows you to measure the wedge. So then you can rewrite it up as this is the wedge, and here you plug in TFP, and this is a fixed effect for the crop, and you can run that regression. Okay? So effectively, my first point is that you can run that regression, and if the model is correctly specified, and if you get the gamma right, that's perfectly fine. But in general, I would say it's a dangerous regression to run. Okay? Because if the production function is misspecified, or you have the wrong gamma, or you have measurement errors in the factors, or you're not accounting for some of those factors, then this would very, very likely bias your estimate of the rho. Okay? And very likely towards 1, because in the end, the object that you have on the left-hand side of the regression is not too different from the object that you have on the right-hand side of the regression. The only difference here being that parameter gamma. Okay? So sure enough, if you look at those regression results that in the end determine the calibration of the rho, you find a coefficient that is pretty close to 1. Okay, it's not exactly 1, but it's not too far away from that. And you also find a t-statistic that is about 100, which would make me a little bit uneasy from a regression of a few thousand observations. Okay? So in some ways, my big concern would be that you're not measuring some of those things correctly, or maybe the gamma that you're plugging in to get the direct measure of the distortion may not be the right one. And then you regress in X and something that's very similar to X, and voila, you're getting something that is, coefficient that is just the 1. So the gamma 0.7 would need to be right. So they're calibrating the gamma to be 0.7 based on also the calibration target of 30% profit share. But note here that in some ways the profit share would depend on the tau and on whether the distortion is a markup or a tax and things like that we I think often don't really have a super strong break off. Maybe in this setting we can learn much more about that. I think it's not inconceivable, of course, that there is such a relationship between distortions and productivity. But at least it would help me to see more if I had a clear story about why these distortions are so closely related to TFP. I could come up with a number of things, but it would be nice to know more why. Now, of course, the rho is very, very important here because effectively, if the rho goes very close to 1, it means that there's no point in investing anymore, because whenever you invest more, increasing your productivity, you're also going to be faced with a higher wedge, and therefore that's going to suck up much of your revenue again. So for rho going to 1, you're not going to have any incentive anymore to invest. Okay? So in that sense, it matters about not just how much it is, but really how close to 1 it is. The second kind of point where that makes me a little bit uneasy about kind of this X and something close to X is if you put, for instance, the TFP and the wedge into the regression that explains the investment choices. So this is investment into improving the land. This is the agricultural extension services. You kind of have coefficients that are one's positive and one's negative. They're showing up with kind of a reasonable sign, so that's good. But it's almost it's very, very collinear, right? So I'm a little bit concerned that we're just plugging in X and X again, plus some measurement error, and in the end we're kind of getting coefficients that are almost exactly the same, but once with a different sign. Okay? So I would be a little bit worried that there's something we can't. Okay, about the crop choice. So this is a very familiar question in a lot of the misallocation literature. Is it distortions? Is it preferences? Is it productivities? So here we have 3 different crop level parameters. One is this eta is a crop preference shifter for a shot that is being drawn in every period. So extreme value, and then you're making the discrete choice. The kappa I is a crop level shifter in productivity, and the phi I is a crop effect in the distortions. Okay? So what is separating them? Here it's very clear. The assumptions about the production function and about the measurement imply that we can directly observe each of those components, and therefore we can regressions and we just take the effect of those. Okay? So note also here that there's an idiosyncratic crop level productivity shifter that is both farm specific and crop specific. So for instance, there's an assumption that, for instance, soil conditions and so on would not enter the production process, weather shocks depending on how you think about them. Okay? That effectively makes me wonder how well the model does on the probability of switching crops. So effectively, because here in the model, you're drawing in every period this extreme value shock, this preference shock, I would think that the model generates fairly frequent switching. And in particular, you also don't have these idiosyncratic farm crop specific productivity shifters. So I think the model will generate a lot of switching. Whereas if I look at least some of the other papers that talk about crop choice in that context, it seems that switching of crops is actually not happening very frequently. So it would be interesting to see, first of all, how far away the model is from the data, and secondly, whether there's something that we could do about it. One thing that's really interesting is that here we have a very, very strong mean reversion in TFP. So this is from a table from the calibration. Here is the model, here is the data. And we have a very, very strong mean reversion in TFP. So this is the coefficient in a regression of the growth rate on log TFP. Okay? That's interesting because if you compare it to the quantum dynamics literature, both in productivity but also in size, we usually find very, fairly small coefficients. So Givras law for size would be exactly a regression coefficient of 0, right? So I kind of wonder, and this is maybe a question that I think, you know, the paper could take a stab on, but maybe it's a more broad question. Is this something that generally holds for agriculture? May well be the case, I have no idea, yeah. But it would be interesting, to see. Maybe it's the result of, you know, using transitory shocks and maybe weather shocks, for instance, always pushing you towards the mean if you're very proactive, and next time you're more likely to be unlucky and it's gonna push you towards the mean. Okay? Or it could be, you know, that maybe there's some measurement errors, right? And then that would also kind of push you towards the negative position. Okay? So, you know, the same thing holds for farm size, for instance, which maybe has is more precise. A bunch of other questions. A question about representativeness of the data. So this is household level data. Okay, 1 minute. So maybe I should focus on the things that I think more important. Yeah, okay, so data and context, how well are we addressing that? Generally, there have been over time a couple of reforms where effectively the duration of these land use rights have been changed over time, and they have been changed over time in relation to which crop has been planted on them. Okay? So you could imagine that if you know that you can only use the land for the next 5 years, you will have different incentives to invest in improving that land compared to if you know that you're able to use the land for the next 50 years, right? And in fact, we have some institutional characteristics which might be interesting to also look at with this model. Investment in the model of crop neutral, does this map very well to their content? I have no idea. So more generally, what's the role of risk in crop choice? So of course, climate change, and maybe this is a forward-looking question, not about this paper. Climate change, we know that you know, the distribution of agricultural yields is going to change with climate change. Maybe they're going to care more about risk in the future. Is that a motivation for particular crop choices? Here, you know, we don't really care about risk, but I think this is something that's going to be very important in the future. So, you know, great paper, lots of food for thought. Thanks a lot.
Are there any more questions? I have just one more question. So one question is, you can say something about what is happening with the use of the land as the, you know, as the reform happens in the south relative to the north, and whether there is not only productivity improvement, but also consolidation. Effective consolidation.
Yeah.
Use, not in the ownership.
So a lot of,
Let's pick up questions.
yeah.
Thank you, Diego. Super interesting project. I was just had this one questions about the plots and tailored crop choice that you model in your paper, and I have a similar project, right, where we look at the transformation of land across different crops, or say. So I'm wondering what you can say to the fact that some plots actually, I mean, you're partly including it, but some plots are actually only suitable for specific crops, right? And those cannot be transformed, or the cost is very high of transforming those, right? So I'm wondering whether we can take this into account.
That's it. Okay. Well, thanks so much for the great discussion. I'll ask you for the slide. I'm not very fast on my feet, so I'm not going to attempt to go on through all the details, but we certainly will take them on board and try to improve them as much as we can. I mean, more generally, I think these questions on the identification of distortions is very important, and it's something that, of course, we struggle, right, in development, that these are things that are difficult to measure, and then it's all about trying to find contexts or situations where you do that. So the way I want to think about this in this paper is really, so generally it's about looking at, this is not a dispersion in TFPR and misallocation the way Xian Clino wanted to convey the problem, but it's really about how inputs are related to TFP, right? And then fundamentally, that's what's driving most of the results. But the experiment even goes further because most of the results we emphasize is about the change between the north and the south, not the level per se. Although here it matters what the level of the row is. So in this, I would say, of course, is subject to everything you said is perfectly correct. But I still think that there is a fundamental element here which has to do with the gamma. The gamma plays a big role. So in the model, that metric would equalize across producers, whereas if the gamma is not there, when the gamma is there, that's not the case. And so, the one thing the one extra context that I just recently be working on, because of course, it would be nice that if you take the same approach in a developed economy where, and then you still come up with the one. And I think your bias would suggest, yeah, you still get the one because it's about measurement error or something. But I recently got the micro data for Canada and look at land allocation. So that row is very low in Canada. So that's sort of reassuring, at least for me. And yeah, and I think, really the way to think about what's driving that. I didn't talk too much about this in this presentation, but that institutional context is very important. Of course, ideally, you can measure, so it will be a tax where you can go and go to the law and measure it. But at least here, the context is that collectivization of the land in the 50s and then how it was decentralized from there to the household use rights, that allocation that was very egalitarian, and then you have all these restrictions to reallocate the land. That's what determines the fact that land does not, just by construction of that, by definition of that institution, just doesn't relate to productivity. So in kind of the equilibrium of the model, that's rationalized as a role, but that's really the driver, to me, the big driver of that role. In terms of crop choices, I didn't show you that, but with Tasso Adamopoulos, we've done some work in looking at this FAO data for kind of land quality across space. And so we look at that data in the context of Vietnam, at least at this disaggregated level we can. And then at least from that, we can say whether some portion of this productivity difference in agriculture could be attributed to kind of the natural endowments of the North and South we have. And our answer was that no, that basically those metrics don't come out like that. And then your point on the regression coefficient, the TRP on growth, I have to look more into that for sure. But I think what I wanted to emphasize there is that, again, it helps us the fact that it's not about the level of that matters, because it's about the change from the North and the South. And so I think to the extent that there may be some bias due to measurement error or weather shocks or something, that that's at least somewhat less of a concern, but we'll certainly explore more on that. So reforms and time change. I would love to do more of that. So we haven't done. The panel, as you see, is very short. These reforms, have different timings that are not going to necessarily coincide. But the main limitation is the slow-moving process of, you do a reform, you give these farmers that have been subject to state control for a long time, you give them a piece of paper, and then how soon are they going to really trade the land? And that makes this reform study a little bit more challenging, right, from that perspective. And then your question was about the suitability of the crops. Yeah, we have to do more on that. For now, we've used that data of how to kind of say something about the endowments. And again, just because the spirit is to look at changes in between North and South, then to the extent that there may be some suitability differences that perhaps are more or less aligned between the two, that exercise is going to be less subject to that. But we have to do more work to see. Okay, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Next speaker is Vita Diop, 40 minutes.
Thank you. Most households living in extreme poverty, is the mic okay? Can I move around? Okay. So most households living in extreme poverty are subsistence farmers in the global south. Their most productive investment is either to upgrade their agricultural technology and get out of subsistence farming, or to migrate to areas with better opportunities. But typically they can't afford either. A standard policy in that setting has been to encourage the upgrading of agricultural technology through the use of input subsidy programs. And these are massive around the world, not only in developing countries, but also in richer countries where you have about $700 billion every year that are invested in these input subsidy programs. This is about the GDP of a country like Switzerland. And if you focus on African countries, there is about $2 billion every year that goes into these input subsidy programs. And despite these massive investments, there is very little that is done to understand how these input subsidy program affects other choices outside of agriculture. And these subsidy programs would affect up to 400 million African farmers. And so what I'll do in this paper is that I'll use these input subsidy programs to understand how anti-poverty policies affect farmers' investment into upgrading and migration. So I will focus on Zambia and its input subsidy program, and I'll ask two big questions. So the first question I will ask is, how do input subsidy programs affect households' decision to upgrade their agricultural technology or to migrate outside of areas that use the input subsidy program? A second question I'll ask is, how do these input subsidy programs compare to a set of very common anti-poverty policies in rural areas? And so to do that, I will first use a natural experiment where I exploit the fact that these input subsidy programs in Zambia were rolled out gradually. So some areas received it earlier and some areas received it later. And so this allows me to identify the causal change in behavior across upgrading and migration that comes directly as a result of these input subsidy programs. Once I am able to answer this question, I move on to a model of selection into upgrading and migration. And there, this model allows me to explore the mechanisms that are at play to explain the results that I find in the first part of the paper. And then I can move on to compare these input subsidy programs with revenue neutral other policies such as cash transfer programs. And the key findings are the following. So the input subsidy programs do what they're supposed to do. So we see an improvement, a substantial improvement in agricultural outcomes. So in the short run, there is about an increase of 5% in the likelihood of upgrading agriculture by using fertilizer in that setting. And this improvement increases to up to 71% in the medium term. This leads to a 13% increase in yield in the medium term as well. More surprisingly, however, there's also an increase in migration outcomes. So households have an increased likelihood of sending migrants, so individual members to migrate out, of about 11% in the short term and 14% in the medium term. And this is coupled with the decrease in the likelihood of out-migration for a household as a whole. So households are more likely to stay and send out migrants rather than migrate out. So here you can think that there is an increase in the opportunity cost of migration once there is an additional policy. So one way we can explain these results is that there is an easing of the credit constraint that leads farmers to be able to fund migration in the short run, but also an increased productivity that allows farmers to fund their migration in the medium run. And so when we look at the structural estimates here, one way to ease credit constraint in the short run is through the use of resale markets. So these resale markets of these subsidized inputs allows farmers to sell and generate income to fund migration in the short term. And in the long run, farmers that bought from these resale markets, these inputs can become more productive and then migrate in the long run. When I compare these input subsidy programs with other policies,
what I find is that only the input subsidy program would resell allow farmers to both upgrade their agricultural technology, but also migrate. So here, what you would see in the cash transfer program is that there would be an increase in migration, which is similar to what was found in other studies, but there's very little upgrading with these cash transfer programs. And so the bottom line here is that with input subsidy program, if you only focus on upgrading, you may miss a lot of other things that may not happen. So there's a lot of reorganizations on local market, and there may be actual divestment away from agriculture for some of these farmers that receive these subsidies. And so here I skipped contributions because a lot of the people I cite are in this room. And so what I'll do is kind of give you an outline of the talk. So first I'll tell you about the Zambian fertilizer subsidy program. Then I'll walk you through the natural experiment and the estimates. And then I'll move to the model section where I tell you about the choice to upgrade and migrate for these farmers. And then I'll walk you through the counterfactual. Before I move on, are there any questions? Yeah.
Do you also have like where the migrants, whether migrants change the destination that they have otherwise?
So I'm quite agnostic as to where people go. The question was, am I looking at the destination of migrants and whether they change where they go? Actually, I'm not able to see where they go. One of the reasons is that data that allows you to look at both agriculture and migration is quite scarce, and this is a setting where I mostly just see households and the kind of origin and not really destination. Are there any other questions? Okay. So in 2020, Zambia is quite similar to many countries of that region, where agriculture contributed about 20% of the GDP, but employed 3/4 of the population. Most of these farmers are actually small-scale producers, and 25% of them are food insecure. And you can think of that as farmers living in extreme poverty. So in the early 2000s, which is the focus of the study, maize accounted for about 60% of the utilized land. So it is kind of a staple food, and that leads, like, that has a lot of farmers involved. So the background of the input subsidy program. So here, in the early 2000s, there was a joint effort of a lot of countries that were kind of trying to increase the use of fertilizer for farmers. And this came with a creation of cooperatives that kind of, for some countries, happened a little bit before, but for many countries happened around that time, where they were trying to get farmers to be in cooperatives, kind of share knowledge and have these cooperatives. And so these cooperatives were used as a way of dispersing these input subsidy programs. And so in Zambia, the input subsidy program was launched in the year 2002, 2003, providing a 50% rebate for a given amount of fertilizer. The input subsidy program started relatively small, with about 8% of the population receiving, of the farmer population receiving it, so about 85% of the smallholder today receiving these input subsidy programs. So one of the big critique of this policy is that there was very little geographic targeting, which is quite important in the estimation of the causal link here. And here, the input subsidy program do have a baseline higher rate of input use, but still very low compared to the world average. One of the feature of the selection here seem to be that there is a lot of political clientelism. So there are quite a lot of places that seem to have received the subsidy because of their voting patterns. Within an area, farmers were selected based on how big their land holdings are. So they're mostly smallholder farmers, which have holdings from 1 to 5 hectares, and they had to be part of cooperatives. Here, they mostly targeted maize producers, and the value of the transfer is about $100 US for each season, which is actually 20% of the yearly income for 1/3 of the sample. So here I'm going to use a post-harvest survey that was put together by the Zambian Statistical Office and Michigan State University, which is full waves of thousand households, which is representative of all smallholder farmers in the year 1990 to 2000. So the input subsidy program starts in the year 2000, 2003, and goes on up to today. I will see 2 waves before and 2 waves after. And there are 2 waves of treatment that I'll be able to look at. So people who are treated in the year 2004, 2005, people who are treated in 2008, 2009. So I'm going to be looking at treatment at the village level here, because there may be some effects that may happen that may occur for households that are outside of these households that receive the subsidy. So here, out-migration is defined as leaving the area. And I'm going to be looking at several margins of migration. So either households migrating as a whole. So think of everybody in a household leaving at once and leaving their house behind, or individual out-migration, which is at the extensive and intensive margin. So whether there is at all any migrants leaving the household, and how many migrants there are leaving the household. So here, to go back to the question earlier, I'm going to be quite agnostic about the destination, but here most of the migration involves leaving agriculture. So you can think of either being in agriculture and going to another place and shopkeeping, or kind of like being a laborer in a kind of like urban area. So here for agricultural outcome, I'm going to be looking at the binary upgrade. So whether or not fertilizer is used in the field, but also how much fertilizer is used in the field. And then I'll also be looking at yields, which are the kilograms per hectare of maize. So I'm going to be observing household labor allocation decisions, so whether they upgrade or change their migration decisions. And here I will define, as I was saying earlier, treatment at the enumeration area, which I will refer to as villages moving forward. But here, an area is considered as treated if there is at least one household that receives the subsidy in that area. So here, again, thinking about resale markets means that when one household is treated, another one may be actually the one using the fertilizer. And so here it is important to think of the treated unit as actually the village rather than just the household that receives the subsidy. So here, about half of the villages have at least one household member that receives the subsidy, and about 20% of all households within an area receive the subsidy. So one thing that I wanted to kind of go through quickly is kind of some of the variations in the data. So there is both spatial variation in where there are most, where people receive the subsidy, but also time variation between 2004 and 2008. So because I'll be estimating a difference in difference, it is important to look at how parallel the trends are. So here I'm looking at the panel I have, and things look very similar in these years, but also even looking at other sources of data that go further back, there is some parallel trend. Of course, we don't expect it to be exactly parallel because they're slightly different samples, but one thing I want to show you is like the areas that are treated, which are the kind of light orange areas, have some divergence in upgrading before, but it's important to keep in mind and how that could bias the results with it, but for all the other outcomes. So I'm going to be estimating the difference using Callaway and Santana, and it's going to be an intent to treat here, mostly because I will be looking at a whole area that is treated rather than only the households that are treated. And so in some ways you can think that it's an underestimate of the
yeah, I have a question. So if you go back to the map, so you're going to compare areas that have at least one household treated with the, so it's going to be dichotomous treatment, treated and non-treated. Yeah. But then if you look at the map, isn't that very clustered across space?
So here I'm not looking at, so basically this is the whole province, but I'm going to be zooming into the villages.
Oh, okay, so the treatment is going to be at the village level, and that's a, and then what do the color mean?
So I just wanted to show you that there's some variation in the country, and so this is like more intense areas versus less intense areas.
Okay.
So, yeah.
But I think it would be useful to see the spatial variation you're using at the village level. I don't know if you have maps of that.
So what are you worried about?
Spatial correlation. I mean, if you're not using the intensity of the treatment, but that's 0.1, maybe, just half of the country is treated and half is not, and then it would be very difficult to get statistical power because it's as if you had two observations. So that's.
Yes, so I think so one of the things that I use intensity for is to see if there are some spillovers. And so basically, if you're a control area in an area that has a high density of treated villages, are you more likely to be changing your migration decision? And that seems to not really be the case. And so that is the main thing that I can look at. And that's where I was kind of worried about it, but it seems to not be that big of an issue, but yeah.
But I think, it's important that you look at that, to what extent, this definition of, having one household being treated might end up leading to a lot of spatial correlation in the treatment. So I would try to see if you can exploit the richer variation in the share of households or something like that.
Okay. Yeah, having looked into it, I'm not too worried about it, but I'm happy to show it more explicitly. So I'm gonna be showing you the agricultural outcomes here. So what we find here is that there is a change in the probability of upgrading household agricultural technology in the short run, but this probability increases quite a lot in the medium run. So there seems to be something happening with time using these fertilizers. When it comes to the kilograms of fertilizer used, conditional on using fertilizer, they seem to be quite constant over time, and then yields increase quite substantially. Perhaps, so here I'm going to be looking at migration outcomes. Yeah.
What is violence?
Yeah. So they're quite huge for yield. Yeah. So the reason, I need to double check exactly where. So here it's not statistically significant. I'm not quite sure why they're so big here. I think I restricted the number of how I define the size of the field to only those that I need to double check why.
The one they have the same some there
Yeah, I think there's something that is going on with the yield. There maybe because these are new results that I'm showing, so I'm not sure exactly what is driving it. I need to look. There was another question in the back.
On the related note, I think the yields look huge, especially you're just comparing the village that has one household that got treated.
So they're 20% on average.
Okay, still, yeah, on average, it looks huge. So I'm thinking that given that the policy was politically motivated, we were talking about different area receiving the policy, the subsidy. Are there other type of subsidies or other policy that have been introduced to benefit the area, those villages, besides the ISP, maybe that contribute to the changes in this yield?
So I need to double check what is going on with the yield. So I would be, but I wouldn't say that the subsidy is politically motivated. That's not what I meant. I'm saying that there seems to be some sensitivity to political, like the vote of these villages. So I actually use that variation as well as an IV to be able to kind of check the results. And looking at the household that only changed their behavior, so basically a late, because they have voted for the incumbent politician, seems to go in the same direction. To talk about other policies, so there are other policies that were in place, but they're nowhere near the size of this input subsidy program, which is about half of the country's anti-poverty policy budget, and is also, in addition to that, twice as big as any other agricultural program. So this is by far the biggest policy at that time. So it doesn't compare really in terms of scale. And also, I kind of want to just benchmark these results and yields with other work that has been done in a similar setting. And these input subsidy program in Malawi and in Zambia seem to have an increase by 20% the yields in those settings. So I'm not too worried about the scale of the yield change. I'm more worried about what is going on. Maybe I'm just like, yeah, on the standard errors here. That may be something that is going on. Yeah.
Can I ask what is upgrade here?
Whether or not they use fertilizer.
So can you explain, so why do you see this massive, increase in fertilizer use, but basically the total amount of fertilizers is constant? Is this per
household? So if you're using and I'm not using and you use 50 kilogram and then we're both using and we both use 50 kilograms, you can still have the same for this. Yeah. So when it comes to migration outcomes, so here it's household extensive migration. So whether or not a household move as a whole. Here, there seems to be no movement in household extensive migration, at least here. With individual extensive migration, there seems to be quite an increase in the likelihood that a household that stays behind sends some out to migrate. And when we look at, for these households that send out migrants, how many they send, there seems to be also a movement in the number of people they send. So here again, they're quite small because we're looking at the village level, but on average, the household that send out migrants send one out migrant. Yeah.
Can you say something about the land institution? So is land private, or what happens to the land if they migrate?
Yeah, so actually that's one of the extensions I will talk about later. But one of the things I was interested, I was curious about, I would have expected that land would be reallocated once people move. Anecdotally, there seems to not be happening. At least when I look at the data and do some really coarse analysis, there doesn't seem to be much happening. But most of the migration happens with households staying behind and sending out migrants. So there's not that many people reallocating.
Who owns the land?
So
do the smallholders own the land, or these are user rights like many other places in Africa?
So there is some are renting, some are owning, and some have leases. I need to look at the proportions, but yeah, there just doesn't seem to be that much.
In the context of China, there's something similar where, if these user rights are assigned to households, then what happens is, even if there are incentives to migrate, maybe you leave some family members behind to kind of secure the land. That may explain why at the extensive margin you don't see much movement.
There's also, remember I'm saying that this transfers about 20% of the household income yearly. So there's also opportunity cost to migrating if you migrate as a household, right? Because you completely lose the probability that you'll get the subsidy at all at any point. So that could be also what is going on. That could be an interaction with both of those. So I kind of talked about it quickly, which is kind of like there is, to check for robustness, an alternative identification where I use the strategic placement of redeeming station to estimate an instrumental variable. And so here I would be estimating a local average treatment effect. And although the estimators are different, their directions are quite similar. And it seems to be a robust result that I find in the difference there. And one thing I was interested in is kind of looking at what are the mechanisms that lead to these results. And so there are 3 mechanisms that I kind of want to talk about here. So what I showed you earlier was kind of the treatment, the intent to treat actually, and it is in the short run. So I was looking at the short term, the change in migration decisions. What we see is actually all of these effects kind of become stronger in the medium term. So there seems to be something going on in the short term, which is consistent with liquidity, changes in liquidity, but also something that is happening in the longer term that seems to be consistent with changes in productivity. And here you can think of it as kind of comparing liquidity driven migration and structural transformation driven migration. So people becoming more productive and being able to fund migration with their increased productivity here. A second mechanism goes with kind of thinking about how are these farmers able to fund migration in the short run. One channel is through resale markets that are allowing farmers to turn these subsidies into cash and then allow them to fund migration. So the World Bank found that for these input subsidy programs in Zambia, about 12% of farmers who receive these subsidies are actually are households that do not have farming as their main activity. And when I look at the data, roughly 80% of the farmers use either an amount that is way larger or way smaller than what they're supposed to have received. So this seems to imply that there is some reallocation that is occurring of these like kind of vouchers across these farming households. Finally, the last mechanism is kind of thinking about how could migration occur in this setting. So you could think of either resale being available to households that receive the vouchers and who can then migrate. But a second option is that there could be some households that are being priced out of agriculture, and those households would be those who did not receive the vouchers. So here I focus on treated households, on households within treated areas. And I look at which ones are the households that are more likely to migrate. And what I find is that households who received the vouchers are more likely to migrate than households that did not receive the vouchers, which seems to imply that there's no pricing out, or at least that the resale channel dominates the pricing out channel. Yeah.
I just want to understand this pricing out channel a little better. What is it that these farmers produce? Do they produce for themselves, or do they also sell part of their product? Okay, and the story is once I get this increase in productivity, I can produce more, I can sell more. And then how does the pricing out work? It decreases the price of the product locally, and that's why some people are not going to be able to.
So if you thought that there could be some land reallocation or some sort of like capping the amount of maize people could buy, then you would get some of the farmers that would not be able to survive in the setting. And it would actually make more sense for them to migrate, generate more income, and just buy maize on the market. But
I see.
But
so I guess an alternative interpretation could be that these are like open economies where the price of the product is just fixed, and because of that, even if there's the program is not going to change the price locally.
Yeah, that could be it. And in that case, still, it would be consistent with the resale market being done. Like, I'm not trying to make the case that there is no other process. I'm just saying that it is consistent with resales being quite strong. And so here, what I find is that the introduction of the input subsidy program led to an increase in the upgrading rates and in out-migration, and that resale may explain these results. Another important factor is that both short-term and medium-term migration is occurring. And so here, these are ingredients that will be quite important in the second part of the paper. And so one of the issues with this kind of reduced form portion of the paper is that because of data limitations that were highlighted earlier, it's quite hard to capture the resale markets. And because I can't really capture the resale market, it's quite hard to back out policy implications here. And so here I'm going to use a structural model that would allow me to clearly sketch the channels that are at play and allow me to compare the input subsidy program with resale markets to other policies that are typical in this setting. How much time do I have left? 9 minutes. Okay, so I'm gonna go quite quickly on the model. So there is a fixed cost of migration, there are resale markets, which is quite common, and there is kind of this cost that is at the community that means that as more people adopt fertilizers, the returns to agriculture kind of increases. It's a standard model with the unitary household. Household vary in the number of labor units they have, the land they have, and their productivities. They choose the amount of labor they allocate to agriculture, to migration, and whether they are graded or not, and how much fertilizer they use. And then the household behaves like a firm that maximizes surplus and adopts if and upgrades if the returns to the fertilizer agriculture is larger than the returns to the traditional agriculture. And the returns to migration are a function of wage at destination, which is kind of an exogenous wage and some endogenous migration costs. The household faces a credit constraint, which means that it cannot borrow against migration income. And here the surplus from migration for the traditional agriculture is basically just the number of labor units in migration times the returns to migration. And there is crucially a fixed cost of migration. Then when it comes to the production function, there's kind of land and labor that enters the production function. And then there's kind of this productivity, which is the same for all. When the total profit for this household that is in the traditional agriculture, so does not adopt fertilizer, is basically just the sum of these two surpluses, but also retail trade. So it receives kind of like this bag of fertilizer that it adds, and then it can sell it at the price Q. Here, what is important is kind of this constraint. So the household cannot borrow against future migration income. And so it only migrates if the returns to agriculture plus its resale is larger than this fixed cost of migration. For the upgraded agriculture, the migration returns are exactly the same. The production, like the surplus from the fertilizer agriculture is similar, except that the production function is different, and that productivity here is different for each household. So some households are better at upgrading, while some others are not as good as upgrading. So the surplus is similar, except that the household uses some part of the fertilizer on their land. And so there is some return to resale. And there is some wedge that is a function, which is kind of the cost, the community cost I was talking about, which is a function of the number of people in the area that use the fertilizer. So here the constraint is the same. So the household can only migrate if it can afford the fixed cost of migration. And that comes from the returns to the fertilizer agriculture and the returns from the sale of the agriculture. So if this part is negative, it's that the household is a net buyer in the resale markets, and if it's positive, it's that it's the net reseller. So one question.
When you are using the upgraded agriculture, you only use the subsidized fertilizer? So you cannot go buy a market prices.
It's here. And so this is endogenous. It depends on who is using these.
No, but that's a return that you get if you resale the.
So if it's negative, it means that you are net rebuyer. And so you can actually use more than the transfer. So the model is quite well behaved in their closed form solutions, except that we don't observe the return to migration, which I can back up from these closed form solutions. So how the household upgrades its agriculture, the return from the fertilizer agriculture is larger from its returns from the traditional agriculture. And that happens if its productivity in the upgraded agriculture is larger than a threshold. And this threshold is a function of a few things, which is land holdings, household size, and the wage it migrates. Another portion that matters quite a lot is the number of adopters in its village. So without the subsidy, the number of adopters matters for the community cost that I was talking about earlier. And with the subsidy, it matters because the ratio of adopters to recipients affects the price of the resale. So the more adopters there are, the higher the price, and the higher the opportunity cost to upgrade. And so it becomes cheaper to migrate. And so here, the equilibrium leads to some people migrating at a high price of the fertilizer in the resale market. So for out-migration occurs if the returns to agriculture plus resale is higher than the fixed cost of migration. And that occurs via the resale market if the price is high enough, but also if there is increased productivity. So if this high agriculture, so these returns to agriculture are high enough. And I'm going to quickly move to the estimation. So I'm going to be estimating the binary upgrades and then kind of the amount of fertilizer that is used, then the binary decision to migrate and the amount, the continuous number of labor units that then migrate. And so here, the shocks are following a joint normal distribution, and here I'm just able to estimate using maximum likelihood. Yeah. So I'm going to be showing a few counterfactuals. So I'm going to be looking at the input subsidy program with resale, which is the baseline that I've shown. Then the input subsidy program where we shut down completely the resale market. And then I'm going to be showing two cash transfer programs, one that is targeted. So exactly the same people who receive the subsidy receive cash as opposed to the subsidy. Or an untargeted cash transfer program. And remember, these are revenue neutral, meaning that there is a lower amount of cash that everyone's in a treated area receives. What I find is that the policy that leads to the most upgrade in these settings is the baseline input subsidy program with resale markets. So here, the main reason being that there is kind of this snowball effect that households are able to split the fertilizer across different households. And so then you end up having more people using fertilizer. And this community cost leads to also this fertilizer being more profitable as many more people use fertilizer. Here, the cash transfer program leads to some upgrading, but not that much. When the resale market is shut down, you have substantially fewer people who adopt fertilizer. When it comes to migration, the input subsidy program with no resale leads to very little ability for households to generate cash to be able to fund migration in the short run. And so it is harder for households to migrate without resale. But when there's the untargeted cash transfer program, more people have their constraint that is relaxed. And so more people are able to migrate. With the back of the envelope calculation on income, the cash transfer program seems to move the needle for more households. And the input subsidy program with no resale is the worst of these programs. And so here, what is important here is to kind of think about what is the objective function of the central planner. Is it to increase food production here? And so here, if you compare these, they're very little different. Or is it to increase marginally the outcome for fewer people? And so that is the main policy outcome here. And so here, linked in credit constraints do little to address input use alone. And so because farmers are facing several constraints, it is important to take that into account. And so here, the second best policy may be to kind of stagger these policies and have the frictions addressed by some sort of subsidy program, but there's distortion. So then moving to kind of a cash transfer non-distortion program in the community may be better. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Yep, okay. Nice thing about organizing the conference is that when you want to dig into a paper a little bit more deeply, you can just assign yourself as the discussant. So that's exactly what I did. So Binta sort of already described why this is such an important question. These fertilizer programs are everywhere in the developing world. Not only are they run by country governments, the African Development Bank is spending millions of dollars on these kinds of programs. And so at like a positive level, what we need is we need to understand sort of like how the agricultural decisions link up with other things within these households, right? Sort of like the fundamental feature of agriculture is sort of the household firm connection. And so these migration decisions, these fertilizer choices, these are all going to sort of come together. But I think sort of the more exciting part for me is the second part of the paper that sort of steps into a more normative question and asks sort of about these different types of agricultural programs and how they create different outcomes. This is certainly important for thinking about productivity changes, as Binta mentioned. But I will say, like sort of related to what Yuhei was talking about yesterday, these, at least in East Africa, all fertilizer is imported. And in particular, a lot of it is imported from Russia and Belarus. And so there are massive increases right now in fertilizer prices, which are putting a lot of strain on government budget constraints, specifically related to these types of programs. And so thinking about sort of like the efficiency with how we design them is going to be really crucial, not just for agricultural productivity, but for sort of like macro trends in sub-Saharan Africa. So I'm going to give you sort of like a bit of a different interpretation of why I think this paper is kind of cool. So just imagine you just go look at some cross-sectional data and you see a bunch of households that are sort of specialized in agriculture. There's going to be two types of people or two types of households that you're going to catch. The first is sort of the comparative advantage folks. These are people who have really high ability at farming, they have lots of land, or maybe their outside option of going to work in the city is pretty low. But you're also going to catch another group, which are the people who really should be sort of migrating and going to the city to work. They have low productivity, small farms, but they're constrained. Okay, so if you're a government and you just say like, I really want to go out and I want to help some poor farmers. This first group might get some use out of fertilizer. They're good farmers. They might be able to use this stuff. This group, terrible farmers. Get them a bus ticket, get them some cash, get them off the farm. Okay, so what would you do if you were the government? You'd go in, maybe you'd look at small farms. You'd say like, all right, who's got the smallest farms? They're pretty poor. But we learned from Diego both today and in any number of other papers that like, this is a pretty bad way to target these groups because with lots of misallocation, small farm is just going to be some mix up of these two groups. Okay. Now, that's sort of like my high level, why this is such a hard program. And I think the thing that excites me about this paper and sort of the key insight that I took away from it is that this seems like a pretty intractable problem. But what Binta shows is sort of the answer, at least from the perspective of her model, is just deliver the fertilizer. If households care enough about this stuff and the returns are high enough, a market will get created and it will do the redistribution for you. Okay. There's a ton of evidence that I'm not going to talk about. I come from the Ed Prescott School of Econometrics, so like it all seems fine to me. And so there's a bunch of interesting pieces of evidence that are in the paper and to talk about them. I'll just say in her defense, I've seen like 3 or 4 versions of this paper since she's been on the market. They all have the same qualitative results. So I don't think there's any real issue with the, like at least the signs of the effect she's finding. So, but I'll say broadly, you know, you see a lot of upgrading by people who don't actually get coupons, which suggests that something's going on here. And you also see changes in agricultural productivity, which suggests some sorting is happening. So that's sort of like the empirical part. I'm going to sort of set this aside and just sort of posit that these things are true. And then I want to think a little bit more about trying to quantify this type of program relative to other programs like cash transfers. And as Binta showed, in the context of her model, they have pretty different implications. And I want to sort of think through why that's true and sort of what issues you run into when you start thinking about these things. All right, so just to give a brief overview of this discussion, I'll walk you through the basic idea. I'm going to jump right into the model. These are not going to be particularly interesting points, but I had some questions about trying to line up estimation with the model and sort of what.
Why isn't it just poster?
You'll see in a second. Yeah.
Like the egg.
What give?
Like, I'm gonna give some people $20, I'm gonna give other people a subsidy, a fertilizer subsidy, but take it worth $20. And you're like, what, so,
Because of this.
okay, you're gonna.
I'm gonna come to that. So that's my intuition as well. And my argument is going to be sort of like, it's buried in here. So it's sort of about what markets you turn on and off and how you let them operate and what prices are allowed to vary. And sort of that's going to be central to sort of getting the quantitative results out of the model. And that's going to be sort of my big takeaway is going to be the paper should probably think a little bit more about those exact type of issues. Okay. All right. So to your point, let me just go and show you exactly what this works. So I'm going to forget about fertilizer subsidies for a minute. I want to think about the baseline model. I'm also going to, Beta always also does a bunch of stuff with the size of the household. Don't worry about it. Households are going to differ in their ability to use the modern sector, how much land they have. And I'm just going to call this like the outside option for their city wage. Think of that as like net of the costs that they would have to pay. Here's how it works. There's a traditional agricultural sector that uses land and labor. And then there's the modern sector that has the productivity in it, also land and labor, and also fertilizer. And so there's a fixed cost here, and this is sort of to give you like exactly what you expect, which is some like cutoff rule for fertilizer, conditional on observables. Okay. Now, so to Todd's point, one of the things I just want to highlight here is that in the world with no fertilizer subsidies, this price is exogenous. So it's sort of like the small open economy assumption that David raised a little bit during the discussion. And so what's going to happen when this market turns on? Now all of a sudden you're actually not going to be able to use the outside fertilizer market anymore, and you're going to have fertilizer be in zero net supply in the village. And so I sort of think it's like the fertilizer subsidy here is doing a little bit more, I think, than you're claiming, which is you're actually turning markets off that they were buying from, and it's sort of hard to conceptualize what that means for the results. Okay, but regardless, so they choose their technology, they receive some income, they just choose whether they want to use the traditional or modern sector, and then the remaining labor that they have gets to go to the city if the financial frictions allow. And so if you don't have the fertilizer subsidy, it just has to be that your agricultural profit is larger than the fixed cost of migrating. Let me show you what that looks like. This is labor supply in agriculture based on farm size for a fixed productivity and city wage. And it has like a pretty funky shape, but let me show you why it has a funky shape. These people want to specialize in agriculture because they're pretty good at it. Everyone to the left of this line is financially constrained, but notice that they don't all specialize. Why? Well, these guys specialize because there is no amount of labor they could supply to ever get them over the financial friction. What are these people doing? Everyone to the left of this line, all they want to do is they want to save all of their labor to migrate. They just want to hang on to it because they can get really high wages. But they can't because they need to overcome the fixed cost. So what do? You put just enough labor to overcome the fixed cost, and then you save the rest for the city. Okay. Now you can do things like start playing around with farmer productivity, and if farmer productivity drops, you notice you don't get anyone who specializes up here, and sort of like the set of financially constrained people is going to change. And so I bring this up not because I think it's unreasonable or anything like that, but I want to sort of highlight this shape because I'm going to come back to that when I think about estimation, also to get to some of Todd's question. Okay, so now let's do free fertilizer. That's sort of what the model looks like before the fertilizer shows up. Now the government shows up and delivers F bar of fertilizer to some number of households. This is what I was saying earlier. It sort of turns on a market and turns off another one. So it turns off the outside fertilizer market. And now within the village, fertilizer has to be in zero net supply. And so I don't exactly know how to think about that, but it seems sort of central to being a little careful about what markets operate and what don't. So what happens? Two things happen. First of all, now there's going to be an equilibrium price. So that price is going to change. And it also turns off the fixed cost. So this is the idea that instead of like having to set up a store or something like that, now the government just comes and drops all the bags off in the village, and that's free. If you're thinking about aggregate welfare, it's not clear that you want to get rid of the fixed cost, but certainly from the village's perspective, and certainly from the individual's perspective, that seems fairly reasonable. And so then you're just going to carry this through, right? So if you get some fertilizer, you get higher income, and this is exactly sort of where it helps you get around the fixed cost of migrating. Okay, so it just sort of follows through here. Okay, so I talked about the fertilizer market. Now let me make one more point that's going to be important in just a second. Notice that there is no restrictions on how much fertilizer you can buy. There are no financial restrictions on the amount of fertilizer you can buy. The fertilizer market works perfect. The migration market does not. So when we think about things like cash, cash is sort of only going to be able to show up in here, net of issues of selection that might occur. Okay, that's going to be the second piece. Okay, so that's sort of like the basics of the model. And then the estimation is like, no one has ever confused me with a structural labor economist before. But let me sort of try and show you what's going on here. So there's a decision rule, they just sort of show these. There's a decision rule for upgrading to the modern technology, and this is estimated with a probit that sort of takes linearly a bunch of stuff. And this is why I showed you the U shape. I'm sort of not entirely sure whether I should take this model seriously or whether I should take this model seriously, but they're not sort of like exactly the same model. So I just wasn't entirely sure how to think about that. But even this is sort of not enough, because notice this wage is in here, the wage you would get in the city, and then you run into exactly the issue Chevron was talking about earlier, which is we don't actually know what this wage is for people who don't migrate. And you got to be really careful with these things, and you can get them very wrong if you do it incorrectly. And so what you end up with here, which I think is pretty cool, is sort of like a joint estimation of both the technology choice, the migration decision, and then sort of like the Heckman corrected wages for everyone. So this is like a pretty careful, deep estimation of how to think about these various choices that people are making. What happens next? You estimate it twice. Once for untreated villages, again for treated villages, and then you can sort of predict switchers via the model, and then use these estimates to figure out sort of like what the change in behavior should be. Okay, so these are my comments on the model. Like I said, this is sort of not the thing I do on a day-to-day basis, but somehow this all seems much more complicated to me than it actually needs to be. It seems like the sort of simpler version here is just like take the diff and diff results, use the model structure, and sort of get the elasticities correct, and then sort of use the model structure to make estimates. The thing I'm not so sure about, and I couldn't quite work out when I tried, was that like these betas are structural parameters if you want to take the model super seriously, and they're also related to each other. So there are like restrictions on what those betas can and can't be that are consistent with the model. And it's not clear to me then why you would want to estimate it twice necessarily, because you can come back with different estimates. Okay, so that's just some thoughts on estimation. And then I think the last thing I really want to talk about in the last couple of minutes is here's sort of the result I found most striking. So this is take everyone who got a fertilizer coupon and give them the identical cash value. That result from the model is something like migration is approximately the same between the two, but there's basically no technology upgrading. Why is that? Well, the first thing, there's no constraints on ex-ante fertilizer purchases. And so to the extent that cash would sort of be working through the fertilizer market via, say, a collateral constraint or some sort of financial friction there, you'd sort of like expect it to show up there somewhere. So the only way it's going to sort of show up in the technology choice is through this fixed cost. And so I think like it's really sort of incumbent to think about like what this fixed cost is if you want to sort of run the results through that. So that's the first sort of issue. And then the second one is a lot of other markets we think generally generate redistribution. Prices for agricultural goods, wages, you can hire your neighbors, et cetera, all of those things are turned off here. And so I think sort of like my take from the model is that it doesn't really give a lot of these other things a fair shot to compete with fertilizer subsidies. And I think sort of like I said, I think that's sort of the most interesting part of all of this. And so it'd be great to sort of like take a step back and sort of think through some of those things and which markets you think really are operating or maybe not. Okay, so here's my conclusion. This is a really nice paper. I said a few things about like what I would maybe want to fix, but like that doesn't take away from the fact that it's a really deep and important paper. There's lots to like from, say, a development perspective, a labor perspective, and my overarching comment is like throw a little red meat to the macro people. You know, give us some markets that work. And so I think that'll be sort of central to really making this big point about how we should be thinking about these different types of technologies. But like I said, it was a real treat to read and dig into a little bit. So thanks.
Great. Thank you so much for these comments. And yeah, I sent Kevin 2 versions of the paper because it's in big changes before submission. And so these are really great points and points that I'll take very seriously. And I'm not sure I have very many answers to them. And I think I'll just be, yeah, I thought about some of these points quite carefully. And I think some of these decisions that I made on the modeling part, I kind of coming from the fact that it was conditional on using this way of estimating. It was kind of hard to deviate from it, but perhaps the answer would be to kind of take a step back and kind of depart from some of these decisions I made on the modeling and the estimation part of things. And perhaps it's actually simplifying stuff, but I think it may come from the fact that this paper sits somewhere between macro and micro. And I think like the types of feedback from either of those is kind of very different. And so I'm still struggling onto how to incorporate each of them. But yeah, thank you so much.
So I had done something on Malawi. I mean, the emphasis was looking at land mix allocation, but Malawi has a very important program on fertilizer, and there the implementation was very different. It was a subsidy on the price, and this was given to the poorest houses. So in that context, what happened is that a lot of the subsidy went to the very unproductive farmers. So this program didn't work. So I find really fascinating this experiment where this redistribution really allows a better allocation of these inputs. I think that's very good. To be honest, I didn't quite understand this issue of when this fertilizer is given, that this is effectively a shutting down the market, and I think it would be interesting to expand on that implementation detail, because I think it may matter in terms of how the overall quantity of fertilizer that is applied and then how it's allocated. So that's something that definitely you could
Yeah, definitely end up somewhere in the background of the paper of assuming that kind of like there is this private information that is used and used carefully in the villages. And I think perhaps thinking more carefully about kind of like what markets are shut down and which one are open. I think one point that I wanted to talk about, which are kind of like labor markets and like hiring more. It seems, at least in the data, that there's very little hiring of labor from people from households within the villages. And there is work that shows that there's kind of these incomplete markets. And perhaps one of the counterfactuals could be like, what if these markets were fully functioning and that there is no need to kind of have these like only household labor used on the farms? But that would be something that I would need to make some strong assumption as to what that would look like. But yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
No está apagado, pero lo podemos poner, aunque esté en calefacción, lo podemos poner en frío. Bueno, pues dejamos las puertas abiertas que ventile un poco igual.
And I think one of the things that
What I have to do over and operators
Maybe it's connected with some other computer. It does work.
Yeah, I'm not very good. It wasn't very active, but then on Zoom, you have to do it.
I would like to know a little more about.
Yeah, so you can also do that later.
That's in the field of some class. The thing is, so that doesn't work. Exactly para a lot of it's slow. There is more of a we do everything more, But in this case, it was all the smallest thing, right? We don't want we don't want to pull out the value. But I say, when I did in China, we did that because we wanted to get a for example, right, this body of the south, So that's the divide. There's somebody. So that is the other context. It only gets reset when the thousand.
Yeah, and everybody wants to like shots.
No, but I mean, there is some, it's not in the same. I always say that for change. Vietnam, this is growing, it's been more. So there is some trend there, but it's not like we see also in one round going profit, down. The question is, how we go from the actual attention to some sufficient. So research, you always use the same. You always get something. You may be depending on the snap, it may be very little to the some productive ones and a lot to the so it will be very, very skewed, whereas maybe the data is just. So it's like the productivity gain from going from that flat to the. Yeah. Really, because structure is it's just it's just a evaluation of this allocation, and then we tend to think that this is kind of something wrong. It's not pure resource allocation. So this is a pure allocation question. South. Cambio la distribución de los productos. Porque el hecho de que tú tengas una alojamiento que sea versus una que sea así, es bueno especialistas. Sea menos investment, que ahora es el investment is más producido, hay panning out pero cuando va a tener examen, el panning out está en la ship. Mira la demostración de que se la dos en el sur. But the levels, but so you wouldn't get the level. And actually, they don't lose investments on growth. That is not the case. Yeah, I actually, this was a point among brothers. I just wanted to sound because the sound, but what we call that relationship is it's not wrong. So I don't think but the idea was just to show that channel is operating that's what it yeah, well, yeah, the disciples. So that's why I don't think that's you could say, how can you turn the draw from this line size?
And easy to so they're if they're getting in trouble,
yeah.
in principle, he's only
You can have it with your minutes to compose. Imagine that it's gonna fuck up some of the litigation, right? Accounts for the minutes when you run the.
And you're actually better than the United States. You're,
yeah, no, I see what you're. It was kind of.
Right, so we.
That's what people have been wearing.
One thing I think to project, say, use you see what I mean? You're saying.
I was teasing. How did everybody come to this? But it's really. It's not always that. It's usually minus half. So then there's a nice code. It's minus.
So I didn't make it.
Probably they will attack it in a piece of our. Yep.
I know if it's right.
It's funny, the people who are working, they go out. And ski, ice skating. I'll go running in -5. Once it gets like -10.
It's got 3 years old. Well, I thought it was like.
They have this. Obviously, this, I can't keep my hand. Yeah. At some point, even with big walls and fitness holes. I take my kids sledding and ice skating and all of the winter sports.
So they have very different. It's like when they use that for that for.
Yeah, I know. It's like everybody knows in 3 different cities. I don't know what watching the it's done and so that I like what really it's really Barcelona.
They want to sell it.
That's how it works. You always like to sell it.
Why didn't we sell it? Because there's only one use. I put it on the. So I would have.
So here's the Soto, the big effect.
I don't think that's supposed to be marked. It's pretty far away.
Coca producers. So they get property rights of the lot. Why would you have the property rights? They basically were not protected. So
yeah.
The idea of the
I never went on my. That's where it was.
So I think my secret why at the end of the day is that it's why we don't have it's not the data that you think people are scared. But if you look at now, that kind of 20 years.
Basically, people solve that. That's it. I didn't give you a It looks at it and says, it actually gives you a sign for you to know. So what's, you know, it's like the whole equation, the whole thing like us, and there's a new, so I guess it's gonna be, well, there's no point in showing you the stuff the plan. But it's still, like, it's not, it's not a cash. But I'm also thinking allowed, actually now in the allowed people to get out. People maybe we go to the lot.
Me too, right? What is there that would also include.
Maybe can be screened by law. Depends on how you operate.
Adesso ci devo metterci tutti il maglione. That would also capture the problems.
Yeah, it's hard to say whether it's something like. We can find some options.
I don't want to turn this off. To be honest. Yeah, so I do. That's how they keep us from going. They'll give us one. We'll let it go. So I think what's happening is. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You're gonna sit down. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Welcome to our closing panel session.
We're going to go along.
One question. It's fine. I'm just thinking about those three participants.
Everybody's in production, so that we can touch.
So the dinner will do the same as yesterday, go to the 6:30, but it's actually maybe 6:45 because it's super close. So this is if you go. Yeah, 6:45.
All right. Thanks for having me. It's been a great conference. So thanks so much to Paula, to STEG for putting this on. This has been a lot of fun, and hopefully we do it again next year. I was thinking about volunteering in Minnesota. It's currently -25 Celsius. You get a lot of work done. This paper is like really work in progress, not just the material, but even the title, the set of co-authors, how you spell the co-author names, like very work in progress. So bear with me, but hopefully I'll get you intrigued to what we're up to. So really, I'm just going to start with a hypothesis. This is kind of our working theory, is that the skills and the reorganization of production are complements to one another, and that they're jointly important contributors to growth and development. So what I have in mind an old idea, which you see more in kind of work that's kind of previous to this generation, think more like Chandler and Kuznets, especially people who thought a lot about the US economic transition. And so what they'll talk about a lot is that I think something we all agree with, growth depends a lot on the adoption of new technologies. But what they emphasize in that literature is that those technologies are really special in the sense that the reason they're more productive is that they leverage economies of scale. That's kind of obvious and intuitive in a lot of the manufacturing industries like petrochemical refining or steel production. You kind of know that the new way to produce those, the modern way to produce those, is enormous factories that use really intense production. But I also want you to think about some newer examples that are kind of more prevalent in services, and there the economies of scale really come from intangible capital. So kind of we see a lot of scaling up in, let's say, restaurants or hotels. And kind of the underlying idea I have in mind is that people have figured out how to standardize those products. So a Marriott is functionally identical everywhere. McDonald's hamburgers function identical everywhere. And the intangible asset is figuring out what product people want and then advertising and marketing it to people. And so there's a huge intangible capital, which is just the M arch. You see the M arch. You know exactly what you're going to get for better or for worse. Okay?
So growth depends on adopting these new technologies. I want you to be thinking always about economies of scale. Once you think about economies of scale, it's kind of a necessary feature that once an industry starts to adopt these new technologies, production is going to have to be reorganized. You can't leverage economies of scale with a substantial share of self-employed workers or small own account workers. You can't have really tiny firms like Tommaso has in some of his other papers. You're going to want large firms to leverage the economies of scale, otherwise you're not really getting the benefits of the technology. And then kind of the final part of the idea is that really large firms that produce at high volume and at high pace are going to encounter big logistical challenges. Those logistical challenges are sourcing the inputs really rapidly, making sure that they arrive continuously, coordinating and monitoring the production, these very sophisticated processes. And then if you're successful, you produce enormous volumes of the output and you have to figure out how to sell them. So you're gonna need somebody to market and advertise them. Okay, so for all of these, what we saw historically in the United States is that it's a workforce of skilled white collar workers. Think about managers, but also advertising agents, clerical agents, purchasers and sellers that are responsible for helping firms solve these challenges. And so the idea we have in mind is that you need skills to be a white collar worker. White collar workers are integral to this process of reorganizing into firms. And so we want to know, the question is, what are the role for these two forces in the overall process of growth and structural transformation? And so in the big picture sense, the way I think about trying to answer this is what we want to do is build a big model, calibrate it, quantify it, and then evaluate this question through counterfactuals. Of course, we have seen that historically in the United States, these two things did happen, and they happened in most other developed countries. But the question I have in mind is, okay, what if they had not happened? Probably we still would have grown somewhat. We probably would have still had some adoption of new technologies. We probably would have still had some structural transformation, but what would it have looked like? Quantitatively, how important are these? And then kind of the more interesting hypotheses to me is what if we had a country that just lacked the skills but still tried to reorganize production? How far could you get? And I find that intellectually interesting. I'm just kind of curious, but I also think it might be useful for thinking about the experiences of some developing economies which have gotten wealthy, say, through natural resource extraction, but don't actually seem to have developed much skills. And so you see talk about like irregular structural transformation or premature industrialization. Can this help us understand some of that? Or I don't know, maybe not, because it's work in progress. So here's what we do. This is the more honest, this is what we actually have today. This project's like roughly a third done, and that might be optimistic. What I'm going to give you today is an analytical model of endogenous occupation and firm structure choices. And the main thing I want to do with this is build some intuition about the link between skills, occupations, firm structure, and technology adoption. So I'm going to give you a couple of results to explain to you how these things end up being tied together and how this model behaves differently from a more standard occupation choice model. And I'm going to kind of, in my words, try to compare it to that benchmark. And then I'm going to give you some empirical evidence that kind of the key mechanisms we have in mind empirically certainly look like they're there. So we're going to use census data from around the world to show you that skills are extremely important and they have a really strong link to occupational choice. More skilled workers are much more likely to be white collar workers. And then we're going to use employer-employee data from two countries to show you that indeed white collar workers are central to the operation of large and more productive firms. Large and more productive firms systematically use a lot more white collar. That's the beginning of, I hope, what will someday be a good paper. That the quantitative model, like I could show you some of the equations we've written down, but there's no code, there's no results. I'm not even going to. And then here's just what we find so far, just to kind of give you a preview of what we're up to. So in the analytical model, we're going to find if you exogenously increase the country's skills, you're going to expand the supply of white collar labor. That's going to be by construction, because I'm just going to assume white collar work is more skill intensive. And so boom, boom, that's just going to appear. But kind of the more interesting thing is that when you add on top of this occupation choice, which I think of as being very standard, a firm structure choice, you're going to get that there's an endogenous restructuring in the economy. Okay, so you're going to get people moving out of own account work and into large firms. And what that's going to do implicitly, well, explicitly, because I'm saying it, is it's going to increase the labor demand for white collar work. And so normally the way I would think about this in most occupational choice models, it's like I increase skills, I have more white collar workers, and then a bunch of GE effects kick in, like wages move around or something goes haywire. But this
breaks that result, because we're going to get that there's an offsetting increase in demand for white collar labor at the same time. And so actually the effects on skill premium and other equilibrium objects are going to be muted. And I'll give you a particularly strong version of that. Empirically, for those two things I described so far, occupational choices really depend on a worker's skills. That's not surprising. What's more surprising is that it's essentially independent of the country where you live. And so one of the more surprising results in the paper is that people who graduate high school, 50% of them go into white collar work. That's true in developing and developed countries alike. There's almost no difference in the propensity to engage in white collar work conditional on education. That's going to be a really strong result that implies that skills can account for somewhere between 90 and 100% of cross-country occupational choices. Hopefully I'll convince you that the model can help us understand why that happens in equilibrium. That's the point of the model, or the main point so far. Then we'll go through and use the matched employer-employee data to show you that any proxy you put down for larger, more modern, more productive, more technologically advanced, all the stuff I can try to pull out of matched employer-employee data, those firms use a lot more white-collar labor. That happens both within and between industry. And then, you know, the quantitative model, that's sort of like my hopes and dreams. That's not 10 minutes, but if you want to ask questions, that's the end of the intro.
Are you thinking this of a theory of modern economic growth, or this is something that will help us understand, say, early processes of industrialization? In the sense that most of I'm thinking, you know, if you're turning into a 4D model, it's not clear that white collar labor was the intensive factor at that point in time. Maybe I'm wrong, but
at what point in time?
When you're you know, having big factories, setting up big factories
So
at the beginning.
So that was actually what Chandler's book was about, was that essentially the rise of white collar labor dates to about 1870, 1880, and it was to solve exactly these problems in the early. So the earlier firms from before that time didn't use it much, but the mass manufacturing of the United States from circa 1880 was really intensive in white collar labor. And then his is the perfect historical narrative of it. So yeah, that's exactly what I have in mind in some sense. Yeah, please.
The channel was also talking about changes in the product mix to overcome kind of limitations of, you know, the size of the product market.
We're going to do a bunch of accounting. So what do you mean by change in product mix? So we're going to talk a little bit about how much of this happens within and between industries, because I think that's really important, especially when you try to think about structural transformation. There's a separate thing about geographic scope and the way that railroads reshaped markets and allowed firms also to leverage economies of scale. And I'm going to say no, not that I don't think it's important, but look, I mean, like a lot of papers have looked at firm size. That's not exactly a novel thing, right? The tie that, so I think the skills to firm size and that complementary, that's what's unique, and that's probably what we're going to end up focusing on.
The skills of
Yeah. I used to have the word scope in here, but there's like literally nothing actually about it. So I cut it a few days ago. I don't really know what to do with it. It's in my head. I don't know. I love this book. I've spent way too much time rereading this book. So I highly recommend the book. Yeah, please. Oh.
Talked about these new technologies, right? That come with skill. And then after that, it looks like you are not really thinking about those here. I would have thought that the empirics, you would leverage the arrival of new technologies as a source of variation, perhaps. Like your mechanism seems to be stronger in the case of new technologies than in the case of old technologies. Maybe there is a way to use that in the empirics to kind of argue for the mechanism in an even more forceful way.
Federico's writing that down. Federico's a co-author. He's over there. So he's writing that down. I agree. I was thinking about the other way, which is we're looking a lot at big shocks to school supply. Like vis-a-vis yesterday, I was like making a note of that. And that's the piece I was going to try to evaluate, but I totally agree. We could go the other way around. Yeah, absolutely. All right, analytical model. This is a really simple model, and it's just kind of designed to highlight for you the central intuition of why you want to think about occupational choice and firm structure choice at the same time. Okay. So it's a static model of a particular, think of it as like a country industry pair. So we're talking about like, I always tease Tommaso. So we're making doors in Uganda. Okay, how are we gonna make doors in Uganda? What's Uganda? It's Uganda. Workers are endowed with a skill, so think about that as Z, that's distributed to some arbitrary function G of Z. And they also have a relative preference for how much they like white collar work. That's a type 1 IID. That does exactly what you think it does, which is just like smooth everything out nice. In the model, workers have two related choices. So the first thing you have to decide is whether they're going to be white collar workers or blue collar. And the fundamental difference between those is that white collar work is skill intensive. So I want you to think about skill specifically as being like education and learned knowledge. And skill intensive, white collar work is skill intensive in the sense that you use literacy and numeracy skills much more in white collar work than blue collar. Blue collar work, literally, that's, I call those two hands jobs. Everybody who has two hands provides 1 unit of labor. That's what blue collar work. The sub decision. So this is that if you're a white collar worker, you also have kind of two sub choices. You can either be an entrepreneur who starts and founds a large firm that uses the new technologies, or you can be a professional. That's just somebody who provides white collar labor to another person. So you can think about that as this is the accountants, the clerical workers, the middle managers. And again, for blue collar workers, you can be a laborer. That means you work in somebody else's firm. Or you can be an own account worker. Think about that as being any small worker who more or less produces by themselves. They use the old-fashioned traditional technology. And so that's the sense in which there's a joint occupation and firm structure choice. This is what I mean by occupations, it's white versus blue, and then the firm structure is how many people choose entrepreneurship versus own account. That's the structure of the choices. This is going to be a pure earnings problem at the end of the day. So let me just characterize what everybody earns, and then I'll describe the equilibrium and a couple of key results. So blue collar workers, they supply 1 unit of labor, that they work as production workers. They earn WL, which is an equilibrium object. If they go into own account work, they earn WO for own account work. What do they do there? Well, they're going to work with a linear production technology. They're going to put their single unit of labor in, and the productivity of this old-fashioned traditional way of producing, that's A load. The white-collar workers who choose to be professionals, they have Z units of professional labor. They earn WP per unit of labor. Z, so there's their earnings. And then the people who become entrepreneurs, that's Lucas Spanik. Okay, so they have Z units again. They're going to decide how many professionals and blue collar laborers to hire in their firm, Douglas production. The only key difference is that this is a fundamentally different technology. It has a different TFP, which you can't really, the standard you can't compare those. And it uses a Cobb Douglas of other labor, and they pay the market rates for those two.
Feel free to defer this, but like, I'm trying to figure out why we need all this. Like, if I was trying to think about the evolution of these things, I guess I would start with just like a CES representative firm, and I would throw some complementarity between these things, and I would get some path. And then so like, yeah.
That's where I started. It doesn't work. Give me 2 slides. All right, so that gives me the following choice problem, which is basically everybody just solves an occupational choice. The whole reason you put type 1 IID is that it makes it fairly easy to characterize this. And so the way we're going to characterize it is for each group of workers with a particular skill level, so for every Z, all I need to figure out is what's the share of people who go into white collar work, what's the share of the white collar workers who become entrepreneurs, what's the share of the blue collar workers. That's a complete characterization of all of the occupational choices. That's the only thing I'm doing here. Okay, fairly. They operate this little linear production. Oh, yeah. All right. 2 definitions. We're going to define the skill premium as the ratio of the wage per efficiency unit of professionals to laborers. That's again in efficiency units. We're going to define alpha as being the relative productivity of the modern to the traditional technology. And an assumption I'm going to make the analysis, well, I mean, we did everything in the paper, but I'm going to focus on the case where relative productivity is sufficiently low that there's some own account workers. Okay? And there's a full expression in the paper for what that needs to be. All right. Kevin wants to know why we're doing this. Here's why we're doing this. So I'm going to give you 3 results that kind of tell you what's interesting about this. And the first result, I think, is kind of the key to everything. When you set the problem up this way, you get a constant rate. The ratio in efficiency units of professionals to laborers, of white collar workers to blue collar workers, is constant, and it's completely independent of the aggregate supply of skills. Again, subject to the assumption that there's some own account. So why is that? It's exactly because of the nested occupational firm structure choice. The wage of white collar workers is pinned down by the outside option of entrepreneurship. The wage of the blue collar workers is pinned down by the outside option of going into own account work. The ratio of those 2 things is a constant. And so as long as there's some own account labor taking place in this industry, you get a constant wage. That is the thing you can't get with the CES unless you do the knife edge of infinity substitutes. It also turns out that this is exactly the property you want in the data, because if you go across countries, wage premiums don't vary very much. And I've always been puzzled as to why that is. Infinite substitution by itself just seems like a weird property to impose, but here's a model that endogenously delivers. I'll dig in that a little bit more. Go fast.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like a standard trick with doing trade with the outside sector. So it's kind of more general than CES once you, so maybe if it's useful, you can generalize it.
I thought we were really, tell me who to cite later.
Like, 1985 Krugman.
Send it back to Mitch. That way.
There, so feel free to ignore, but you originally pitched this like the 2 technologies, their key difference was their returns to scale, but these are just different. If anything, the traditional technology has constant returns to scale and the modern one has decreasing, right? And they just differ in their productivity, right? Like we're calling it own account workers all running their own firm, but you could equivalently say this is one big firm with just a lower productivity, constant returns to scale. I don't really see how the scale is the key difference between the technology and the model.
Fair enough. Right now, it's almost by assumption that you have to have some white collar workers to make the model available, and not equating that to the scale. I don't have a deeper theory yet. The words don't quite have scale.
The white collar work thing makes sense.
No, but I really want the scale. I really like.
Yeah, no, so one comment about this, pinning down the wage. Usually in trade, when we do that, the model is somehow partial equilibrium because, already is that there's some freely traded good internationally at constant returns that pins down the wage. That's kind of the way to make it as if it was G. But this same result, you get it with the Asimov directed technical change result, right? That the relative supply of skill increases, you get this endogenously and the wage premium to be constant. So I was wondering, why not choosing that type of framework?
It's the same trick, except here I'm calling the directed technical change of getting more white collar intensive large firms. But it's the same underlying intuition. And it's just that this one, I think, feels more like what happened historically. But it's literally, the equations aren't identical, but it's the same intuition. All right, let me give you 2 more results, and then I'll describe where I think this fits in the long run, because I can see you're all a little puzzled by that. That's fine. Second result, the share of white collar workers, this just characterizes who becomes a white collar worker. The share of white collar workers is increasing in their own skill. That's kind of intuitive, and that's baked in. It's also completely independent of G. And then sometimes I hinted you in the data, that's exactly what we're going to see. That's what I've spent a lot of time thinking about, what kinds of models would deliver this. And that's the property we're going to use. So why is it that the share of white collar workers is independent of G of Z? Well, it's kind of obvious. In these models, this is a logit type of model, you always get an expression like this. The share of people with skill level Z who choose white collar work just depends on the wage they earn as white collar workers relative to the wage they earn as white collar or blue collar workers. So the wages are right here. That's what normally leads you to have an effect that the aggregate supply of skills affects things. But of course, we just said in level 1 that the wages don't vary. And since the wages don't vary, there's no mechanism left. And so what you get is that it depends on skills and nothing else. A different way to think about it is that what goes on in the model, suppose that we increase skills.
In a standard occupational choice model, that's going to drive down the relative wages of white collar workers. That's just a standard labor supply type of effect. What goes on here is that wage pressure leads some of the white collar workers to think, geez, it would be a good time to start a modern firm, become entrepreneurs, because the workers look like they're cheaper than usual. And so I can start this firm, soak up those, but then in equilibrium, since everybody's perfectly indifferent between being an entrepreneur and a professional, you get that all of the action is in the quantity side and none of it's on the price side. Okay, that's the how it works.
So then this is kind of more similar to the Rybczynski, or like factor price equalization result or factor price insensitivity result.
Yeah.
That as you increase, because you are pinning down the wage, no? More than the Asimoglu type of effect. I think it's more similar to that.
I haven't figured it out yet, but this sounds to me like it's similar to the cone effect. You always have some conditions you need to be in the cone effect of price equalization, right? And I also have a condition I need to hold for the productivity levels. If productivity rises high enough in the modern, so if the modern sector becomes good enough relative to the traditional sector, people drop out of own account work, and then you start getting all the standard price effects. So that's the sense in which later on, when we do a full quantitative model and there's a bunch of industries, none of what I'm saying here is going to hold exactly. And it's not that I'm trying to convince you that this like knife edge case is exactly what we should be taking away. I want to convey the intuition that if you allow there to be an endogenous firm structure choice, you're going to get some offsetting effects that dampen the types of wage movements we're normally associated with these models. That's the thing I'm trying to convey. This is just really simple to work for. Oh yeah, please, sorry. Somebody want to throw, you have to like throw it to them, football. Paul. He's the furthest possible person from the mic.
Yeah, so the model seems quite binary to me. I mean, like you have white collar, blue collar, and then all the white collar workers are the entrepreneurs or not. But if in the microdata, there's a lot of heterogeneity. The variance probably has increased dramatically within each of those categories. So at the very top, you get like higher and higher returns. And there's this whole story about superstars and so on. I just wonder how you could reconcile this approach with the finer micro details.
So the obstacle is going to be that we're combining a lot of data, like a truly extraordinary number of data sets behind the scene. So I can go more detailed on occupations because most places more or less use the same codes. And education isn't too bad. That's going to be my measure of skills. On the firm side, I'm going to get stuck. And it's just because I need firm measures to be compatible across countries. And that's where all the heartache comes in this project. So at some point, I'll show you some empirical results that are more detailed than just white and blue collar, obviously. And let me know if I'm starting to satisfy you or if you had something more detailed in mind. The firm side is where we're going to have trouble, though. I'll warn you that that's going to be our issue. All right, so the third result is basically an immediate corollary of the first two. Let's consider two countries, J and K. They only differ in the fact that J is more skilled. That's like first order stochastic dominance. How is J different than K? Well, it's going to have a higher share of white collar workers, a smaller share of own account workers, and larger firm size. And so this is the complementarity between reskilling, skill upgrading, and white collar workers, adoption of new technologies, and then the firm restructure. That's kind of the main result I'm trying to push here. And like I say here, so this is kind of a view where skills are causing this occupational change and restructuring without changes in the skill. So I'm going to say that although this is kind of a very simple model, it delivers an intuition for some of the results that we're going to see. And so that's what I want to turn to now. Okay. So I'm going to take the results in two pieces because they use very different data sets. So the first thing I want to do is link people's skills to the jobs they choose. That's kind of the easier part of this paper. There's a ton of data sets that do this. I'm going to focus on IPMS International for the most part. And the reason is that IPMS International has huge scope and you can just like click download. It's like the greatest data set on earth. So we have 233 cross sections from 77 countries. I'm going to mostly focus on skills as being educational attainments. How much schooling did you complete? And occupational choice. We're going to use ISCO one-digit occupations. White versus blue means 1 to 4 versus 5 to 9. But I can also do all of the 1 digits. And I can mostly do 2 digits at some point. I haven't done it yet, but that should be feasible with this data. As a robustness, we've done all sorts of other data sets where we look at things like What about your adult literacy test scores? What about your childhood test scores? Like all sorts of different measures of skills and how those correlate with the occupations that you ultimately choose as an adult. I'll show you one of those results and then we're going to get bored and we'll move on. Okay. So this is kind of the main result that we wrote that model to deliver. And sometimes I think I should show the data before the model. I haven't decided.
Yeah, it was fun to
Yeah,
Oh.
you know, why are you showing us this goofy data? You know, like, anyway.
So before you go into the data, sorry. So just your results, the lemma reminds me of the trade literature about this globalization leads to seems equally rise in the skill premium for both between North and South, even though the factor endowment are very different. That's it's also related to, some of the explanation is also related to the endogenous technology choices.
If you squint, this is a very Heckscher-Ohlin type of a model. So you're going to get a lot of Heckscher-Ohlin type intuition and results. I have not like worked through all of that as carefully as I should. Yes, I totally agree. Okay. Results. Okay. So this is propensities. What's the probability that a worker with different educational attainments chooses to be a white collar worker? There are 4 that are easily standardized basically everywhere, which is I have not been to school, I finished primary, I finished secondary, I finished tertiary. And then what we're doing is we have like 77 countries, so we're going to bin them into kind of 3 different income groups, low, middle, and high. And what we're plotting here is the propensity to become white collar. So kind of what I hinted at earlier is that those propensities are shockingly similar across countries with very different income. If you look at the secondary school people, this is why I said it's like about 50% in all of them. We have a ton of observations and we're having a hard time rejecting those are basically the same. The fact that educational attainment is such a strong determinant of occupational choice means that aggregate cross-country differences in education basically explain or account for all of cross-country differences in shared work. So that's what I'm plotting here. The poorest countries in the world have about a 10% share of white-collar workers, and the richest countries, it gets up to about 60% of white-collar workers. If you just do the same exercise, you know, control for educational attainment with just 4 bins, you basically explain or account for all. So that's what the model is delivered to explain to us. Because again, normally you'd say, all right, I understand that rich countries are more skilled. More people are going to want to choose white collar work. But in most models you write down, you're going to get this thing that drives the white collar wage down, and that's going to screw up all the accounting results. It's really actually hard to get 100% accounting result. And so that's why I'm super impressed we finally managed to do it. Costas.
No, this is a good for that yourself. So how do you interpret the Z in these pictures? Maybe that's helpful then. So what is Z? Okay. Okay, and then so high Z would mean you kind of you become a different, you go to the college or something.
Yeah.
And then
this is your literally
this Z4 is your college.
Graduated from college, you're a very skilled worker. You got lots of numeracy, literacy skills.
Oh, I see. And then when you have the ratio is invariant of W, so it's invariant log GDP.
Yep.
You need the model first after. Maybe not.
I brought you around. Let me do the 1-digit occupations. Dennis, this is going to be the most detailed thing I show you, but I think we can do much more. And let me know later what you have in mind. So this is each of the 1-digit occupations. So codes 1 is roughly managers, 2 is roughly professionals, 3 is technicians and associates, and then 4 is clerks or clerical. And so what you can see is that these are actually very similar, I would say, across all 4 of them. That's one thing I want to convey here. The second thing is that quantitatively, it is absolutely true that professionals drive the vast majority of this. Professionals are really strongly associated with skills. It's obviously a lot weaker for clerical workers. You don't see a lot of college educated secretaries in the United States anymore, so you start to see a little bit of down. Yeah. I was just asking yeah, yeah. So we have all of the results for self-employment later, but I'm not going to put I didn't have them. There's like 20 pages. Sorry, Jan. The papers are very generous.
It would be interesting to see if these patterns also hold with the same country over time.
We did that, And in particular, we did that for Korea because Korea has one of the fastest rises in attainment and test scores we've ever seen. They're extremely stable across cohorts over time.
Super cool.
Yeah, I have that picture somewhere on my hard drive. I can show it to you. That's not here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay, test scores. I'm going to show test scores just because I at least spent a lot of time worried that the professionals thing is just credential. But really what's going on here is that by definition, you have to have a college degree to be a lawyer, and then you find that having a college degree is really highly associated with being a lawyer everywhere, and you're like, yeah. So we're going to look at test scores because with test scores, I don't have to worry so much about credential. And so what I'm going to do in this figure is we're looking at your test score as an adult. We can do the same thing with test scores as children. So this is how well do you do as a literacy test as an adult. Has a much wider range and it's much more continuous. So we don't just have the 4 bins, but it still has this really nice property that if you have a 250 test score, whatever the heck that means, you're like 30 to 40% likely to be a white collar worker everywhere. And it's just really strongly associated with skills and fairly independent of where you are. And then on the right-hand side is the same accounting figure as before. Robustness, who cares? Okay. The only thing I do have to admit, somebody should have asked me about this by now. Luckily, there is association with structural transformation in all of this. So about half of this is within sectors, maybe a little bit less, and half or a little bit more is between sectors. Kind of the most obvious candidate is that like there's never any white collar workers in agriculture. And so moving the economy out of agriculture, that is a big between effect that you see shows up everywhere, a little bit with private household services. But there's also a lot of industries, like not just manufacturing, we see a big transformation in manufacturing, but also hotels, restaurants, wholesale trade, retail trade. Those also become much more white collar intensive within the sector over time in the US, or as you look across the development spectrum.
Are there differences between like the openness across countries?
I'm tempted to say yes and move on. Meaning I haven't done anything with it. And you're thinking about trade effects for the tradable industries?
Yeah, I mean, like.
Federico's making it. We've done nothing about it. I hadn't even thought about it. Point taken. Okay. The second thing I want to do is just to show you that indeed, again, this is a pretty cool finding. And then I wrote this nice model where it's like, oh, well, they're just reorganizing production. That is a way to increase the labor demand for white collar workers. And that's how this can happen without any big pricing. So that was kind of the theory. So what I want to do now is show you that indeed.
Go over the theory. Yeah, I mean, I understood the math, but I didn't understand the intuition of why you like that the ratio is invariant. The white collar ratio is invariant of output. And I mean, no, why you like, why it makes sense.
Fraction of people by skill level who choose white collar work. It depends on wages. But I've written the model so that the wages don't vary. And so now it just depends on your own skill and nothing else. The actual propensity that people choose white collar work depends on their own skill and not on aggregate conditions.
Yes, I understand about it. It's math. What's the intuition? What's the insight?
The how is exactly this. The white collar workers can either be professionals or entrepreneurs. Take the standard Lucas span control down model down, write down the profits you're going to earn as an entrepreneur. That depends on, this is the wrong A. It depends on A upper bar and a bunch of parameters, but it does not depend on wage. Blue collar workers are all indifferent between working as own account workers or as laborers. What's the wage of own account workers? Well, that depends on A lower one. And so what's going on in the model is if I train up a bunch of more white collar, I increase skills, I get more white collar workers. I'm going to say the same thing I said before. I hope it's clear in a second. I don't know. It's the only way I know how to say it. I have more white collar workers. Normally, I would think that drives the white collar wage down. But all of those white collar workers are indifferent between working for somebody else or starting a new firm. If they all work for somebody else, the wage would fall, but that's not in equilibrium because that would make being an entrepreneur much more profitable. And so what you get is that proportionally, some of them split off to become entrepreneurs. Some split off to become labor professionals, and all of the wages stay constant. And that keeps happening, and they keep pulling people out of own account work until they run out of any own account workers, and then you get wages. That's how the model works. What do you say? 2 minutes? Good. Let me show you a couple of results. I just want to convince you that indeed, large, more productive modern firms do soak up more white collar workers. We're going to do this with matched employer-employee data from Brazil and Sweden. We like to have 2 countries just because they're at vastly different income levels, vastly different parts of the development process. So here's what I'm doing, just a couple of results. I'm going to focus on 3. I'm going to do it quickly. So the first thing I'm doing is in both Brazil and Sweden, I'm plotting against educational attainments. What's the share of white collar workers in the matched employer-employee data? Gray, I'm not using the firm information at all, so that's the same pattern I showed before, and I just wanted to show you that indeed that holds. And then blue, I'm asking how much of that is happening within the firm. And the way I'm doing that is I'm evaluating a firm's propensity to hire white collar workers as what is the white collar share of everybody but you in your firm. It's just a leave one out average type of concept. And you can see that about half of this pattern, maybe a little bit less, is within the firm. So that's the first indication that firms play a big role. There's some firms that just hire a lot of white collar workers in the economy. And so part of this upgrading happens through more firms that hire white collar workers. I'm really bad at talking fast. It's not one of my strengths. So let me switch to this and then conclude here. This is Sweden. There's behind this a similar figure for Brazil. And I just want to know, who are these firms? Like if I just take the data and just do a simple descriptive thing, what types of firms are hiring all these white collar workers? I want to look at the wages of firms, meaning the average wage of data around employees. Size, that's log of number of employees. Value added per worker. And occupational complexity, which is a measure of the standard deviation of the rank of the occupations of the firm. So how many different occupations do they have, high and low? And what this blue shows you is overall, that's the only one I'm going to talk about, what's the relationship between white collar workers and this firm characteristic? So the point I'm making here is that high paying firms are the ones that hire white collar workers, large firms hire white collar workers, productive firms hire white collar workers, complex firms hire white collar workers. So those magnitudes are different. I don't know if you can see them in the back. This goes from like I can't even read that myself. That's bad. 0.3 to 0.8, 0.3 to 0.9. So these are big differences. And so the idea is that a lot of this could just be that these new firms, which are indeed the more productive, more complicated firms, those are the ones that soak up the white collar workers. And so that's kind of consistent with the idea that this reorganization of production could be one mechanism where we get a lot more white collar workers in the economy without ever having any equilibrium wage effects. It would then in turn affect the probability that workers work different jobs.
Before we were all very tall, but now we see.
How do I do that? I struggle with this.
It's an amazing computer.
Modo recruda pantalla. And I'm sharing. All right, so thanks a lot for including me in the program. It's a great paper. I love it. I like it because it sheds a new perspective on a very important nexus, and that is the following stylized fact. So, as you develop, educational attainment goes up, white collar employment goes up, fine. Self-employment goes down, meaning that the average firm size goes up. These are amongst the most salient facts about development, right? Now, you can, of course, you can sit down for 15 minutes and come up with a story, and that's not too difficult, right? You can think maybe, maybe there's some technological change, and as you grow, technology favors larger firms maybe need for some reason more white collar workers, and then those white collar workers somehow need to learn the skills. That could be one story. You could do the same thing with financial frictions. You could do another story, which I like a lot, which is, there's maybe frictions in trust. So as you develop, you can trust your workers more. You can, in particular, white collar workers, and then you can expand, and the firms get larger, et cetera, et cetera. Now, of course, you know what this paper does is that it provides a new stylized fact, which of course puts discipline on what you can do, right? Not all these stories go, right? This new stylized fact is important. Basically, right, so it's conditional on education or skill. The probability of being a white collar worker is similar across countries. Now, education or skill, you know, if it was just education, I would, of course, you know, say, well, you know, but is it education? Isn't it credentialism? And Todd was explained well that no, you can actually go to these literacy scores across countries. So you can see that these skills, so education really stands for something. So it is really something about skills, right? And okay, so you know, in some sense, you know, this is a divine coincidence model, right? So let me just explain once again, right? Skills go up, right? For some reason, can be exogenous. It can potentially also be endogenous, but that doesn't matter. And then the supply of white collar workers goes up, and the demand for white collar labor goes up by the same amount as the supply. Okay, and that is what gives you this wage ratio or the wage rate, right? These aren't really average wages. I'll talk about that more, but these are wage rates for different types of efficiency work. That remains constant. Okay, and the individual's occupation choice depends on her own skill, but doesn't depend on the skills of all the others. Okay. In particular, you don't need to have skill bias technical change for this. Okay, maybe you like skill bias technical change, that's fine. But you know, very often it seems like you know, it's kind of like the only thing that makes these models sometimes work, right? So we appeal to skill bias technical change always without necessarily having always a good theory for that. Okay, I mean, of course, there's technical change, but it's if you can get away with it and in some sense, you know, endogenize this, that is great. The key mechanism is the reorganization of own account workers from own account work into being employers, right? Entrepreneurs provide skills and labor, and I call this, you know, it has a flavor of a Lewis model, right? The Lewis model because, you know, skills go up, and you know, some people are skilled, become skilled enough so that they manage to use those skills in entrepreneurial or professional work. But others, you know, maybe, you know, their skills increased, but not sufficiently, and they basically don't profit at all from the fact that there's other people who go and do these, you know, have these fancy careers, but that doesn't increase the demand for your own type of labor, so your wage doesn't go up. Okay. What I'm going to do here, I'll focus mostly on, in the discussion, on cross-country wage data and to see to what extent it's consistent with the model. Okay. Then I'll talk a little bit about the link to the firm data. Okay. So the firm data itself, and then and the way the model is linked to it. And then I have maybe a slide with like some minor suggestions, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah. So wages. If you look at the labor share ratio, right? So if you take the labor share in these firms, how much do white collar workers get? How much do blue collar workers get? And that's constant in the model. Okay, according to that parameterization, it's a constant. That's one thing. The other thing is that there's the average wage, right? So not the wage rate, but the average wages between white collar workers and blue collar workers. That depends on this growth parameter. Remember, these are the two W's, the ratio of the W's, and the average skill provided by the professionals. Yeah. Now, how does the model do on this one? So here, what I'm looking at is data that is assembled by Charles Gottlieb. He looks at lots of countries and harmonizes data, and we have wages for the whole span of countries. Now, you see, it's U-shaped. Now, I would argue that actually, I was surprised to see that. I thought, you know, that before plotting that it would be something like this, right? Well, it's not. Okay. Of course, you know, there's various ways that you can then engineer some kind of U-shape. But my take on this is that, you know, at least over this spectrum here, maybe not that much here, but over here, right? Okay, it's quite noisy, yeah. But it looks pretty constant. Okay, so it's not just increased, yeah. The average wage now, okay. So this is the what I call the wage, the white collar wage premium, okay. This is decreasing, right? Now, to square that with the theory, what you need, right, is either you need these two the ratio of the A's to go down, or you need the average skill of these professionals to go down. Okay, so maybe we don't want to go all the way to not having, what is it, unskilled bias technical change or something like that. Okay, so maybe we want to keep this constant, which then applies, of course, this thing has to go down. But this going down is makes a lot of sense, right? The idea is that as you increase your supply of skills, right, chances are that the best type of manager is already a manager. So you're basically fishing from a pool of managers or professional workers that aren't that great. Okay, so the average skill level goes down. Okay, now out of curiosity, that's not directly linked to the paper, but here I plot the white collar wage premium. Again, that's the same picture, and compare it to the college wage premium. Okay, these are college workers to non-college workers. Look, that looks very, very similar, right? That's great because we usually operate with these data, right? But these are indeed very, very, very similar. Now, that is a line, and why I find that interesting is, right, you mentioned it before. There's this typically, the first approach is to take a CES and you stick in some unskilled workers and skilled workers, right? And when countries develop, they have many more skilled workers. So the only way that you can get this wage premium to kind of not tank, right, is by appealing to skill bias technical change, or by saying that the average quality of the skilled workers is much higher. Okay, let's see. Here, we don't really need that. Okay, this is, of course, it's one thing to talk about skills, and it's another thing to talk about occupations. These are not exactly the same thing, but as you saw, from these wage premia, these look very similar. So here, we don't really need that. We can actually have the average talent decreasing, right? We can keep this constant, and yet, we can trace out this shape of the white collar premium. Okay. Now, this is now the college wage premium by occupation. Okay, so now what I'm doing is I'm saying I'm conditioning on an occupation, and I say, do you earn any? And you didn't earn more if you have a college degree. Okay, now the fact that this is here larger than 1, okay, it's perfectly fine with consistent with the theory, right? The theory says that basically, the guys who are working as white collar workers, if they have to have a degree, chances are they have a higher Z, so they earn more. That's perfectly fine. This is not exactly consistent with the model, of course not, but I don't want to be petty, so I say it's not quite consistent with the theory. But of course, you can come up with stories where if you were to go more granular, then you would see that actually within these blue collar workers, chances are that those who have college are doing something that's somewhat more complicated than the guys who don't have college, right? So you can easily explain that away. Okay, and notice that it's not very large anyway, right? Final thing, I'm plotting the white collar wage premium now by education. Okay, same categories, no primary. You see, basically what I wanted to see here is that if anything, right, this curve shifts up slightly, in particular this here for the tertiary educated workers, which again is very, very consistent with the theory, right? The more education you have, the more likely it is that you're going to have a wage premium as a white collar worker. Right. Now let me go to have a minute to, yep. Fine. Okay. Good.
No, sorry, three.
I have three. Yeah, three is what I need. You know, if I would do too much, and three, that's good. Okay, cool. So the empirical results, right? The likelihood, I'm not sure if you presented that today, but basically, you know, here there's the decomposition where basically the likelihood of being a white collar worker is not only increasing in your own education, but at the same time also in the in how educated on average the firm is and the sector. Okay, I think this is, you know, this makes a lot of sense. You know, you can then quibble a little bit with these results. And one thing I would be interested in is whether that would also hold when you control for the local labor market, right? What I'm thinking is that maybe if I'm in a labor market where people are where there's a lot of where there aren't that many skills, right? And then the firm, well, I forgot what I wanted to say, but let me think. I'll think about it later. It's not important, but there was some fancy mechanism I had in mind. Okay, good. Okay. The other thing is about the Swedish and the Brazilian data, you see, the fact that the white collar share is correlated with the firm's average wage, this is quite mechanical, right? Sure. I mean, you know, there's a composition effect. We know that these white collar guys who earn more, so if there's more of them, the average wage will be higher. The same is true for value added per worker. Okay. Firm size, I find that super interesting. Yeah. Again, you know, you condition on sector, blah, blah, blah. You know, does it still hold? I guess it does. Yeah. Or at least I suppose, you know, what it does is it holds over some span rather than probably flattens off, right? But it makes a lot of sense. Now, one thing that I would like to start though is that at this stage, at least in the simple model, right, the basic model, the model does predict, you know, that that the average firm size is increasing in development, but it does not say anything about what happens across firms, right? So right, because there's only at the end of the day you have like, it's like there are different types of firms, they hire different types of workers, but the ratio of how much they spend on one type of work as opposed to the other is the same, right? So of course you have your own, you know, another paper where you do we know how to solve that, right? Basically what you need is some kind of you need the employment of these professional workers to increase faster than the employment of the laborers, right? I'm not sure you want to have something like that, but I guess, you know, if you want to take this, if you want to make a strong bridge to the evidence on the firms that you have in Brazil and Sweden, you may want to have a model that can for that. Okay. These are, you know, just suggestions what you could do for improving the quantitative fit. Okay, you know that, and that's the summary. New style effect, really important. Great insight. Wage data, roughly consistent with the theory. Evidence on firms. Yeah, that's there's probably more work to be done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, great paper. I'm a bit confused about the scope of the project in a sense that related to endogeneity of skills supply, in a sense that I think everything that you showed holds condition, like regardless of whether supply of skills are endogenous or exogenous, which is something that I liked about the model. At the same time, like your introduction was sounded like you know, everything is like it's more of a like exogenous supply of the skill is changing, leading to the structural transformation and so on. So I think if you focus on the first point, then I think it's important to hit the other moments that, for example, Jan showed. And if you go to the other direction of the, you know, causal effect of the supply of skills, then you might want to look at more causal episode of the supply of skills and so on.
Super interesting facts. I wanted to ask a clarifying question about the model, and if I understood correctly, like a follow-up question. So I think, you motivated it with like the Lucas 78 model, but I think here a big difference is that, like the profits that you make are constant. So that's what pins down like the relative wages. Whereas like in the standard Lucas 78, this depends on the talent of the entrepreneur. And if that's perhaps not, and
Sorry, I should have been clear. It's profits per Z.
Profits per Z
are constant, and
I
they
see.
scale perfectly with Z. It's
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Trick. It's that
Alright.
trick.
I see. Okay. But then, and then is it true that when you map it to the data, you have like this heterogeneity, I guess, in profits, and I guess you would have to like measure it in profits per Z. And I was wondering if they're like somewhere over-identifying restrictions that you can, like use to convince us about like this, like, flatness of the profits per Z.
I think you're like a year ahead of me. That's a great question, but man. All right, thanks for the discussion, Jan. Thanks for the many great comments. So I'm going to do them in reverse order because I have a bad memory. Remind me again, say one word. What did you ask me? Oh, okay. I didn't get to it. We have a slide that's labeled, is this exogenous or something like that, big question mark. So far, we're outsourcing that work, meaning that there's a bunch of people, including some folks in the room, who have shown that education definitely causes structural transformation, which is a piece of this. There's a couple really nice job market paper this year by a guy from Yale, Alvaro Cox, who showed that it also areas that get colleges have, which in a plausibly exogenous way, get larger firms. And then we have some evidence ourselves from Swedish local labor markets. Does it hold across local labor markets? It does. And when we're working on an instrumental variable strategy in Sweden as well. And so I agree that, right now everything's descriptive. If you want to make really strong causal claims, then you need IVs, and we're working on it. And whether that all works out, well, I don't know. We'll get there. I think Jan raised a couple of points I like, and I want to say something about, and then I'll, most I'm just going to agree. Thanks. We need to do a lot of work. So one thing is about wages. Wages are a pain. The problem with wages is that the theory really relies on wages per efficiency unit and no movements in wages per efficiency unit. And we see something else. We see W times H or W times Z, depending on the language you use. And then figuring out whether your theory is or is not consistent with that is just a nightmare. You had one trick I really liked, which is you looked at compensation shares, because compensation shares are totally invariant to this critique. And so that's a possible way through that I need to think more about. Otherwise, the only answer is that ultimately we have to do the full theory, do the full selection, figure out who's in which sector, which is technically correct, but I often find to be not so intuitively compatible. It's not like you look at it and you go, lots of efficiency units. Well, I've solved, like the data get transformed a lot by the model. The other thing I want to say, just in general, I'm going to try to reiterate this. This knife edge result I showed you today was just to deliver a simple intuition about what I think might be going on more broadly. But the big picture idea is to build a big quantitative model where there's a bunch of industries. And some of these industries, there's a huge advantage to doing this, like steel production, like there's a humongous advantage to leveraging economies of scale in steel. Janitorial services, like, I don't know, do you guys know any large 5,000 person janitorial firms? And then we want to have this big model where there's many industries, they have different advantages, workers have elastic labor supplies across the industries, and we want to think about it in a much broader sense. And, we've done a little bit, and I can tell you, as soon as you complicate the model in any way, the knife edge result falls apart. And so that's not what I'm trying to convince you of. But what I am trying to convince you of is you're going to get a very muted, that's why I intentionally wrote earlier, muted responsive wages, because the endogenous labor demand margin, that's the way I think about it, is that it mutes the wage response, not the knife edge exactly zero. That's just a clever way to show you what's going on. I'll stop there. If you think I forgot something, come let me know. I just have a bad memory and I didn't have a piece of paper. Thanks again to Paula. Thanks again to Paula for bringing us all out here.
Maybe that's 4:07 in the lobby to walk.
I need a quarter to 6 in the lobby bar. Never excited to bed and reach out tomorrow.
Yes.
5 on STEG. I know you all mind.
Yeah, I think we can. So what do you? Yeah. Nobody remembers it, but I think it's what I want. We look at Sally Coleman, exogenous sequences and still the exogenous technical responses, but it's mathematically, it's just a way to agree things. That's what results like that. Literally. And the first time I presented this thing, I literally just said, well, what the last is consistent stability. No.